Hi, everybody, and welcome to another edition of, I suppose, not quite preaching to the choir ministries, but still, yeah, I guess we end up preaching to the choir a lot. Or we, must be a royal we. Never mind, I'm not royalty. I guess I preach to the choir, but, well, what have we here? Spread the link around and bring the world in if we can. My channel, Jennifer Lawrence. No, I think of Anne Lawrence. Sorry. Okay, who's here? Next God Talk. Oh, events. He might be throwing one right now. Well, if he is, I won't preempt him. Okay, it's tomorrow. Should probably invite. I don't think I can invite very many people. Pretty sure nephew blocked me. Religionist. Circle. Already some people. Okay. Atheist, I probably can't get in, but oh well. Well, it's a slow start, but hopefully people show up. I'll get the link out to what's her name's group. Okay. I don't know. I started pop more by saying feminist.
Hey, Nadia.
Hello there.
How you doing?
Oh, hi, Mindy. Good to see you on.
How you doing?
Well, things are always tricky and rough, but well, they weren't always, but they are now. How about you?
Oh, I'm still stuck on bed rest since
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What happened, if I could ask?
um the medication I was on for my schizophrenia, um the cocktail made my MS go crazy, and so I can't walk. I have to use a walker now, and I have to. I'm waiting to have surgery. So there's this experimental surgery that they do for MS patients where they can add electrodes to rebuild, like it's a TENS machine almost that's like but in your body.
Right, okay.
So to help rebuild the lost nerve, like
The
all the
myelin
nerve
sheath?
damage.
Yeah.
So hopefully that'll work and help retract my like make my MS go back a bit, because like I went from being completely able like to get around, and then within the matter of 6 weeks I'm completely bedridden. After in 6 weeks I went from being functional to completely bedridden.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff is a lot of problems still, even though the schizophrenia drugs, they're
Oh
working
yeah,
on it, but yeah.
they're they have nasty side effects.
Oh yeah, yeah. Uh, everything ranging from well, actually, I don't know the full scope of them off the top of my
Seizures
head. Go
to
ahead. Yeah.
like I bought a bunch of meds to counteract the side effects
Yep.
of other
That's
meds.
yeah. Oh, they have like a lot of Parkinsonian type things going on too with it.
How are
I
you
think one.
feeling, man?
Oh, I'm under the weather again already. It's like some kind of upper respiratory tearing up my voice and also making me pretty tired, throwing off my sleep schedule. Uh, ended up like falling asleep. I don't know, late afternoon or something yesterday, and got up midnight. And or sorry, see it. Well, not sure if yesterday's the right day, but sleep
I'm
schedule.
having that too. I'm like, I don't know what day it is. I don't like because I'm losing time from sleeping. So it's like I'll be like, what day of the week are we?
Yeah, if I actually do get a big interruption in my caffeine supply, I'm in far deeper trouble. 'Cause I have enough like fatigue or whatever from. I guess you've probably heard how many hormone problems I have. Then I mean, I just am like in bed all day or sleeping around the clock, whatever.
Oh yeah, but I see you're home. You're not at the hospital, so that's good.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Be able to hold it off a while till next time.
Um, you said you were having some upper respiratory problems. Do you have any nutmeg?
No, I'm in a pretty rough situation, so yeah.
Okay. Um, well, you and I can talk in private about that, and I'll see if what I can do to help you out in that situation.
Okay, well,
'Cause I know what it's like to be in tight spots, so I can't do much, but I can help a bit. So but we'll talk about that privately off air.
thank you, thank you. When, yeah, there's probably more we can go on over there. There's cigarettes are another one of those things that keep me functioning. That kind of off-label use, whatever. There's a yeah, and at least for the caffeine though, it's like if I had like real treatment or health insurance, whatever, I'd be able to get like that modafinil to not be so horribly affected by fatigue. There's another girl I know who had similar issues. Used Provigil, brand name modafinil for it. I guess the extent is a standard regimen, but there's kind of a multi-tier structure to all the healthcare. If you're
Yeah.
getting
Your
the poverty assistance, you get garbage. Yeah. Go ahead.
disability doesn't cover your like medication and stuff.
Disability doesn't cover me at all. You essentially have to be an amputee or terminal to qualify, or at least without some kind of huge court battle.
Oh wow.
Court
It's
battles do happen, occasionally one, but everyone holds up the exceptions as if they're the rules.
like because like I've been on disability for about 4 years now because of my MS being so bad, and then my schizophrenia. I have visual and auditory hallucinations. So like I'll like have issues going into buildings because I see like weird shit. Like I see a lot of, for some reason, a lot of my hallucinations are like demons and like angels. I don't know
Right.
why. That they're very religious based, and I'm not a religious person, so that's a little bit odd for me. But they've always been like always. My hallucinations have always been religiously surrounded, which is odd.
Well, culture.
Um, so the title's interesting of the hangout. What topics did you want to cover?
um, well, basically, it's starting up kind of a free for all sort of thing. Um, they're kind of just descriptive of me in a way. So, uh, yeah, it's kind of like my own personal conspiracy of one or something.
Well, I'm just glad that I could in like come and like hang out, just because like you invite me, and then because of my sleeping patterns, like I never get a chance to come and play with you. And I was like, oh, I'm awake. I can come play with Nadia.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Yeah. I had sort of at least dual use sort of intention for Hangouts originally. Um, well, actually, originally it started as just one. Basically, on IRC, I found these people who said they could help doing voice coaching, like to help my voice sound more feminine. And they said, well, it would help to hear in real time, and also give instructions in real time. So, you know,
Well, I
all
can
this Google Plus link. Go ahead.
I can actually help you with that as well because I am deaf, like legally deaf, and
Okay.
so I had to take like voice lessons and stuff to sound more normal, I guess you could say, like to sound not deaf because I went deaf at 4. So I'm more than willing to help you with that because I've learned some really good tricks, like
Excellent.
like tuning into vibration to help change the pitch and things like that. So, like, do you have me on Skype, honey?
I don't think so, but I'll give
I'll
you
put
my
my
Skype.
Skype in the chat. Hang on.
Yeah, use mine too.
Okay, I'll add you to Skype, and that way we can have private chit chats as well.
Oh, well, they're possible on G Plus too, but
Yeah, but this way you can get a hold of her if you want to, like if you want to or need to or something. Because I'm always around to help. Because I love my friends,
well,
and
thank you.
you are my friend, so that means I love you.
Always appreciated. When yeah, there's some I don't know specifics to I guess the trans case. You know, I think you probably heard me do vocal impressions and so on of like Darth Vader and Andrew Dice Clay and all that.
Um, I might have. My short-term memory is so bad right now because of they took me off the schizophrenic cocktail, so the voices are like really bad. Um, and like the hallucinations are really bad, so I'm having a really hard time with my short-term memory.
Hmm. Understood. Well, to give you an example,
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
That is so cool.
yeah, I'm trying to put on a little bit of James Earl Jones twinge or accent or whatever, but my own, I don't know, was more kind of quiet and mumbly and kind of like swallowing my voice or whatever before I guess I tried to change my voice. And
But if you can go in the lower tones, means you already know how to control your voice somewhat. So that'll be really helpful doing like trying to get the more feminine voice.
I don't know. Control is basically all new. I picked it up since maybe March of 2012.
Pardon?
I've only really started to work on my voice since like March of 2012.
Um, question. Why is my banner thingy backwards? How do I fix that?
Oh, in the Hangout Toolbox app, there'll be kind of a, oh, well, I'll screen share and kind of show you.
Like that?
Well, I don't see it. Only you will see it. But I'll show you in the Hangout Toolbox. Okay, this little squiggly says lower third. Right to the left, the on-off button. The same row with lower third and on-off. It'll have this mirror
Okay,
and
so I
the
switched
arrow will
that.
switch around. Okay, and you should see for yourself that you're, um,
Yeah.
not mirror image, yeah.
How come yours like shows everything and mine cuts off?
Well, there's a smaller limit on the amount of text in one row for the, regular lower third. And a custom overlay is just any old image with transparency. It superimposes. So I kind of, well, a friend did it for me, really, but yeah, it was sort of just custom-made image. Like an image file sitting around, it loads into it. So
Okay, I'll see if it worked.
yeah,
So I
if you,
changed
I guess, go
it,
ahead.
and then, so I'll turn it back on and see if there we go. Yay! It worked. Thank you.
Yeah, agnostic. Okay. Mm.
I think I spelled agnostic, right?
Oh, you did. Yeah. I just
I just recently learned about that particular term, agnosticism.
mm.
And I think it fits, like, me better than atheist because I'm not really sure about anything. You know what I mean? But I don't think that either side can define God properly or whether or not at some point something existed outside of us. You know what I mean?
Well, true. True. Yeah.
Like I don't believe in like the Abrahamic, like God sitting on a cloud watching us kind of a thing.
Well, Abrahamic say varies across the three, and um, I don't think any of the three have quite that. But
I more meant like the Sky Daddy thing, like the omnipresence, omnipotence, more
yeah,
on.
I tend to say omnipotent, omniscient, timeless, immaterial, disembodied mind.
So it says you're a masochist. Does that mean you're into BDSM?
Yeah.
Awesome sauce. I'm a submissive. I've been in the lifestyle about 13 years.
Yeah. I don't really follow on the DS or whatever. DS isn't my shtick. I just well, like to feel it's just yes and M for me.
I'm definitely a masochist when it comes down to that kind of stuff. But I don't have it in me to be like a top or a dom. I'm like I'll go to like flog somebody and be like, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to hurt you.
Yeah, I told them more like too too clinical, too detached, and in some ways not observant enough. So that's kind of where my flaws when I try are. Don't have like the pep talking to build up excitement, and I also don't have you know I'm not very good at picking up the cues to you know get more intense or lighten up. So
Are you sure you're feeling okay, sweetie?
yeah,
You just
mostly yeah.
you just seem like out of it a little bit.
I am, but
But
yeah, I'll
you're
be that way.
good.
What's that?
But you're okay. Like
Yeah, as far as I know.
okay. I worry about you because I care about you. So
Yeah, my
and,
I guess
and I'm a
everyone.
mom too. So I mother everybody. It just kind of happens.
Yeah. So is there a particular thing you're into? I mostly do like pick up play and end up like at clubs doing impact, but you know, on the few occasions where it can be arranged, I end up getting into needles and electricity and such.
Oh, I love needle play.
Yeah.
Um, a couple of Halloweens ago, I was we were doing a demonstration of needle play, and they gave me like angel wings. Like they threaded through the needles these like feathers, like one feather at a time, and it took like 2 hours. But by the end of it, I had like these beautiful like wings on my arms and like this cool design down my back, and there was so many needles used. But it was
Yeah,
really cool because I got to do like a demo with the people who were doing it. So that was
haven't had
cool.
that done, but um, well, there have been a few occasions. I was pretty into it every time. So it's a little bit tougher to arranging clubs for, especially with pickup play, because I mean, asking someone to invest like whatever kind of cash to put down the needles and someone they barely know, or otherwise trying to get a hold of the needles yourself when there's
Yeah,
instability or you know money's an issue and so on. It's tricky.
yeah. I really wish you guys had the health system that we have in Canada. Like it would help so many people in the US to have the healthcare system that we have.
Been trying to immigrate to Canada amongst other countries for 20 years.
Did you try going through Montreal, like immigrating through Quebec? Because
Nope.
that's the easiest place to actually get your immigration.
I was mostly far enough away. I had to basically like look for either employers, grad schools, or I guess spouses online. And well, none of the three ever panned out. So
Well, you can immigrate for medical reasons. There is a loophole in the Canadian immigration law for switching countries due to lack of proper health services where you're living.
I have not heard about that. That'd
Yeah,
be pretty interesting.
most people haven't. I went to law school and for family law, but I had to take immigration as a prerequisite. Um, so yeah, there's 3 or 4 different loopholes. One's a military loophole, is if you've been in the military, um, either active or non-active, you can immigrate to Canada on an army visa. If you're having health problems, you can immigrate to Canada based on a medical visa, and you can immigrate to Canada with a intent to marry, and you can immigrate to Canada seeking safety and a um, safe asylum because the environment that you live in is not safe for you. So there's a couple different ways you can go about it, and we can talk about that like in more in depth and like private based on your situation. And I'd be more than happy to help you do the paperwork and everything because I can get all the paperwork for free because I'm still a member of the bar.
Okay, that sounds like a great idea.
Yeah. I kept
Um,
I keep my bar like my license, like I pay my dues to make sure that my license doesn't expire because I'm hoping at one point my MS will get a little bit better and I'll be able to work again. And I do pro bono work for different shelters. Like there's a shelter in Toronto for like um, LGBT like teenagers who get kicked out of their homes, so they have to be emancipated. So I help with that, and I work at domestic abuse shelters and things like that. So I do that kind of stuff pro bono. So I make sure my license is still up to date.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad that, I don't know, I guess once an LGBT person turns, comes of age or whatever, no one gives a damn anymore. But
Well, the way that this particular it's group homes shelter thing is set up is there's the temporary stay, and then they have like an apartment building attached to it,
right,
and they have that as residence for like long term where you can live there if that's what you need. If you need ongoing like support, you can actually live like in your own little apartment, but still access all the therapy and all the legal help and everything that the group home itself provides.
right, yeah.
So I think that's pretty cool that they have that set up that way. Because just because somebody gets to be 18 doesn't mean that they don't still need help.
Yeah, out here, well, there's no help.
If you don't mind me asking, have you started the hormone treatments?
Oh yeah, got a archaeectomy in June of 2012, and also, well, started HRT right then, so probably not the best timing, but okay. Somebody's asking how to get in. Yeah, I've been on them for June of 2012, so yes, this is the full month of June. Well, I'll calculate how long.
Oh, 2012, and we're turning into 2014, 15, so almost 3 years.
Yeah, it's getting up there. Um, last time calculator.
Hi, Scott.
Okay. Hi, Scott. Welcome. Wow. Let's see. Let's try date calculator or something. Date duration calculator. Today's between two dates. Okay, so here's June. Here's the second. Here's 2012. And today, calculate duration. I said 2012, not 2014. Bear with me.
No,
882
take your
days,
time.
or 2 years, 4 months, and 30 days. Okay.
How long is
Basically,
the replacement, like the hormone therapy? Usually, is it like forever or?
pretty much, yeah. Yeah. And well, I dare not stop or whatever because, I mean, with as fragile as everything else is from having, like, the pancreas not producing any insulin, the thyroid not producing any of that, and also being surgically castrated, you know, no hormones or no estrogen or whatever, and I'm in trouble. I've already seen it happen. Goes into ketoacidosis pretty easily.
Yeah, estrogen is a weird thing. I'm on it because I had ovarian and cervical cancer, and I had to have a full hysterectomy. So I have to take estrogen every day, twice a day.
Oh, hi, Landon. Or
Hello.
Hey.
How do I get it to move around when people talk? Because I clicked on you so I could see what you were doing, and now the screen doesn't change when other people talk.
well, if you're white boxing, you just click on the square with the white box on it again, and the white box will go away.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm not very familiar with Google Hangouts. Like, I've done a few off-air ones, and I've posted like 2 or 3 on-air ones, but usually it's just like people are just no cameras and just kind of shooting the shit, really.
Yeah.
Can you pronounce her name so I can read your lips, honey?
Mine?
Yes, I'm hearing impaired, so I need to read your lips so I can pronounce your name.
Nicole.
Nicole?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. That really does help because reading the lips for the first time to get somebody's name makes things a lot easier for me.
I understand.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of damage and kind of vulnerability to hearing damage runs in my family, but it's a very different story.
Did you?
How have you been, Nadia?
Things have gotten a lot rougher in the past 3 years.
I'm sorry.
But you're doing what's best for your sanity and for your needs. You know what I mean?
I don't know. In a way, I'm more being prevented. Yeah. Where's the job to get the money to get the surgery?
You see, that's another reason you need to come to Canada. The surgery doesn't cost anything up here.
Oh, well, bottom surgery, yeah, but everything else is on your own.
Because all of that's covered. As long as you're over the age of 12, it's covered in Canada.
Really?
Yep. All the hormone replacement therapy, and they do psychological therapy, and they do like voice training, and they do all of that kind of stuff. And it doesn't cost anything.
That's
Because
amazing.
they put you on disability for while you're in, because they want to be able to cover everything that you need. So it's a neat way of doing it. Like, it really helps a lot of people. And I was mentioning to Nadia that you can immigrate to Canada based on medical needs, like where you're living doesn't have the adequate medical need, adequate resources to help your medical needs, and so you can get a medical visa to get your health care in Canada.
Wow.
Yeah. And my face and my voice would be the two surgeries beyond that I'm really hell bent on. So even in Canada, I think those are still on your own.
Well, you're not alone. You have people who love you and will help with things, and I'll do anything I can do to help.
Yeah, got my fingers crossed. Yeah, immigration.
So, did you guys see that Brett Keane and Rand Campbell have teamed up?
Yeah, I don't know how closely, but in a way, yes.
I just thought it was a little odd. I was really surprised to see that.
Yeah, they're in Hangouts together. A lot of DS go out and hang out together. And G-Man calls Veckel in. Yeah, it's kind of a buddy system, maybe even.
G-Man is everything wrong with Christianity.
Sorry, I was telling my husband about the whole free care in Canada thing.
Yeah?
I married an FTM. Now, I married him in June 29th.
Yeah.
What is Brett Keane about? Brett Keane, I'm just going to link you to Straight Dope's video series on Brett Keane because it would take way too long to explain who Brett Keane is.
Encyclopedia Dramatica is also there.
Yeah, and Straight Dope did a really good series on him.
Yeah, I didn't know they did things on like individuals like that. Wow, he made straight dope. That's a certain kind of infamy.
Yeah. Well, the whole series is on the Facepalm Response channel, so I'm just grabbing the link to that. One sec. Because that's just the easiest way for you to find out who Brett Keane is. There you are. That is the video. Street Dope is his all of his videos condensed into one long video about Brett Keane.
I'll look momentarily. Face palm response. Okay, it's different from.
Yeah, it's a Happy Cabby put all the Straight Dope videos together.
Yeah, there's something else called the straight dope. That's I guess more prestige. I don't know if you've seen it, straightdope.com or whatever.
What is Coley Max, Nicole?
That was my other username when I was in Google Plus about 3 years ago.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I've
Usually,
been. Go ahead.
usually your Hangouts are packed and people can't get in.
Oh, it might get there in a while, but they don't start off that way. Yeah, Coley Max, more about, were you like doing hangout show stuff?
I was with Damien and Maddie James and all them. I don't do anything anymore. I haven't been on in a long time.
Yeah, almost the only one I remember is Shaz. And there was,
Who?
Shaz. She's
Oh, a
like the only
chef?
one, so, yeah. She pops in now and then. I didn't care what it was, it was there, so I popped into it. I don't know, after the religious stuff started picking up, it was, well, a lot more hangouts, a lot, better time of day coverage.
Are all the Hangouts live now?
No. You have to
I,
choose to turn live. Go ahead.
yeah, I do some hangouts offline and a couple online.
Yeah, I couldn't find any. I went to the Hangouts where it said Hangouts, and I was like, so much has changed. I could not figure out how to get on a Hangout whatsoever. It was pitiful.
Well, I'm glad I'm getting the opportunity to meet you and Scott.
Same here. But unfortunately, I'm just gonna have to go to bed. But I just wanted to jump on, and I probably will be on tomorrow. But it's nice
Okay.
seeing you, Nadia.
Alright,
It was
good to see
nice
you on
meeting
again, too.
you.
Bye, y'all.
Hi, Hazy. Good to have you on, too. We're off to a little bit of a slow start, but it picks up. It picks up after a while.
Hi, Hazy.
Yeah, we were, I don't know, going on about, I don't know, our own sort of hangout history, so to speak, but, and maybe a bit of Canadian immigration.
Yeah, I do have to get to sleep as well because it's almost 3 a.m. here. But I definitely will message you on Skype so we can talk about the immigration stuff when I wake up.
Okay, cheers.
Okay, sweetie, have a good one. And if you need me, just my Skype is just a Skypey thing away. So it's my
Absolutely.
computer's on my bed, so I
Hey,
always
Mindy, for the
wear
warm
it.
welcome.
Pardon?
Oh,
Did I hear something, or was that me like going crazy?
that was,
No,
hey, Mindy,
that was
warm
me.
welcome.
I just said, since I haven't had a chance to meet you, but you're leaving already, I just wanted to say thank you for the warm welcome.
Well, it was sorry for the short visit. It's just
Yeah, no problem.
3 a.m. here, and I have an 8-year-old who gets up for school at 7 in the morning. So if I don't get some sleep, he will make me incredibly tired, and I don't want him to miss his bus. But I will definitely, when I wake up, I'll see what if the hangout's still going.
Absolutely.
And
Cheers.
and Hazy, Nadia has my Skype. If you want to add me, that's fine. I don't mind if people add me to Skype. But I will talk to you later, Nadia, and I hope you feel better and that your
Alright, thank
chest
you.
thingy doesn't turn into anything.
Okay, thanks again.
Bye.
Mm.
Hey, Nadia.
Oh, hi there. Yeah.
I just wanted to log in and say hi. I'm sorry I kind of faded last night. You know, I stayed up pretty late. I was just tired, so I didn't contribute a lot to the conversation. So sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. There were enough people going at once, taking up the spot probably
Yeah.
help keep the crosstalk down. There's, it was, I don't know, I thought it got pretty good. I thought there was a lot of coverage of, basically, well, what sort of atheist materialism has to offer. And I don't know, I guess I gave a good account or I thought was a good account of, how to deal with the, I guess, the quote-unquote accursed. Instead of, eternal damnation, burning in hell, annihilation, and so on.
Well, yeah, that part is ridiculous, obviously. I don't think we really have a solution as a society for all who, pass through the crack. Unfortunately, I wish we did. So, I mean, I think that there is hope problems could be resolved. I'm not particularly optimistic about that, but what else can we do but hope on that regard?
Yeah. They said we're probably screwed for like the next 10, 20 years.
Yeah. But it's amazing how things change. I mean, look at I was even just thinking about, the Prop 8 in California and gay marriage, and while this isn't all settled, obviously, and it could go the other way potentially, I don't know. I mean, the younger generation, I have nieces and nephews that are teenagers now, and to them it's just not a big deal, and it'll continue to advance these kinds of social issues. I don't know about a lot of the other elements in terms of like, reassignment surgeries or how the mentally ill will be treated, or we could just go on and on, Drug policy, I still think that a lot of the solutions for those kinds of things are a long way off, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, even just, the basic sort of welfare state things been prevalent across like Europe or whatever.
Yeah.
Totally absent. Yeah, getting those in place would, well, heal a lot of suffering, but yeah.
Well, so what did you guys cover in your conversation earlier this evening?
Well, we talked a little bit about, touched on, I guess, BDSM, we touched on Canadian immigration, we touched on health and so on, issues between the two of us.
What kind of immigration?
Canadian.
Canadian, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead. What were the other topics?
BDSM and just the two of ours health.
Yeah. Well, what was the point of the Canadian immigration discussion? Are you considering migrating northward?
Oh, I've been trying for like 20 years.
No kidding.
She said there's like a medical visa I might be able to apply for.
Ah, wow, that is very interesting. Well, who said that? Was it the lady who just left, Mindy?
Yeah, Mindy, yeah.
So she's from Canada?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
cool.
A bit less optimistic, but hey.
Well, there's a lot of computer programming and that kind of stuff in Vancouver, and Vancouver, I think, is fantastic. It's not cheap necessarily, but it's beautiful.
Well, true, but well, I mean, the question is, where does your paycheck come from?
Yeah.
Does it come from somewhere where rent ain't cheap? If it, the whole problem with all the quote-unquote low-cost of living areas as far as your income. The trouble is not, rent or whatever. It's are there jobs or are there jobs for you?
Yeah. So Scott has said he's made a couple of comments here, and I agree with your first comment. So gay marriage. So Scott, just FYI, I'm 47. I'm a cis white male in San Francisco, and we had Prop 8 here in California, which was the state citizens voting to amend the state constitution, and that was ruled by the circuit court to be unconstitutional. And then I was kind of surprised that happened personally. But of course, given where I live, I'm not quite in touch. I realize that there's a bigger reality out there in the Central Valley, and it's pretty much split almost 50-50 red and blue in the state. But it has been amazing to see the progress in the recent years since then.
No, banning it.
No, banning it. I'm sorry. Yeah. So there was a slim majority that wanted to ban gay marriage. Personally, my view on that was always, why the government have any say in it whatsoever? It should just be a civil matter for people to make their own contracts. And if a church wants to marry somebody or doesn't, it's up to them. And if they want to, just get rid of all the benefits, the government shouldn't have anything to do with it. So I am definitely pro-gay marriage and pro-poly marriage. And I'm pro a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, I could use, good, 50, 60, oh, that's good, yeah, maybe 10,000, 20,000 husbands.
Yeah.
Yeah, stable studs,
I wouldn't have a problem with that, Nadia. You go right ahead. The only thing is, when it comes down to making a civil contract, then the government might get involved, like, have a prenup, or you're going to split up, and the state potentially, how all that makes it in there with the tax benefits for special interest groups, and early on, right, for the stability of the nuclear family and for having children, and that went hand in hand with manifest destiny, right? So those days are kind of over. We don't need that anymore.
Yeah. I mentioned, just general turnover. You like divorcing, a couple hundred husbands a year and marrying another couple hundred.
Yeah. So Scott, I did ask you, Nadia, whether getting a job has been difficult, given that you are trans. I mean, I don't have any personal experience with that. I know that is directed at Nadia, but even here in the Bay Area, it's difficult. That is a fact. I mean, that's a statistically, objectively empirical fact that you can. But I would think, though, that the odds are better here, and the odds are better in California, even with blue chip companies, obviously.
Yeah, well, actually, the blue chip companies are the best.
Yeah, so I really still have my hopes up, Nadia, that you will land something.
Well, it really only comes into play once I kind of get in for an interview. And, it could come into play with some of the verification, name change stuff. And I guess, you could say that some of my gaps, whatever, are attributable to either discrimination or family conflict from it.
I think I was watching a SciShow. It's the Vlog Brothers on YouTube, and they had a recent episode that was on, human biases, and even just with men and women. And it was bizarre that they were, suggesting, for example, hiring somebody, a young person, for a lab kind of job, and why woman applying for the job might be more liked and likable and have like a higher appreciation for her personality and friendship and things like that, there will still be biases towards men. And then on top of that, there's the biases towards looks. So it is pretty disgusting, all the hoops we have to jump through and all the unfairness that's out there.
Yeah, a big part of it is, basically, am I passable? And basically, because I'm not,
I understand what you mean. Yeah. Well, I guess it depends, though. I mean, where does that really I mean, I would think that the passable only would necessarily have like a specific import on service sales and things like that, that are interpersonal interactions with bigoted people.
Well, that's where one could claim there's some kind of justification.
I mean, what if somebody chooses to be, like in drag or whatever? I mean, so what? I know our society has problems with that. I know you want to be passable, and I think you're, pretty close, Nadia, personally. I know you've got a long way to go in terms of the cosmetic surgery, but definitely in terms of the online interactions that I've had with you, I mean, I can't reiterate enough. There have been men who just assume that you were a woman. So, and I know you are a woman.
Yeah, there's hairstyle is a bit constrained by, hairstyling products and tools and facilities. So there's I know how to do my hair differently and don't have the resources to do it right now.
I like your hair.
Yeah. Well, there's another trick though where I pretty much have to kind of cover up the sides of my face, whatever, to avoid exposing, like, I don't know, jawline, other facial features that are masculine and so on.
Have you ever gone to a consultant to have like all your colors done and tried to have them, put together a potential avenue for, like best known methods for your cosmetics and your hairstyle and your fashion and all that kind of stuff? I bet you that could be fun, especially if you went with somebody else.
When I had money, I did, yeah. But when I had the job, really.
Yeah.
Things are beyond my power. I mean, I'm literally, like, not taking showers for extended periods of time because I'm trying to conserve on basically the hair products I need for trying to be, I guess, more presentable.
Yeah. Well, I never understood exactly what the situation was with your water and with your, facilities like for taking showers or baths or whatever you need to do. So it sounded like there was a collective bathroom in the facility that you're in, like public.
Yeah, there's that, but yeah, things like hair dryers and the variety of like combs and things and hairpins and everything else are not there. So. And of course, like the 3 different kinds of, I don't know, mousse and moisturizer and hairspray and such too.
Maybe you should contact Wen and tell them you could be one of their first trans product reviewers, and they'll send you a bunch of shit.
Who again? Wem or?
Wen, W-E-N.
W-N. Not heard of them.
It's like an alternative hair care product there's tons of commercials for it these days. I think
Yeah.
it's kind of like one of those. It's more like a wash. It's like a wash out conditioner, like a no rinse shampoo type of conditioner that has a lot of botanical oils and stuff like that in it. I don't know. I'm almost bald, so in general, I don't pay too much attention to that kind of stuff. But I know my nieces fell for all the marketing.
Yeah, I haven't seen TV in I don't know how long. I haven't seen the stuff around.
Yeah. So have you been managing to keep your skill set up at all?
Not really.
They have a like a big shakeup going on at Intel. I don't think there's going to be any layoffs, but there could be some more posts here in the near future looking for more Linux developers.
Yeah,
They just
well,
announced their new watch type, or not watch, I guess a bracelet and stuff like that. So they're coming out with more of these weird little, the watch, the bracelet, all that kind of stuff. Smart devices. They're all Linux based.
yeah, failed auto renewal. Yeah, no signs of email about anything at Intel from my contacts there, but yeah, EMC and a few others are also in the area. I guess IBM in the area is too, but I don't know what they'll think of me given that I left them before. Hi, Salamander.
Hey, Salamander.
Oh, hey, folks.
They'll probably think you're the bomb, Nadia.
At the point I left them, IBM was happy with me, so. And sad to see me go, but maybe they're pissed I went. I don't know. I haven't really tried much with them since.
Oh, hair care products and stuff. Coconut oil. You guys using any like 100% coconut
Plus, it's
oil?
edible, so you could use it. You could use it for as a food stuff too.
Yeah, I buttered. It was just like solid enough just to like do the bread, the toast for the eggs.
I like it. You can, and you can use it on your skin, right? I mean, you can use it as a.
Oh yeah, that's what it's for. Yeah, yep. Hair and skin, and then the internals.
Go rancid. Yeah, and it doesn't go rancid. Yeah, it's a healthy fat.
It's very good for you. It's a little expensive. I mean, $10 for a little quart jar.
I've bought it on Amazon before, and it was just before it became really popular. And you could buy it, like in bulk. You could buy a larger size, and it wasn't nearly as expensive as it is now.
Right. Yeah, I don't mind. I'll pay that just to have it in the house for a month or so. $10.
I would even add it to like hot chocolate or coffee or things like that. I was using like almond milk or whatever as a additive, non-dairy. I like this.
We're just starting to experiment a little bit, and it's not too bad. I like coconuts anyways.
Yeah, I had a friend. I don't know what the pet's problem was, but he had 2 dogs, and one of them had some health problem. He started giving it coconut oil.
A teaspoon a day.
Yeah.
For dogs.
Yeah.
I'm using it for my cat, and that's actually the real reason why I got it. It's because I knew the cat was having trouble with the food and stuff and fur, and I read a lot about coconut oil. And I just saw it in the store one day and I just bought it. And it's the food. I mean, the thing for the animals, all that corn that they put in.
Yeah, exactly.
Allergic reactions.
I've pretty much become a vegan. I mean, I cheat every once in a while. I'm an ethical vegan, but also for It's not significantly cheaper, but I'm lucky because I live in a place where it's easy to be one. What about you, Nadia? Are you still essentially eating a vegan diet?
Yeah.
How's that? Have you noticed any changes? Has it been good, or is it hard?
It's I guess it was difficult to adjust to digestion, but
Yeah.
well, I guess it was in terms of craving or whatever. Not, it was just easy. It was like,
Yeah.
oh, I don't have much of
But
such
you're
a
eating
taste.
a lot of processed food still, right? I mean, even though it's organic and vegan, it's a lot of prepared food. So, like, you don't have much of a facility to cook a lot of stuff or to buy a lot of like raw vegetables and prepare them yourself, right?
Mm. Well, there's that, and also that I actually need measurements. My dosage depends on the measurements. No measurements, wrong dosage, I basically get sick. Yeah.
Hey, what are you drinking?
Diet Coke.
Oh, I don't know how much eating a lot of processed food still, right? I mean, even though it's organic and vegan, it's a lot of
Sure.
prepared.
Step down the YouTube video.
You don't have much of a facility to
Get the truth tracker.
buy a lot of like raw vegetables. And prepare. Hold on, I'll mute it.
Good to see you.
The YouTube video. Well, there's that, and also that I actually need measurements. There we go. Or okay, well.
I muted him, but Truth Crackers, I wasn't muting you for anything other than we had feedback coming from your mic because you were playing a YouTube video in the background. So sorry for that.
I've known Truth Cracker for quite a long time, but just on the tubes. He's a good guy. Yeah.
This is the first time I've met Truth Cracker. So.
Okay.
And I think yesterday was the first time I'd met you, Salamander.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So,
It's
we've got Scott, Salamander, Hazy. Right.
Yeah.
Well, look, I'm just catching up in the conversation, so knock yourself out.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. Well, to really deal with the foods and stuff, I need basically scales and
measuring
stuff to essentially measuring for liquids.
Why do you need those things?
So actually get the carb and calorie count stuff
Oh, I see.
done up right, so I can calculate my dosage.
You know, a lot of people that have gone vegan just ignore all the calorie counts, and they pretty much just pig out on, as long as it's a lot of raw stuff and a lot of not overly processed carbs. They just get what they want. A lot of smoothies. Yeah, because of your sugar, right? Because of your diabetes.
Type 1.
Do you have diabetes?
It's careful. It's not the word. It's not the thing you're thinking of.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's called that, but
Onions.
it's type 1 juvenile. They call it juvenile diabetes, whatever. Basically, it's like the total destruction of your pancreas.
Yeah.
And your pancreas, of course, makes insulin, so there's no insulin there anymore. It's like zero insulin. And that's totally different from what you usually think of as diabetes, which is people getting resistant to it like a drug. They get resistant to it like a drug, and then they crank out, more and more because it's overactive,
Insulin.
and then finally becomes so resistant that even cranking out the max isn't enough, and I guess sometimes they also get tired, so you're still cranking out something, but because it's tired, it cranks out less, or something like that.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking up disorders of the pancreas and diabetes here.
Yeah, this is type 1 or juvenile.
I mean, like I'm looking at how diabetes affects the pancreas. Or have
It's the other way around.
I'm on the wrong track here, or
Well, the pancreas having
is that what you
problems
said?
is what
Did you say
causes.
pancreas? Or did I misunderstand? Did I mishear you?
I did say pancreas. The pancreas having problems is what causes it.
Ah,
It's not that
right.
it's affecting the pancreas, it's that the pancreas is...
So the pancreas is the cause of your
is-
diabetes, right?
Well, it's not that it's affecting the pancreas, it's that the pancreas being broken is what the
So you're
diabetes
saying
is about.
your pancreas is causing the diabetes, or what? What I don't understand, like, what's going on here?
A pancreas being broken causes the juvenile diabetes.
Okay, well, I'm looking it up here, so I'm gonna figure this shit out.
Yeah, I do not naturally produce any insulin. That is different from type 2. Type 2 is an overactive pancreas.
Yeah, pancreatic diabetes, secreting factors, insulin resistance. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so your
That's both the
pancreas,
type 2.
like that's what produces your insulin, right?
Yes.
Pancreatic diabetes results in loss of both insulin and pancreatic gluten. Diabetic something else is rare. Okay, so yeah, okay, right, fair enough. That sounds correct. You always trust and verify. What's your name? Nadia. Don't take anyone on their word, because people pull off all kinds of crazy shit on YouTube, right? You check them out.
Not really, not most of the time.
Well, maybe you don't,
People
but a lot of
do
people.
get to, yeah. Go ahead.
You know the amount of people that I've talked to that have just like pulled crazy shit and it turns out to be completely untrue. It's just a waste of my time. But yeah, that sounds like it's probably, unfortunately, a problem.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
always fresh out, right?
All right.
Fresh out of the ICU, whatever.
Now, did you
Yeah,
have this since you were a child? When you were young, did they diagnose it around 8 or 9
Yep.
years old, or?
Happened a little bit later for me, when I was, I guess, 19.
Okay. I like studying all that kind of stuff. It's very important to kind of really research and try to do the best you can, diet, everything.
Yeah, what I have used to kill people 100% of the time until a Canadian, Sir Frederick Banting, Canadian healthcare system kind of already has saved my life in a way. Well, just basically found ways to synthetically, or at least by extracting from pigs, whatever, produce insulin.
Hmm.
And then pretty much, since they had kind of already studied enough to know that it was insulin deficiency, there was a treatment.
You're talking a broken pancreas, so is that a genetic thing, like later on as you develop, or is it a diet kind of thing as you're growing up?
It's the immune system attacking the pancreas.
The immune system's acting up.
Yeah, they don't know for sure. It's a mixture, right? It's primarily genetic, but there could be other environmental factors.
Right.
Well, there's supposedly something in particular that fools the immune system into attacking the pancreas, and then the immune system has to be vulnerable to getting fooled. So,
well, in a
situation,
yeah. In a situation like that, I would eat a lot of onions. I would start eating a lot of good fresh vegetables, especially onions, garlic, everything you could like.
Well, yeah, she's done a lot of hangouts in hospitals, so she's obviously got a problem somewhere along the line.
Onions are actually pretty high in sugar.
I keep going back with Nadia to the same point, right? Like, if wanting to be transgender is like the big thing. Like, I don't know whether you've completed that journey, if it is a journey or whatever it is. You know, my question comes back to, why aren't you just overjoyed and happy? I mean, are you just like having side effects from the medication or whatever? Like, for me, like when people actually find out what they really want to do in life and they get there, that makes them happy or sort of invigorated. You seem so inert and indifferent about everything. You're just like you just don't seem excited about anything. I mean, is it just medication or what's going on?
Truth Cracker, you realize in the United States that if somebody identifies as transgender, at this point, the medical establishment, the psychiatric establishment does identify that as a meaningful, real condition. But basically, there's no insurance that will pay for a transition surgery. So
Medicaid, I believe, does help pay for some of it.
Mostly bottom surgery, but the important thing here is that there wasn't so much a process of realization as attempting to actually get off the ground in terms of carrying out the surgical procedures, and it failed. I never really got off the ground.
Oh, so you're not okay, right? I just assumed like you're either on your way to, or you're in a position where you kind of stumbled on the first hurdle kind of thing, and you're trying to figure out your next move.
Well, it's clear what my quote-unquote next move is, but yeah, I got shot down pretty much.
So you're not willing to do this? Like, if you feel so great, like, why don't you go out and get a job and earn the money and save up the operation and become the person you want to become? Wouldn't that be like if that is your goal in life and that's what's really motivating you, why doesn't it motivate you to do that? I mean, you're smoking cigarettes, you're talking on Hangouts. Why don't you just go out there, earn the money, do the operation, and feel fantastic about this great next step in your life? I don't get it.
Go out where?
I don't know, man. Get a job and do what you want to do. I'm saying I don't care if you want to be transsexual. I'm saying go up and get off your fucking ass and do it. Whatever it is what you want to do in life, just go and do it.
What do you think physically traveling does to get you a job?
You know what? I'm done with this hangout.
Okay. Yeah, that was kind of a non-starter conversation.
Hey,
well, I've noticed. Yeah, I don't know how you put up with so many people who just seem interested in attacking, you online. I mean, for your choices.
Well, he was like trying to give you a kick in the butt. That's it. But I don't know what your situation is, so I can't like tell you. I'm not going to tell anybody else what to do. I'm just living myself like you are and everybody else is. And
hi, Michael.
Hey, Michael.
How you doing, Nadia?
Non-starter conversation.
hey,
well, I've noticed. Yeah, I don't know how you put up with so many people who just seem
Michael,
interested.
is the YouTube video still going?
You online. I mean, for your choices.
well, he was like trying to give you a kick in the butt. That's it. But I don't know what your situation is, so I can't like tell you. Yeah. Seriously. I don't know. Like, they come from other lands. I know him from another land. Financial stuff, all that kind of planning, and I go way beyond that. I'm not even in that gear, but I do like look at all avenues and all people and take their perspective and try to make some sense of it, because everyone has something to say. And that's all I have to say.
Was that guy an Australian?
Yeah, I think so. The accent was. I don't know about the rest of them.
I'm a New Zealander, so I just heard his Aussie accent, and I thought I'm going to come in here and give him watto, and he just left. Damn it.
Yeah.
Well, he's actually a really good warrior for the big timers. Okay, he'll take down. I mean, he's very, very intelligent. That's it.
Didn't sound intelligent.
No one did. No, yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah.
Went off and
Good to have.
on through the years, so I don't even really need to be here myself. I'm not trying to make any kind of problems, but it's very interesting that people are like migrating over to this G plus stuff, like me, myself, and we're checking out who's going online and what subjects we want to go into and try to interact. And I think it's very positive on that note. I like it. Okay, and you know, it's the end of my night. I'm just going to sit back and listen a little bit.
Are you new to the Hangouts thing, dude?
No, I've been out there, but I don't participate too much. I just watch, you know, like what's going on, you know, and try to make it. It's very interesting. It's very, very interesting.
Yeah.
Yep, fascinates me too.
Just the interaction. You know, we have this avenue right here, right now, to talk with people all over the world and get all whoever finds this to be able to keep it an open forum to where you can say what you want to say, you know, without attacking each other too hard or anything like that. And I think that's really positive, man. Although I don't like the whole electronic deal, you know. Rather just like put it away for the day. Go off and walk through the woods and stuff. I've got many, many, many videos online and took them all down. And it's just from changes, the way the systems, the way the computer is making you like learn their new thing every single day. You know, they're making us monkeys jump through their loops. You know, like their new programs and where you find your messages. You know, goes on and on and on. And there's even more than that, but I'm not going to get into it right now. So.
It's hard to keep up with it all. I mean, I'm a computer technician, but I mean, you got to read it. You got to keep up with it, eh? I mean, you miss out a few months and you're already behind.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The rapid acceleration of technology that they have planned almost, like to get you into a whole system of what they want to do in the end. So I really appreciate seeing people out here talking tonight. It's good to be here. Thanks.
Yeah, I think truth crackers, the cart before the horse in a number of ways, but
Yeah. Yep.
So, where you from, Salamander? States?
Oh yeah, states. Yep. Great Lakes.
Oh, nice.
hi, Ruben.
Shalom.
That was Shalom. That was funny on Brother John's announcement there. That's called Judaism.
Reuven, I have real trouble. I miss them because of our time difference, I suppose. But I'm yet to make one. How you been, bro? Good? Good. So what are you guys talking about tonight? Open topic?
Anything, everything, no set topic.
Cool.
I guess I called the title of Hangout after my, Hangout Lower Third custom overlay, the Godless Communist LGBT BDSM conspiracy, or BDSM Linux conspiracy.
Yeah.
What's the conspiracy part about?
There really isn't one, but unless you count it, it's just me.
It's a good hook. It got me in here. Oh, and that obnoxious Australian. So, being a kernel programmer, what language are you using for that?
That's Linux. That's like Ubuntu and stuff.
Well,
Yeah, but,
I
I mean,
haven't worked for a canonical or a distribution, but
Canonical, yeah.
yeah, generally it's in C. There are a few different varieties of assembly that, well, a bunch of different varieties of assembly that come up.
So if we took
Yeah.
the first letter of each word you wrote on your little sample thing, like G, C, T, M, L, K, P, could we get somewhere? You know, just...
Well, that description isn't the acronym so much as my name itself, but okay.
No, I see it. Yeah.
Oh, looks like Hazy either fell asleep or had a connection issue. Yeah, there is actually been touching on the BDSM part, which is a little bit unusual. There's someone else who was involved earlier. I guess Linux is also a little bit underemphasized, and we just touched on that.
Oh, Linux is awesome. I love using Linux.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. I mean, my Apple crapped out on me at one point a few years ago, and I just installed free Linux on another Dell, and I'm still running it. I'm updating it, and it's like our living room kind of, you know, on the big screen. Get the wireless keyboard, and, you know. And it started to, it's like an in-between of Microsoft and Apple. And then I started learning code and all that kind of stuff, so it's just fun. And
Yeah.
somebody's getting rid of their old computer, their old Microsoft computer. They're like, "What are you going to do with it, Matt?" Yeah. And I'm like, "No, Matt, who's that?" You know.
I've done a
It's
few
just
things. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. It's like it's a light operating system that'll run on the older systems, and you can keep the older systems going. You know, it's why go out and buy a $3,000 computer like to catch back up with Apple or something like that, and you can just keep the system running that's older. Because we've come to the top of where they can, the stuff they put out for the people. We're at the top of the processing area, pretty much, and they're just all interlinking it like a web now, like total web. You know, like sync your computer with 3 other devices, you know, or your phone with 3 other devices. I don't have any of that phone stuff, but we're at that level where we could just keep stuff alive.
Hi, Alex. Good to see you
How's
on.
it going? What's up?
Oh,
Hey, bro.
we're just going on about Linux, but it's no set topic tonight.
Cool. Give me 1 second, bro.
Yeah. Well,
Alright, sorry, I had
under
to
my
turn
former
my
name, WLI or William Irwin, you can find changelog or whatever entries for or mailing list posts for like PID hashing, like Perzone, RMAP LRU, huge DLBFS, WChan, the filtered wake ups, PGCL, CPU-MAST,
Hey,
so on and so forth.
hey, what, 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 what,
Oh, go ahead.
What are we talking about?
Oh, stuff I contributed to Linux.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that was a quick exit, but have a good night, Ruben.
Has anybody ever seen Reuben on camera?
I
Nope.
don't think so.
And no one's ever heard his
Is that
voice
his?
either.
Yeah. Do you think that's his actual picture?
No,
No,
it's a
that's
picture of
his.
Carl Sagan. Yeah.
Oh, showing my ignorance.
quite alright, man. But
Well,
you definitely want to read up on that guy.
Carl Sagan's the one who said we were all stardust. A little spiritual,
Oh,
almost.
what was the book? Sounds familiar. Did he write a book on something Cosmos or something?
The
Yeah,
Cosmos or something.
I think also the Demon Haunted World.
Okay.
Oh,
Puts
welcome
it
back,
all
Casey.
in.
Yeah, Sagan has things that I've actually alluded to it in the title of a couple of my Hangouts, whatever. What was it? Anti-Stardust Whirlwind Nadia, or something like that. So, anti is basically like we're giving common descent. We're all basically cousins with all life on Earth.
Hey, Nadia.
Stardust. Oh, go ahead.
Hey, Nadia, can I do the Sean Connery thing?
Okay, sure.
Nadia Yvette Chambers, Godless, communist, and sexual, masochist, Linux kernel programmer. You can't tell me that wasn't good. Come on now.
Okay, I'm going back to the Truth Cracker when his thing was like, go get a job, and, stuff like that. So you've been talking about that it's hard to get a job, right? And I would like to say one thing. I'd like to say one thing that I went into a Taco Bell in our region one day, and there was a transgender person serving us, or like asking our order, and I freaked out. But the kitchen was a mess. I could see down the whole thing. That wasn't just the only thing. It was just both things. And I was just like, this is crazy. And I'm leaving here. I'm never coming back to any of the Taco Bells just because the kitchen was a mess and I had a transgender person serving me. And then, Nadia, you are awesome, all right? You have, like last night, I had to think about it a lot. And I was like, you are a female in your respect. So we go from there. And then we look at all the things that are going on in this world, and the people in power, and what they suggest and rule upon us. And we're going through a big change right now. It's a big change. And I think this is a really great place to touch on everything right now. To say, about religion, about sexuality, whatever the movements to time of humanity and who we are is awesome.
Yeah. Well, a girl you saw working at Taco Bell has
I don't know.
Has pretty high odds of having a master's or a PhD.
Oh, I know you were far superior than that. I've just, like, for me, as a straight male, I'm just thinking that how do I come to terms with this, And I finally broke through it last night. I was, there you go.
Well,
And I'm telling you the truth. As a straight male going into a store like that, and seeing whatever, it wasn't a big deal. It was just like, actually, I've worked in restaurants for a long time, and when I look at their floor, I go in, I look in the back for it. And if it's dirty, I'm not eating it. I'll rather go home and like fix it. You know, it's because sometimes it's like you're working so hard, and you just got to stop somewhere and grab something to eat really fast.
Oh,
But
hi,
I won't.
Rational.
I
Hey
won't
Nadia.
like.
Hi everyone.
Hey, bro.
Okay, sorry. It's all matter was saying.
I'll stop. You keep going. But restaurants, yeah, I'd rather cook at home and have like good fruit and like vegetables, and you know, I love onions. I eat tons of onions. We're getting down to that road. It's like human beings. You know, we need to survive. We need good stuff for ourselves, no matter who you are. You know, and this corporate process and like making us walk through these tunnels to buy what they want us to buy and all that kind of stuff just does not float anymore, man. It's really, you know, and I'll go from there. And I'm done.
I've been doing a lot of what is it? Rice and beans and oatmeal and orange slices.
Sounds good, yeah.
Yeah, those are my two big favorites. When I splurge, I get mushrooms to go on rice and beans.
Oh,
They don't have much to them, but yeah, for some weird reason, I like mushrooms.
good for you.
Actually, they're not very nutrient dense.
A little bit of vitamin B in them, don't they?
Not on their listings, no.
Oh, my
We're
bad.
not. I'm eating a maitake mushroom right now. I found like 20 pounds of them in the fall when the weather was right. So I've flash frozen like 4 bags in the freezer. I've been eating them. Like I'm getting more eating them daily. And then I dried out like just a big mason jar and a little mason jar of powder. So when you it's really wild. When you take the powder, just the powder you make from the coffee grinder, from those mushrooms after you dry them out, and you put them in a soup or something, or just even just like a sprinkle like salt would be or something. They like pop open a bit, man. You get a little bigger, you get just some meat in it, and they're medicinal. They have many good things for you. And I've been collecting turkey tail mushrooms, and those are dried out. They're ready for tea. And there's plenty more, but I didn't find them this year.
Stuff I've been getting is like kidney beans, and they seem to have like most I don't know, vitamin A and iron, I guess. And it's like one brand has jambalaya rice, and another one is like Mexican and Spanish rice, and they have a surprising amount of vitamin C in them from like the random dried out chopped tomatoes that are thrown in. So they also have like a lot of folic acid, and, more vitamin A and stuff.
The folic acid.
Yeah. I watch for calcium and iron especially, but and also vitamin C. So vitamin A just doesn't seem to be a big bottleneck. It's calcium and iron, really.
Well, you're out in California, aren't you?
Yeah.
Like on the West Coast or in the island?
No, I'm in Oakland.
Okay, okay.
Not far from Alameda Island, but still.
Yeah, I've never been there, but I'm sure there's like a natural food store near you or something, right?
I'm on foot, so there's one too far.
Yeah, if you buy, a friend of mine was really sick. I was like, dude, You need vitamin C. You need pure vitamin C, like rapid, big amounts. You know. And I went to the Nature's Market. I had to drive like 10 miles, and picked them up a bottle of liquid vitamin C that was like heavy induced vitamin rosehip. And I brought it to him, and I said, "You drink this in like a day and a half. Drink the whole thing." And he got better right after that. It's like a disinfection, you know, because we're not getting it from our fruits and vegetables. We're not getting the stuff that because the soil's depleted now.
They have nutrition labels, right? So I go by those. Well, how about how many vegans are there in the room, or vegetarians? I think I've seen Rational. Go ahead. Michael is? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not currently. I'm sorry to say.
Okay, Scott's carnivore. So, you guys like? I don't know what your approach is. I mean, mine is like read the label. You know, try to get the most of the critical nutrients and so on. That's kind of what I'm going by when I do all this.
Yeah, you definitely got to read the label and see exactly.
The hardest thing I find is getting the essential. Is it the essential amino acids you get from meat? Like not all. Like beans have some, rice have some, corn has some, but no vegetable has them all. So you've got to mix them. Is that right?
Yeah. Vegetarian chili is pretty good for that.
So if you're going to have beans, you mix it with corn, because that covers all your amino acids, doesn't it? Things like that.
The nutrient listings aren't really detailed enough to, in the U.S. to really cover all that.
Right. Man, they're pretty specific in New Zealand, They list everything. Not like the amino acids and all that, but...
Yeah, the amino acid things are definitely missing. I mean, really the only thing is like folic acid. I also have to watch in general for like magnesium, phosphorus, and potassium, and like the listings on those are pretty spotty. Magnesium and phosphorus in particular have like almost never listed. Potassium, it's kind of occasional.
Wow.
Whenever I'm in the hospital, they actually infuse me with like magnesium, phosphorus, potassium. So.
Yeah, you gotta have magnesium for sure. We're not getting it in the peppers anymore, stuff like that, to the levels that we really need. I mean, I had knee trouble a couple of years ago. I think I talked about this last night. I had to make a bone stock soup, which I kind of just fell into. It was like the right medicine for my knee because I was lacking the minerals in my body, even though I eat a lot of vegetables and stuff like that.
Yeah, my blood work like shows all kinds of crazy malnutrition. So, low vitamin C, low vitamin D, low B12, low salt. That's actually interesting. I get all kinds of warnings about salt for my heart or whatever because I had a heart attack. Yeah, my salt actually comes out low. And potassium, of course, is always low.
You had a heart attack?
Yeah, in January 2012.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they said, I think they said cardiomyopathy, but it was kind of verbal. I was kind of out of it. And a recent echocardiogram from the kidney failure I just had. Said that the cardiomyopathy was actually cleared up. I don't know how that works. I didn't know it could.
How come you're having trouble with your kidneys, Nadia?
Yeah, repetitive ketoacidosis. So I've actually had like over 100 ketoacidosis incidents already. So
What does that mean? Sorry, what does that mean?
my blood gets too acidic from basically lack of insulin.
Oh,
It's
Usually
too
that's
acidic.
Oh, go ahead.
Too acidic, you're saying?
Yeah, acid, like, the Alien movie.
Have you ever
Like
tried? Yeah, I know. Have you ever tried baking soda for toothpaste?
Yes, I have.
Not really, but
Well, you should try it. It's a couple times a week, and it's really cheap. Just dip your brush in there if you wet it, and that will lower your acidity in that vicinity. I don't know if it'll help with your problem, but I know adding baking soda, I use it for brushing my teeth a couple times a week. I put lemon
sometimes
juice on it.
it's sometimes
Lemon
actually used bicarbonate IVs to or something
that'll
like
lower that'll
Yeah.
lower your okay, we're looking at a garden. All right. We're looking at the soil of a garden and the plants that grow and the flowers they make. And the acidity and the alkalinity depends on what color the flower's going to be. Okay? So if you're too acidic, you're going to be a certain color. And if you add the right ingredients, aluminum will do that. I do that for flowers. I put aluminum in little. It's for gardening. Just minuscule, like a teeny bit. But if you use just brush your teeth with that's a way to get it into your body to lower your acid. Is baking soda, and it's good for your teeth.
I think insulin or lack thereof is kind of a effect of a different order of magnitude. Like what I've actually kind of found is kind of eating more so I can get more insulin without having a seizure. Basically patches it up. Oh, hi August.
Hello,
Are
Nadia.
you vegan? August, are you vegan or vegetarian?
Oh no, I'm a full meat eater.
Oh, Scott is too.
In fact, I'm trying to find fresh sources of meat locally, but because the meat that I find in the stores are kind of rancid sometimes.
Yeah.
In fact, it's almost turning me into a vegetarian because the meat there is poor quality. I'd rather just eat the vegetables.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. Well, I did take a holiday when I was in the hospital. Basically, they had they actually try to honor all my dietary restrictions, and it's pretty awkward for their dietary staff. So I pretty much just say, okay, I'll go along with whatever you serve.
Aren't there a few vegetables that meet the amino acid requirements of meat or something? Like soy, I think.
I don't know about soy.
Like it has. Go ahead.
There's nothing. Meat's the only thing that has all of the essential amino acids. That's why if you're a vegetarian, you've got to mix.
Right.
Yeah.
But I thought there was one soy that had one that would match meat, but maybe I misheard or misread.
I think that's the reason. Mexicans will mix beans with corn because corn has half and the beans has the other half, and then there's Like, yeah. I've never heard of a vegetable that has all of them.
Right. You'd have to mix them.
Yeah.
Maybe I misheard it from somebody, but yeah.
It could be true, bro. I mean, I'm no expert on nutrition.
Yeah, I've only studied this stuff like maybe 10 years ago. I've forgotten everything.
Yeah.
Supposedly, like, kale is a superfood or something.
I've heard of that too, yeah.
Yeah, spinach is supposedly, like, pretty far out there, too. But I don't know about the amino acid coverage. I've seen, like, the vitamin content of, like, pretty vanilla vitamins like A, C, and iron or whatever are in there.
Yeah, the funniest thing that I once took an anatomy course and we were discussing this sort of thing, and my course instructor said, "You know what the best source of protein is for a human being, right? With the balanced, right balance of amino acids." I was like, "What? Another human being?" Basically, if you were a cannibal.
That's true, eh? Yep. I've heard that.
I was like, "Good to know."
Yeah.
If I'm ever
the most. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just saying because it's most bioavailability of it, eh? Because it's so. And pig's the next one, isn't it? Because pig flesh is meant to be. Yeah.
But yeah, that was a sobering thought.
Indeed.
And actually, oh sorry, go ahead.
Canned foods are pretty hard to deal with for all this.
Cat food?
Pretty much. Yeah, in cans.
Oh, canned food. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, hi Nathaniel.
Good morning, Nadia. How are you?
Oh, not too bad. It's kind of like open topics tonight, but this very instant we were going on about I don't know, nutrition and vegetarian diets.
Oh, okay. I actually tried being a vegetarian when I was young, in my when I was around 17, when I tried being Jewish. Actually, soon after that, or before, I tried actually being a vegetarian for a few months. That didn't work out very well for me either. But this was the, mid 80s, and I lived in suburbia, and it was very difficult to. It's not like today where you have lots of vegetarian choice. So I imagine vegetarians today have it a lot easier than a kid who tried it back then.
All depends on how well rich you are, really.
Yeah, I mean, I know it costs, and when I was in Santa Cruz, I used to joke that for people who had never been there, you actually have to ask in a restaurant if they do serve meat, because the default is that they don't. To which a lot of people, when I told that were appalled, but it's pretty much true. Santa Cruz and some places like that are catered to vegetarians more than anybody else, and it was a very interesting thing actually to witness.
Was there a strong presence from India?
No. Santa Cruz is probably the most liberal place I have ever come across in my life, and in terms of, and I was there in the mid-90s, in 1996, and it was pretty much in the middle of the politically correct movement that I was there, and the middle of the rise and the new feminism, I suppose, and the whole, and it was kind of like a hotbed for that.
Dude, did you ever catch any shows at the Brookdale Lodge? Maybe I've met you.
No, but I was actually a teacher assistant in photography during the summer course there. I was there because of my girlfriend at the time, and
What? What grade level were you teaching? You mean at UC or at
Yeah,
the?
no, at UCSC I was teaching.
Yeah.
I was a teacher assistant for photography. I pretty much ran the class, black and white photography, and I also took part in Shakespeare Santa Cruz, which was really cool. I have to say, I was in acting class, and I met Patrick Stewart. I performed for him. It was really neat. It was like a unique summer in my life. I definitely.
I remember when he went there. That got coverage in the local press. I mean, I didn't see it.
Yeah, well, he was a friend of Paul Whitworth, who went to the Shakespeare school with him in England, and Paul Whitworth was the guy who ran Shakespeare Santa Cruz. So, Paul he didn't run the acting classes, but he oversaw the entire acting program, and I was in one of the plays, because they put on 3 plays for every summer, or they used to. They're closed now, unfortunately. And I had to perform. We all had like basically our final exam for our class, and I performed the opening monologue of Henry V. And I was the first to go on stage, and Patrick Stewart was there. I was like, shit, what do I do? It was like 8 o'clock or 8:30 in the morning. So what did I do? I got a beer, and I downed a beer, and I got properly buzzed for my speech, and he came up and congratulated me later on doing a good job. I was like, wow, this is really a cool moment in my life.
That is awesome, man.
Yeah, and then he was at a party afterwards. We went to Paul's house, the whole cast. It was a big cast, and Paul had a beautiful house overlooking the bay, and up on the hills and the redwoods, really gorgeous. And we were all there, and Patrick Stewart was there, and he was mingling with everybody and talking about his acting career. It was really cool, I have to say. Unique time in my life, and I don't regret having gone.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic, man.
Yeah, it was totally random. I was just going there to be with my girlfriend and take a few classes, because she was working during the day at the university, and I needed something to do, so I took some classes, and then I fell into I saw that they needed a teacher assistant for photographies, and I was a professional photographer, so I said, okay, I'll do that. That's cool. I never taught photography, and then I saw they were doing something called Shakespeare Santa Cruz, which I never heard of before. I'm not an actor, so I signed up. I was like, this sounds kind of cool, and I did that, and that was it.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of going on about Patrick Stewart's sexy bald head.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that. It's funny, because when he got married, I always assumed he was bi. But maybe he is. But he's married now and everything, and to a woman. I mean, not a man, which was a little bit surprising for me, I guess. But it's not something I really care about. It's just that I didn't think that he was the type. That's all. But yeah, I have to say, he was an extraordinarily humble and wonderful guy, a patient guy, and he just made everybody feel like they were the center of attention when he was listening to them, and he's just a really, I couldn't have been happier to have met him, and that he was the way that he was.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And Santa Cruz, I don't know if you know, but it's one of the most beautiful places I've ever been to in the world. It's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous place. In the redwoods, it is beautiful. It's kind of a little bit like heaven on earth. Oh, hang on. Now I'm talking, and there's a siren going off. There we go. Hang on.
So was this before Star Trek or after Star Trek?
I think after.
Oh, after. Okay.
Oh yeah, it was 1996 when I was in Shakespeare Santa Cruz '96. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
He was doing. What was he doing? X-Men?
I don't know. No, I don't think X-Men was out yet. X-Men came out, and the first one came out around 2000, right? Something like that.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
I'm not an expert.
I always thought it was 96 or something, but I remember 96 was something else. Like, I think he played a villain in a movie somewhere. But
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he did a few movies.
Hi, Kazim.
Hey, hi, Kaz.
Hey there.
I'm sorry, I'm in my modeling right now, so I'm not looking at the screen. So yeah, he did do something, some movies in between, and they were big movies. It wasn't like a career advancing thing. It was just for the fun of it, I guess. You know, but yeah, I mean, I loved Star Trek, and I loved him as the captain and everything. So we did talk about that. It was really kind of cool. But you know, when you meet people like that, you try not to talk about their most famous roles, etc. But he was actually completely amenable to that. He's very gracious, I have to say. Yeah, I really like him. As just as a person, he's just a wonderful person. From having met him and from everything I've ever read and heard about him, he is the complete opposite of a prima donna, you know. So you know, it's very appreciated, I think, in the community. I love Star Trek, but I'm not part of the Trekkie community really, or a Trekkie community. But you know, I know that they really like him for that reason.
What do you think of the critical amino acids of various vegetables?
Of various what?
Various vegetables.
I have no idea. I'm not a vegetarian.
A cellular peptide cake with mint frosting.
There we go.
Okay, well, it's a specific Star Trek episode of Data's Dreams, so.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I remember. Yeah, when he was. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
Worf was eating a piece of Troy cake.
Yeah.
And what kind of cake are you eating? It's a cellular peptide cake with mint frosting. Yes.
Oh wow, I haven't seen that like in ages. Wow. Yeah, I don't have the new series, the Next Generation. I have all of Voyager and I have all of Deep Space Nine, but I don't have the original, the Next Generation series.
The greatest of the bunch.
How about the William Shatner ones?
No, because they're all available free on the CBS site. Actually, they made them free years and years ago in HD. Actually.
Oh wow.
Yeah, if you go to the CBS, I think it's CBS. Yeah, it was CBS. If you go to their website, you can watch them all free in HD quality. They made them available, like I guess, like 4 years ago or something like that.
Okay, it was good having you on.
What now?
Oh, Manish was recording.
Okay. So
Ciao,
for the vegetarians and vegans, I think last year or maybe a few months ago, there was in the news that there are companies now trying to grow meat in a petri dish.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So to lower the cost of cattle and the effects on the environment and so forth, would you change your minds now, considering that it's not coming from an animal, there's no suffering, and there's less cost to the environment?
No, I think they also 3D printing now.
Exactly. Yeah. Tissue printing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Would I eat such a thing? I don't know. Actually. I don't know. One reason
you
I
wait
found
for somebody else to try it.
Well, no, it's not that. It's just the thought. I mean, look, I'm sure in the future people will, and they'll be fine with it. But these sorts of acceptances take time in society, I think. One of the reasons I failed as a vegetarian is because I absolutely love filet mignon. I'm really, really thin, and I can eat whatever the hell I want still at the age of 44 and not gain a bloody ounce. I have not gained an ounce since basically high school. And it doesn't matter what I eat. I actually don't eat much junk food just because I don't really like much junk food. But I have, and it doesn't affect me in any way whatsoever. So I really need my a lot of nutrients and protein, etc. to I guess my metabolism is still like really fast. But I love filet mignon. I love pâté foie gras. I'm a gourmet. I like these things, and I don't know if I could do without.
Yeah, I personally was, had, I guess, a similar metabolism, but after the surgery, my thyroid failed, probably due to an autoimmune response, so I have not really gotten a formal diagnosis of that. I'll screen share what I look like in like October 2011. So, yeah, I was a much lighter person. And
oh wow!
Actually, what's that?
I just switched to the screen.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, big difference there, Nadia.
There's
Well,
a
you
big
know,
difference.
I know that. I mean, everybody says that I'm going to slow my metabolism down one day. It's inevitable, and they're right. But so far, it hasn't happened. And again, I'm 44 years old, and it hasn't happened yet. So,
what's your height? How high are you, Nathaniel? Because I have the same problem.
What?
How high are you? How high
How
are
tall
you?
am I?
What's your height? Yeah, sorry.
Like 5'10", 5'11", something like that. And I weigh something like
how much?
130 pounds tops, 125. I don't bother. I don't even have a bathroom scale because it's pointless with me. I never had to have one. I never had to diet. I'm stick thin basically. So it's not something I really think about ever. It's just a complete non-issue in my life, and always has been. I recognize one day it probably will become an issue, and I'll have to cut down on my food intake at that point. But for now, it's just I don't even think about it unless somebody starts talking about it for some reason. It's not something I ever consider. You know?
Yeah, same.
Yeah. Yeah.
I find it annoying. I want to put on weight,
Yeah, exactly. I've tried. I've actually tried, and it doesn't fucking work. I went to a gym regularly. I used to do all sorts of sports. I used to mountain bike. I used to fence. I used to rollerblade every single day. Like I'm talking about 4 times a day. Back and forth or 3 times a day. Back to and from work, and then I used to go out at night. And that was also I used to mountain bike around at the same time. And I used to go to a gym, and it just didn't work. I got toned, but I didn't gain any weight.
Going to a gym isn't going to make you gain weight. You have to put in a lot of calories.
Right. But I was on this. I was taking protein supplements, etc. I forgot the store name I used to go to. I used to buy these powders and stuff to build up bulk,
Eat a lot before you go to bed. Make sure that right after you eat, you're warm. Make sure you're very, very warm right after you eat.
Well, I do because I eat very late.
Don't exercise right after eating.
Yeah, I don't.
Those things can help a lot.
I take a nap. Actually, when I'm working, I tend not to eat in the middle of the day except for something very light, because if not, I literally fall asleep. My metabolism is just way too fast. When I used to work in an office, I used to have like at most half a sandwich or something for lunch, because if not, I couldn't keep my eyes open for the next hour or so. Just couldn't do it. So yeah, I've tried, and it's just it's pretty much right now, at least, it's impossible for me to put on weight. Again, I know that my metabolism will eventually slow down. I mean, that's just only natural. But for some people, it just appears to take a hell of a long time. You know. So yeah, it's weird, but what can you do?
Yeah. For me, it wasn't so weird. It's kind of known that you can get kind of an autoimmune response against your thyroid from the surgery I got. So, well, I apparently got hit, and your thyroid goes down, you blow it up. I'm like 50 pounds heavier than that. Now I was 130. I'm 6'0", and now I'm 180.
Hey Nadia, have
And
you got any
I'm
photos? Sorry.
I'm very, very unhappy about it.
I can
What?
imagine. Yeah.
Have you got any photos where you're sort of not made up? Because honestly, until last week, I thought you were a woman and you were just an advocate for transgender, people.
You know what?
I had
That's
no,
kind of
I had
funny.
no idea.
That's kind of funny because when I first met Nadia, I don't know if you remember this, Nadia, I didn't know either. And she told me in a hangout, and I was like, "What?" I was surprised. I didn't know.
I thought she was
Well,
just an advocate for it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the whole point is that she is a woman and she always was a woman, right? I mean, that's kind of the whole point.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's. I mean, I always just figured.
That's what's
And then,
amazing about it.
yeah, that's what I thought. And this was like a year ago when I first met her, or just over a year ago. So yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah.
It's different in a full-length shot. Even this isn't full-length, but anyway. I guess padded bra kind of gives some look or whatever, but anyway, lack of hips, big shoulders. Go ahead.
No, what I wanted to ask was like you obviously don't wear a lot of makeup. Do you still look very feminine without makeup? Because I imagine you would.
I don't wear a lot of makeup. I have like permanent eyeliner and permanent lipstick. Permanent lipstick is kind of chosen to be a natural color, or it was. But yeah, there's if to the extent there's makeup, it can't really be taken off. So.
Yeah. I mean, would it be rude to ask? Have you got any photos like before? I don't know, just when you sort of just dressed as a guy, or have you always sort of felt dressed like a woman? I guess. Sorry if I'm being insensitive in the way I'm asking it.
I've always dressed gender neutral. I've always like worn pants and t-shirts and stuff.
Yeah. I guess I'm just trying to say. I'm just trying to say I find it hard to imagine you as looking like a guy. Because if I shaved and put on makeup, I'd look terrible as a woman. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, I look pretty much like I did in those two pictures since maybe 1988 or so. So 1988 to 2012, I pretty much look the same.
Did you have to worry about facial hair sort of stuff, or?
Not much. I was kind of I don't know, up in arms about it, so I did something about it, but there wasn't really much there. It was concentrated and irregular. It's kind of like the Fu Manchu.
Oh yeah.
Kind of thing, right? Those areas and
on
the face, yeah. And it was kind of like asymmetrical, irregular, and all that kind of stuff. So. And body hair, pretty odd patterns. Like there's never anything on my arms. Never much of anything on the upper chest.
Oh,
there's a bit around like the
don't
belly
speak to
button
me about. Sorry. Don't speak to me about body hair. It's the bane of my existence.
Yeah.
I basically have none. It sucks.
Yeah, there was some around like the
I've
belly
got
button.
like,
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going, I've got no hair on me except for like a little bit right in the middle of my chest, like a tooth, they call it a toothbrush. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've got a little
bit,
bit, but it's not. It's like the color, almost the color of my skin, so you can't see it hardly.
Yeah.
I had some on my legs.
Yeah, chipstick.
Yeah, there's never anything below the knees. It was like there was patchy and irregular there too. And well, what was there? I had lasered off in the 2000s.
Is lasering painful? Sorry, go ahead.
I didn't think
I was
so.
just going to ask the same thing. Yeah. Is it
Kinda
permanent
neat
too?
thing.
Like,
What's that?
is it permanent? Like you don't have to go back like months later to get it done again or anything like that?
Yeah, it's long lasting in a way. Like things that'll grow back take a while to grow back. But then some things will die off permanently. So you keep going for a while, and it's a lot longer than they actually tell you. They try to make it sound like it's less than it will be. You'll
How long
eventually
did
kind of nail almost everything. Go ahead.
How long did it take, typically?
How long does it take typically?
Yeah, for like say, like one leg or say, for example.
Like a session or?
I guess yeah.
Over
For
time?
like you said that it takes a longer time than they would normally tell you. You meant like session or like number of sessions?
Number of sessions. Yeah.
Oh, that's what they get you with the money. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. If you go for like the advertised amount, it's like it doesn't actually clear. So electrolysis is really the same kind of deal. Yeah. End up having to go for ages on end.
Oh, man.
And it's a lot slower too. I moved to that on my face after it was, I guess laser was kind of obviously out there. Never got to move to it on my body. That will have to actually be arranged before surgery downstairs, whatever, because well, you don't want hair on the inside.
Mm. I've always thought about getting it for the face because I really hate shaving and I don't like. I was like, man, I would pay
grow
for
your
that.
beard.
Yo.
I hate beards too.
Actually, electrolysis might be the answer. They do work on men, and they actually offer like beard shaping, getting rid of unibrows, and so on and so forth. So when they're doing it hair by hair, they can actually just like, totally sculpt your beard into whatever you want it to actually be.
But I have dark skin, so I think I would get like scarring.
Well, I said electrolysis, so that's a different story. Yeah.
Okay.
Totally different from laser. They stick a needle alongside the hair and the shaft, and use kind of electricity to fry the root of the hair, and then that'll, it works hair by hair. Laser just, blasts light, and your skin has to be transparent enough, your hair has to be dark enough, and so on.
Well, I know that the natives that don't have a whole lot of hair anyways, if they get some hair on their face, they pluck it out. They just pull the seed. Is that, do you understand? Yeah?
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
I do that for what little residual I have. Bothers me a lot, but anyway. Yeah.
But they'd spend time like working on each other, like during the day when there's nothing else to do. Just be plucking out the seeds out of the face.
the weight is such like a big degradation or whatever. That it's kind of like the weight's bothering me a lot more. It used to be like hair on me drove me nuts. In principle, I should never be bothered at all before HRT or whatever, and I dumped tons of money into it. Probably shouldn't have. I probably could have gotten to my target, probably 2 or 3 years sooner, but I still had to wait for the sabbatical, and that would have been summer of 2009, at which point I was already gunned down.
Suddenly the song The Summer of '69 goes through my head.
Yeah, me too. I love Bryan Adams, so.
Canadian.
Eh?
Yeah.
No way. No way.
No way, you hoser.
You hoser. Steamroller. Steamroller.
The Great White North.
We have ways of making you pronounce the letter O or whatever.
Yeah.
Beer time or Canadian bacon? I don't remember which.
Great White North.
Back bacon.
Okay, yeah.
Toques.
I can't believe that's the movie that actually made Rick Moranis famous.
Oh, I thought it was Ghostbusters. Or Little Shop of Horrors,
No,
maybe?
he was in Ghostbusters afterwards. I think. Oh no, actually no, it was before. Yeah, but no, but he really made it big with Great White North for some reason.
I've actually never heard of
it's
that.
a thing. It started with SCTV. That movie was based off of characters from SCTV.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people knew who he was in Canada, but they didn't know who he was in America. Yeah.
Isn't it funny how we call the United States America?
I know.
Well, that's because we are the Americas, like from Brazil and Mexico and the United States. We are the Americas.
Yeah, but we never in the United States we never refer to any of the other countries in America as America. We only refer to the United States as America. It's kind of mess.
Well,
it's kind of like how we call
yeah,
Native Americans Indians.
Yeah.
That's where the blend over is. I mean, it's
like Brazilians
the United States.
To us, yeah.
The U.S. is the U.S., the United States of America.
Yeah.
So, the United States of America, because we are states, we're united, and we're part of America. America
right, but we don't consider like Brazilians or Mexicans to be Americans, but they are. Because
they are American.
We call them South
Americans.
Mm-hmm.
They are Americans. Yes.
I mean, we don't even here in the United States. We don't even seem to call Canadians Americans.
Right. We are the United States.
So I call them North Americans. No.
No. North Americans.
We don't hear that. No, they just say Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah, they say Canada.
But I mean, to be fair, Canadians don't call themselves Americans either. They just call themselves Canadians. So.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard more of it. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying it's not like we're insulting them by doing something that they don't do. They do it themselves.
Well, they don't do it because we've already taken the name.
Oh, true.
I agree. I agree. But I think they're pretty happy with that. So.
I don't know.
You could ask them. I don't know. I mean, let's ask Ozzy or somebody who has like a fairly well-tempered personality who wouldn't get upset.
I've heard more of this objection from like South Americans. Like I think they were like in Argentina or Chile. Some relatives of mine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that some take offense that we've taken the name American when really it means the entire continent.
Well, there's a blending. There's a blending going on in a lost educational thing on this of the words. We are in the Americas, okay? Our country is the United States of America because we are states bound together as part of America.
But America is including the whole continent, so We can't say that we're including the whole continent. We're only using a portion of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what they mean.
And that's a big struggle on that. That's a really big struggle. Because, when people in Texas complain about like the Mexicans and people in California complain about the Mexicans, that was their original land.
Yeah,
That's
but I understand that, but it's not. That doesn't really bother me because I live in the reality. We're not giving it back. It belongs to the United States of America.
Yeah, we're the United States of America.
Right. Let's deal with that. But when they say that Mexicans and all that aren't even American, that's not true because they do live in the Americas.
They do live in the Americas.
I actually am a proponent of controlling our borders. Although I'm not a Tea Partier, but
we're not going into the border issue.
Right. But to say that Mexicans and all the rest aren't American, that's simply not true. They are Americans. They just come from different countries in the Americas, but they are Americans.
I'll throw in a conspiracy thing, whatever. I am a proponent of a North American Union and even a one world government.
I actually am too, but in the future, not now. I just don't think.
Yeah, I guess I guess I live in the Cascadia section.
Cascadia.
Oh, fair enough.
Well, like if there's this map that's out there as if it's all as if the United States, Canada, and all these countries kind of got combined, and the section I'm in, I guess, is called. Well, anyway.
I've always been in favor of calling Canada Canada.
Yeah,
I
like calling Canada Canada, and Canadians I like to call them Canadans. Because I used to live around the border with them. I used to joke around with them all the time. But yeah, I say, hey, they're Canadans, eh? I'm going to Canada, and I think it fits better, frankly. This makes more sense.
Sorry about that semi non sequitur, but okay, go ahead.
I like Canada. I've spent a lot of time up at the Niagara Falls and the Horseshoe Falls and the Color of Lights.
I used to live half my backyard was in Canada, actually. I used to live in a border town, Derbyline, Vermont. It was literally split in two.
For us 18-year-olds back in like 1990 or something, or 89 maybe, we'd cruise from New York and go up to Canada and hang out.
Sure.
We'd have a good time.
Yeah, no,
everyone was nice to us, even the Mounties and stuff, they were
I lived on the border with Quebec and everybody was nice with us. Maybe it's because I spoke French, but I've rarely met nicer people, frankly. They're just wonderful people to be with.
Now it's different?
No.
Well, it was at the 9/11 stuff for a while. I couldn't travel through Canada.
But because of our policies, not because of Canadian policies, so it's harder now to go through the border. And I used to have to do it all the time, and it's a pain in the ass now. They're very strict about it when they used to not be.
They're still very strict?
Oh, they're very, very strict. On the American side, not on the Canadian side. On the American side.
Yeah, American side. All right. It makes sense. We used to just travel across that border like it was nothing over the Peace Bridge of all bridges. And
now it's like going into Mexico. They'll search your car. Or when you come back. Well, it's not going in, but when you come back, the Americans will search your car. They'll ask you all sorts of questions, etc.
And now you have to have a passport, or you have to have a special driver's license.
Right.
Yeah, it's policies on our side, not on their side. They've remained the same. It's our government has tightened up control in a major way.
Yeah,
that's what I miss about all that, because I can cut through and get to my family, like slice right through Canada and be there. Shave like 4 hours off the drive. But I don't dare go through there anymore.
It's not that simple. Yeah, exactly. Well, I used to have to go there for shopping every week, so you know.
Nadia, you're about to say something?
Well, no, it's like I'm not I would do it on my own, for sure, but no, I'm not bringing my whole family and everybody. And I have nothing to hide. It's just like I don't want any complications.
Right.
And I thought it was all loosening up a little bit now that we've been 14 years past all that stuff.
No, it's not going to loosen up. Not anytime soon, unfortunately.
Well, I've been needing a passport just for, well, in case actual immigration prospects pop up, and I've actually had enough housing instability, kind of like not knowing where I'll be 8 weeks later, for so long that I've not been able to do it. I mean, you need a stable mailing address, right? So apparently a residential one too. They don't take PO boxes.
For what? For Canada?
No, for U.S. passports.
Oh, you need all your documentation for passports. Yeah, you go through a heavy review on that, and if you get one, that's good. It's good
mine's
to
a
get
bit longer
passport.
because of identity change things, but still, yeah, the actual process of like producing the documents isn't the big bottleneck. It's the housing and residence and so on stuff.
Well, as far as going to Canada, like if you're a United States citizen, it's just your driver's license needs an endorsement. You know, it's a minor thing. I haven't looked into it fully, but it's minor. You don't need a passport to go into Canada from the United States if you're a United States citizen. To go to Mexico, you should have your passport. Anywhere else, you should have your passport. And it's good just to have a passport.
Yeah, it is good to have a passport. I've always had a passport. Even when I was a baby, my parents got me a passport. I still have it. And I was like, I have a baby picture in it.
I need, or the passport helps with the things because it has sort of equivalent weight to a birth certificate and various kinds of things. And well, birth certificates are trickier to carry out identity changes on. Florida, for example, where I was born, is kind of a red state, so as you might guess, they're sticklers about changing the whole gender marker.
Well, if there was ever a state-to-state kind of situation where you needed to show who you were to get to another state, like for some sort of lockdown or whatever, you want a passport. And
Cheers, Zoom.
I think she said that getting a passport for being transsexual is very difficult because of the gender change.
That would be very difficult.
No, it's not actually that difficult, but
okay.
In terms of like documentation, I have all the documentation. Just the bottleneck's been my housing sort of problems. And the
the housing is the problem? Because they won't deliver to a post office box. Okay.
Right.
And they also want they want like a dedicated address.
Right.
It could be your family, your parents.
They're not friendly. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go. No.
I was just going to say, even after all this while, not friendly. It's kind of sad. Very sad, actually. But yeah.
Yeah, that's not very good.
Well, I'd probably have to forgive them too, and that's not like that happening either.
Oh.
They've hurt me a little bit too bad, so.
Yeah.
Well, it's probably no great loss. given that the immigration prospects are kind of nil anyway. So.
Would you actually want to immigrate into Canada, or just maybe be there as a foreign national?
Canada, UK, France, Germany, Sweden, Netherlands, Spain, even Italy. Yeah, I don't care. Oh, okay, I do care.
Go to Australia.
Australia's kind of midway down the list. It has coverage of some things and not others.
Oh, what about Russia? Sarah Palin says it's right across the. She can just see the. Sorry.
Good old Sarah. What would entertainers do without her? You know.
Yeah, President Palin. I think it was the premise of the book Christian Nation, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I didn't read it, but yeah, Wayne has talked about it enough that I know a bit about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a hangout titled "Trapped to the Christian Nation." Although I think was a fair number of you are from outside there. The only two Americans are me and August, is that right?
Yeah,
I'm American. Or US, USA, whatever.
What was the question?
Oh, which were Americans or whatever? I think.
I'm an American.
I'm American.
Okay, yeah.
But I'm also French and Israeli, so I have 3 passports.
Oh, yeah, I've heard the recent news in Israel, like there was a small attack.
You know, if there's a war, there's a war. What can I do?
Yeah.
I already went through one in August, July and August, you know. And I've been through them before, so I'm pretty blasé about it.
Yeah, France is supposedly really good healthcare. I'd love to get over there. Yeah,
they do. It's and they're in fact they're very helpful with their healthcare. I mean, like my mom actually uses a wheelchair sometimes now, and it's loaned to her by the state. It's like a foldable one that my dad can put in the back of the car and everything. It's very nice, and yeah, it's basically loaned to them by the state. It's free. And you know, I mean, she's a elderly woman, so they have different laws for the elderly than they do for younger people. They have a lot more elderly care. You get major discounts on metro and bus fare, public transportation. They often have they have many events for the elderly, where they take them to museums, etc. Either it's free or just a very small stipend, like like maybe €5 or something tops. And they organize dinners for them. Usually the mairie, the town council, etc., will organize events for them, dinners, and all sorts of things. They, in a sense, they celebrate their old people, which is kind of cool.
I'm sold. How does one get French citizenship, and how quickly can
that's a good question. Actually, they changed the law. It's a lot harder now. Back when I was, my parents are French, so I was born French citizen, but I was born in the States, so I was born American as well. But they make you now. You have to get a certificate of French nationality. That's a lot harder. And actually, if you were considered French before, you still have to get it. If you want to gain all the benefits and it is a lot harder to get. And actually, I went in 2009 to get it in Paris because I wanted to get my ID, and I was moving to France in a year and a half, and it's very hard. My father came with all his papers and everything, and of course, there's a hell of a lot of immigrants in the place, but I got it within 3 weeks. France. My father had all his papers, all the relevant papers, and basically flew through the system. And my French friends were like stunned. They were like, "How did you get it so fast?" I said, "Well, it's simple. My name is not Jean Chrétien Adaboudoudou, which means I'm not from North Africa. You know, it is a bit racist. That the system is. I mean, because if you live or come from a former or a French colony, etc., like French Guiana or something, you still have a hard time. So, and I understand why, in a sense, but yeah, it could be a better system. But once you're in the system, once you have that paper, it's like gold. From there, everything else stems. You get your French ID, you get your French health coverage, you get your you get your taxes too, but you know.
So how long, like if I moved out there as an immigrant, how long would I have to wait, you know?
I don't know. I don't know, because I was born to French parents, so for me, it was simply a matter of my father coming with all the relevant information with me and just showing it, and we filled out a few papers, and that was it. 3 weeks later, I had my certificate. It looks like a diploma, basically.
Okay.
And you can't lose it. You can make a copy, etc., but that's it. That's the one you have. France is actually, the laws in France about identity, etc., wouldn't fly in America. Like when you get married, you have something called the livret de famille. It's a little booklet that you have all your family tree in, basically. And every time when you get married, you have to show your family tree. You add your name and the wife's name in the booklet, etc., and your kids get one, and their kids get one, etc. It's very well documented. It's completely documented.
Wow.
So they know who you are, they know who your parents are, they know where you came from, etc. It's very well documented.
That's actually pretty good because I forget who was that actress, the one from Blue Lagoon. What was her name?
Brooke Shields.
I don't.
Brooke Shields.
Yeah.
They were able to trace her ancestry to like the French nobility or something.
Yeah, because everybody there has a livret de famille, or I think it's called a carnet de famille. I can't remember. Same thing. It's a booklet, and you don't have that in the United States, and you don't have it in England. It's a very French thing. So you have to show that when your children are born, so they're registered as French, etc. And it's a whole process. The French delight in bureaucracy, and like no one else, in fact. The French are the most bureaucratic people in the world. Except it's just that they're more efficient at it than other people who are, but their bureaucracy is still very bureaucratically slow at times. I mean, they invented bureaucracy. They're the ones who invented the concept of bureaucracy. It was Napoleon. So they are a very, very bureaucratic society.
So.
Yeah. What do Fly and Hazy think of immigration to France? Great place to live?
Everybody wants to immigrate to France. I mean, you've got tons and tons and tons of people from North Africa, and they all come in, and it's a real problem. It's become a real problem in France because it's become an issue. In fact, it is one of the reasons why the Front National a few months ago won the election for the EU membership.
I think she was asking Fly and.
Okay. I'm not watching the screen. I didn't know who's in there. Okay.
Well, just quickly, I haven't heard much about France. I know they're highly pro natalists, like they're a natalist society. But I have heard a bit about Denmark. They have free education in Denmark. Minimum wage is $20 an hour. Then there's a good healthcare system in Denmark. So I don't want to carry on about Denmark because we're on the topic of France, but
Yeah, go ahead. It's open topic. I'd be curious to hear from if you live in Denmark. I'd be curious to hear what you think.
I don't live in Denmark, but I have relatives who live there. And even though they get taxed a lot, they do have a relatively good aged care system, good payments for people with disabilities, and there's good housing for people. Yeah, and like I said, free education, higher education, which is excellent too. But I'm not too familiar with France, even though I have an uncle who lives there. I live in Australia, but
Yeah, I mean, you sound Australian, but I don't know. I thought maybe you'd moved to Denmark or something.
no, I just read something about Denmark the other day on Facebook. So.
Okay.
Was it Germany that you bounced in and out of at one point, or?
Yeah, I lived in Germany for 5 years when I was a teenager. So Germany is a great country too, but I think they have a high poverty rate as well in Germany.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah.
I thought them as very affluent.
They are affluent generally. As a population, they work hard and they conserve energy, and they, just
They're very
work
green.
and work.
Yeah.
And but they still, because they have a lot of people in the country, they still have a lot of homeless people, bums that drink alcohol, and you see a lot of them as well on the streets.
Okay.
How about Hazy?
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to ask Hazy his thoughts on immigration to France. Would it be the best place for, you or me or whoever to go?
What was her name, or what was the? I didn't hear the name.
Oh, Hazy.
Hazy. Okay. Hazy.
Oh, I'm ready to go when you are.
Yeah, sign me up. The pronatalist stuff, well, I mean, how do you deal with the children once they're there?
A woman who is a French woman wrote the book 40 Reasons Not to Have Kids, and she has got 2 kids, and so she wrote the book. And she's French, right? So she did an interview, and she pointed out how the French are pronatalist, and they are pro having kids and procreating. So that's how I know.
Yeah, but the population is still going down.
Yeah, generally in the developed countries they are decreasing.
Yeah, I mean, maybe less so in France. I don't know the statistics. Maybe less so in France than in some other European countries, but they definitely are going down as well. Yeah.
Are they religious there?
No.
No, most atheistic country in the world.
Here's the thing. It's not a religious country. It's a secular country, and they take pride in that. And very few people are actually religious. However, you do have official holidays that are from the Catholic Church, and that's considered completely normal. No one would say it's a religious country. So you have like All Saints Day is a day off, because it's a Catholic holiday, and another like Pentecost is a day off from work. So it's a secular nation, but they still have Catholic traditions in that sense, and they don't see a problem.
Even though Germany is considered secular by many people, they still have a Christian party in the politics who's like really big.
The Democratic Christians, Christian Democrats, yeah.
So Germany is far more religious in that sense, and they have a lot more religious schools in Germany too. So I'm not sure about France though.
Yeah, well,
There's a lot of Muslims there, right?
Well, of course, yeah, and it's kind of at this point it's tearing the society a bit apart. But that's all across the EU in a sense, and it's not just Muslim immigrants. It's also they had problems with the Poles being let in and all sorts of other things. But it is mostly when they talk about immigrants, it does mostly mean Muslims.
Cool.
Coming across from North Africa, mostly.
Wow, there's a Wikipedia article.
Yeah,
what?
and it's apparently the highest proportion of self-identified atheists in the world.
Man, I'm moving there right now.
Yeah, the France does have major problems, and it's not all gravy. And right now, it seems like the system. I mean, everybody's worried the system's going to collapse. Some people are pushing for more social reforms, but the thing is that there's no money. And even the guy they put in power, Hollande, who's like, a leftist completely, has turned to the right on some issues because there's no way to make the money match. You can't. There are certain things you just can't keep doing if you don't. I mean, they're so far in debt in the long term that their entire economy is threatened by collapsing. I mean, that's all across the EU.
Who are they
That's
in
why.
debt to?
Huh?
Who are they in debt to?
The Chinese and others. Yeah, but they don't have the money. That's in fact Germany told France and others to carry out austerity measures during the whole Euro crisis because Germany was far wiser in its spending and of its social services and the rest than the others were, and they forced all these austerity measures on other EU countries, or they said they would pull out of the EU. I mean, that was the threat. And France to a lesser extent as well, but they too had to carry across the board some certain austerity measures. Nothing like in Greece and Portugal, but they still had to do it. So the problem is really, how are they going to proceed forward when they're still letting in literally, hundreds of thousands of immigrants across every year or more? And paying for them. They're paying for them. That's the problem. And the problem is that the French don't want to pay for them on a humanitarian basis. Is that they don't have the money anymore in any future projection. Because remember, these are all done on future projections. All governments are run on future projections. It's got nothing to do with the money you have now. It's like in business. It's money that you will have in the future. But there's no way to make the future projections match up with the current spending. That's the problem.
There is a trick to it, though, right? The European Monetary Union, right? Everything went to the European Central Bank, and then essentially there's no sort of political feedback to it to have it, basically print money when you need to, like in the crisis, right?
Yeah, I agree. No, but all around it was a disaster. I'm not just saying it's not just because of immigration. I mentioned all these benefits that old French people get, and that's pretty much what it's like in many other countries in Europe, that old people get all these benefits, etc. But you have a huge growing old population because people are living longer and longer. And you have fewer and fewer people, young people, having kids. Like I said, the population is decreasing. So you have fewer and fewer people who are paying for more and more people. And add to that all the immigrants, and add to that all the problems with the economy, you have the makings of an economic time bomb. And that's the real problem in Europe today. And it's not just that, we'll shut the door on immigration and it's going to settle the issue. No, that's not going to actually it's not the magic bullet. There is no magic bullet. That's why the austerity measures were carried out and why immigration has become such a hot topic and a lot of other things. They increased the work week back to They scaled it back down to 35, and then they wanted to increase it to 37. They had massive protests in France when I was there. Massive protests. They blocked the roads for a month. It was insane. Because for two extra hours a week, people were going crazy. Like
Nadia has something to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, the attribution of the cause here is, maybe where the I guess big debate is. I would say, ceding the right of seniorage and not having the, I guess, kind of accountability of the central bank to the member nations that is necessary is the big part of the issue. Probably, I would say the dominant part even. And well, beyond that, the age structure problem that's resulting from like the lesser birth rates is something that I think Hazy and Flora, I guess, may have commentary about with respect to their anti-natalist views.
Yeah, but the problem is you also have a real brain drain from France right now. When Hollande took power, he took power. He was elected. When he came into office, he was on record stating that he wanted an increase of taxes up to 75 or 80% or more for the very wealthy. Now, if you're a billionaire and you have to give away 80% of your wealth to the state, a lot of them just left. They left. They moved across to the UK, where the taxes are much lower. They're not comparable to the United States, but it's a much better proposition. Why would you stay in France?
I should point out those are marginal tax rates, but okay.
Huh?
What now?
Those are marginal, not like net tax rates. But
yeah, I know, but right, it's not like you have to give away 80% of your billions of dollars. Exactly, but
it's also income, not wealth. I think.
Right, but if you're making that kind of money and you own a big company, why would you stay in France? Is my point. So his tax increase was so huge that, and it was they wanted to do it in one shot. That basically you had very rich French people saying, "We're not staying here."
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but we're not staying here. This is
ridiculous. That's how it rolls. Yep.
Well, it's not that they remember. I mean, a lot of French wealthy people were paying a hell of a lot in taxes before. It's not like America. I mean, they were. Oh, hang on, I got a siren. Just a second.
Oh. Yeah.
Bad boys.
They're coming for me. I'm telling you. No, a lot of wealthy people in Europe pay far more taxes than they do in America. But the tax hike was so dramatic in one shot that they just they wanted to leave. There's what they call the French Riviera in the UK now, because a lot of them bought houses there and lived there and aren't subject to French tax laws. Just for that reason, they take the channel back and forth. It's very simple. They take it first class because they're incredibly wealthy and they have no problem with that. Or many of them have helicopters or private planes. But the point is that the effect really kicked Hollande in the teeth in the business world, because it was just done in such a dramatic way. It was so stupid. It was so undiplomatic. Especially for a country on France which thrives on diplomacy, you really could have gotten a lot more done by doing things gradually and making a sort of system where it comes back to help them. There are ways to do these kinds of things, but he didn't do that, and he didn't suggest it. So a lot of wealthy people were just like, well, we're just going to leave.
What do you think the real reason is for this?
The real reason of what?
The tax hike.
Because the government is bust on money. That's why.
Oh, okay.
And it's not as if Yeah, well, like everybody else, and it's not as if the wealthy hadn't been paying huge amounts of taxes. All across Europe, wealthy people pay a lot more taxes, far more taxes than Americans even dream of, and that's fine with me. I think that they should, but I'm also a realist to think, if I'm wealthy, or if I see wealthy people who I know don't like it if suddenly they have to give away 50% more overnight. They'll get pissed. And why should they? If you do it gradually and you make some sort of a system where it can come back to benefit them, or there are ways to do it in a more diplomatic way which will get you the money in the end and better results.
Well, what I'm looking at is is it a destabilization kind of thing for the country?
Well, yeah, the problem, look, the French dominance in the technology area right now is pretty minimal. And there's a reason for that. Nobody wants to start up. Very few people want to do a startup in France. It does happen, and some of them do make it big, but overall, compared to the UK and compared to the United States or even Israel, it is far, far smaller in per capita.
That's what I was always wondering that. You make a lot of sense on that.
Well, look at Berlin. Berlin is a huge startup capital now.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And they put a lot of incentives into that, tax-wise, etc., because they realize it's a worthy investment. So you lose some money on the taxation, but you gain more money from the.
But you know what? Yeah, I totally understand. That's great. I just want to throw this in real quick. I listened to a guy that's a financial advisor in Germany. I never listened to him, but somebody threw me the link, and he's complaining about all the infiltrators coming into Germany now and destabilizing.
Germany is, people think of the EU as a monolithic thing, but it's not. Germany has a different outlook than France, and the UK has a different outlook, and Spain, etc. They really are trying to operate in this one massive EU thing and come to some sort of consensus on how to operate, but the problem is during this crisis, all these differences came out, economic differences, that made a real sea change in the way that the EU has to operate across the board. And that, in a sense, is why you had far-right parties winning in certain countries, being sent as a message to the EU, either far-right parties that did not want to be part of the EU or that wanted to curtail the EU in severe ways. Because these are now, they're all affecting each other, and before it wasn't the case.
It's toppling down.
Yeah,
yes.
Two things. Okay, well, maybe three. Okay, the destabilization thing really happens. Chile, for example, was a very well-documented case. Number two, jurisdictional arbitrage or whatever with the taxes and things is something to sort of combat in itself. I guess part of the mistake was by not sort of harmonizing tax rates and such to get all that going. And part of it is kind of like the big cart before the horse problem with the EU in general, right?
Mm-hmm.
The whole monetary union before any kind of political is just a plain mistake.
I agree.
Last but not least, tax rates are actually usually in these brackets, right? It's basically like it jumps from the tax rate jumps from one level to another. And
1 million to and below and above that, they have different tax brackets as well.
Right. Yeah. Like using instead like a smooth mathematical function would probably raise a lot fewer hackles.
No, but I think that there are better ways in which you can achieve monetary gain as a country, rather than just saying, okay, we're going to add 50% more to your tax overnight. Especially to rich people who have, you're not talking about ordinary people who don't have any option but to stay and take it. You're talking about people who can do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah.
They can just leave, and many of them did. It's not. All their options are open, so they're not a prisoner to economic circumstance, and they're not even prisoner to the companies they own, because many of them are either international or, you know what, if they lose their company, big deal. They'll just leave. They're still rich. They can start a new company abroad, and many of them do. There are better ways to achieve economic gain. You can do incentives. You can make certain programs for investing that can come back to help the company. There are a lot of ways to get that kind of money without doing. It's a little slower, but it won't traumatize them, and it won't make them flee the country. The difference is that we think of, Americans think of the 1% as the Wall Street rich, etc., who have a completely different idea of what a country is. Americans don't see the government as the people. In France, the people see the government as the people, including the rich people. They do see it as their government. They have a totally different attitude about the government in general than Americans do, and it's a lot harder to alienate Europeans, even rich ones. But doing something like this will definitely do it, and it's a problem.
What I'm thinking is, like, remember back at 9/11, like, the French didn't get involved, so they were like, the French fries, everyone was banning the French fries.
Freedom fries,
freedom fries, all that kind of stuff. And now we're here at this, like, is it a newly elected person that's in there, and they changed the tax code?
Hollande,
yeah.
Yeah, and they're, like, destabilize. Yeah, it's the people.
Well, he has the lowest poll numbers any president since, I think, the last 7 or 8 or 9. I mean, he's really down to 11% in some cases, or even lower.
How the hell could he do worse than Sarkozy?
He's so bad that Sarkozy is actually making a comeback. He's the one who defeated Sarkozy. I mean, huge by a big margin.
So,
okay?
is France going to turn into, like, an Iraq or something? Is this something that's going to spread?
No, no.
As far as, like, messing around with their government?
No. Well, first of all, it's not us doing it. It's Hollande and his policies, and his policies have been bad across the board. It's not just rich people that hate him; it's poor people too, and people in the middle of the road. He's basically managed to screw up across the board, which is very difficult in a country like France. So it's not like we're going to go to an Iraqi situation. Nothing like that.
Well, what I'm saying is that the way that if you play the game Risk, the way to win the game is you take over the Middle East, take over Europe, then you can take over all surrounding and pretty much.
Then you attack Russia, finally.
The whole world, yeah. So that's what I'm kind of looking at in that angle, but I'll stop.
I think every nation on planet Earth should do exactly the same thing that Iceland did. Just my opinion.
Yeah, Iceland. But see, Iceland is a very interesting study in this. But the problem with using them as a model across the board is, one, they're a very small country. I mean, they're tiny. There are more people. There are more people in, like, certain towns. I mean, there's twice as many people in Paris than there are in Iceland.
True.
So it's a different situation when you have an economy like Iceland versus an economy like France or Germany or
right.
the UK.
What I meant, Nathaniel, is that would be I think the best case scenario. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree, and I think what Iceland did was actually extraordinary, and I remember it, and they were right to do it. I was never against it, and I thought it was it was worth a try, and they seem to have managed pretty well. They still have some difficulties, but it's not anything near what the crisis what they were enduring before. But it's this is the problem with the EU really. It's these nation states are so different from each other. The models are so different from each other that to try to make them all work together in a single solitary unit with laws across the board is really screwing things up, especially on a monetary level, as we saw with the Greek crisis. And
Right. Basically, they got too big for their britches too fast, right?
And it's not only that, it's because they're trying to deal with countries that have had nationalities and traditions and cultures for far longer than, I mean, when America was founded, it was 13 colonies, and it was a lot younger. There was no modern economy. It was a lot easier to get them to function across the board with single solitary rules. Trying to do that with Europe today means literally trying to erase centuries of tradition and culture in each country. And that is not something that people want to just do. And they try to do it far too fast. I think that it will happen one day, but not in our lifetime. And the problem is that with the social engineering projects like this, they try to do it overnight, and that's the real problem. That's the real problem of the left, is they try to extrapolate overnight what can we do to change everything overnight and make things better, and that's not how you get things done. I'm all for a single. I'm actually a world government type of person. I'm like a Star Trek Federation type of person, but not in this lifetime. The world isn't ready. People still care so much about their culture, their individual cultures. The French give a damn about what kind of cheese they eat and whether or not it's the French cheese or not. And that might sound stupid, but to them it isn't. And it's so hard to change that overnight. It's impossible, and that's my problem with the EU.
Well, there are different aspects you can deal with, right? Like
right.
What is the cultural impact of different tax structures, right? Well, the big impact is basically the whole tax competition and so on. Harmonizing that, makes a tremendous amount of sense in terms of avoiding the brain drain flights and so on.
Right. The problem is that you won't get that overnight, and it's going to take a while, and the economies are completely different. And the differences between the original planners of the EU did use an American model. They were fascinated by the American model. They cherished the American model. They were absolute fans of the history of America on an economic level, on a social level, etc. This came after World War II,
and they noticed America didn't make a central bank till 1913.
Right, but the problem is that they didn't take into account the fact, because they were completely idealists. I mean, they were kind of like the neocons of their time in a sense, but on the left, and their ideals were not matched by the reality of the situation in Europe, which is a whole slew of different countries and cultures and ways of doing business. I mean, one of the reasons why Greece screwed up so badly was because of the way they do business. Okay, what the rest of the world saw as corrupt, or what the rest of Europe saw as corruption in Greece. In Greece, it was considered business as usual, and they never really tried to standardize all these laws and ways of doing business loans, etc. But they didn't take into account the local cultures, and the local culture in Greece said that you do business differently than you do, say, in Germany or the UK. And this is in a sense what caused the economic collapse in Greece, which affected everybody else, and that's a real problem.
Nathaniel, in Greece specifically, wasn't it the retirement programs too that was written?
The retirement programs. It was tax
Well,
evasion for the rich
it,
in the
it was
well, the 2012 Olympics. But
yeah, but it was but it was also a hell of a lot of. I mean, you had people retiring at like 40 or 45 with huge pension plans
Right.
and literally doing nothing. You know, it's a culture of bakshish, to use the Arabic word of, you tip me, you give me a tip, a big tip. And we call that corruption, but that's just the way they did business in Greece. That's the way that it was always done. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying that's the way it's always been done. And when Greece would go to the EU and give its economic reports, they were completely fabricated, and everybody in that room, all the other countries, knew that they were lying, that these reports were fabricated, but they didn't say anything because they didn't want to cause some sort of culture of war, and they didn't want to destabilize the EU in terms of economics and politics. So they just let it slide until the collapse. It was a major deal when it happened. Again, everybody was at fault. Everybody knew it was going on. Everybody fed into it. People were giving the loans even though they knew Greece couldn't pay them back. It was just like the housing crisis. Everybody knew that it wasn't going to add up.
But with seniorage, again, I mean, you have the choke point of the central bank, and then effectively no redistribution between countries, right? Where in the U.S. you can see relatively consistent cash flow from blue states to red states, right?
Right.
And really goes along maybe, or the causal factors there are different lines, like urban, rural, and so on and so forth. But in the case of Europe, there's no accounting for that.
Exactly, I agree. And what was the EU's response? Was even worse. Was to put in these bureaucrats who were completely unelected to run the countries, the economies of these countries that were failing, to huge protests in these countries. I mean, they had massive riots in Greece and other places where they were trying to implement these austerity measures just simply to try to keep the country afloat, but they did it in such an undiplomatic way. They did it by fiat that people really took offense. In a sense, I understand where they were coming from. They caused that problem themselves, but the solution was so draconian that it really made things worse. So that's why you do have the far-right parties now sitting in the EU, is a response to what the EU did after the collapse. And it's just, it's been bad all around. I still think that the EU should exist as an entity, but I think that they really have to revamp the entire organization and the model for which they're trying to achieve. And I think that's really important. I'm pro-EU. I think that it has to continue to survive. I think it's the only solution. I do not want to see the EU to go away, but I do want to see it completely reformed. It has to reform to survive, I think.
I think it has to let
the EU. The EU isn't that said like EU.
Yeah.
All right. Hey guys, I gotta go to bed. Have a good night. Thank you very much, Nadia, and everybody out here. And,
it's good talking, man.
Have a great week. Okay, peace.
How could you get over the sort of division of quote-unquote national interest to allow the kind of flow between blue states and red states in the U.S. To end up applying in the EU?
Well, like I said, I think you have a very good point, and that's true, and I agree that we have a similar situation in the United States in a very basic sense, but the difference is that we grew up into that system. It wasn't imposed from the top down overnight. It took 200 some years for that system to emerge in the United States. And again, we've got problems of our own. I don't think anybody should be using the United States as a model for anything right now, frankly. But, let's be real. I'm not like saying USA is the best economy in the world and the best system. I'm not. I mean, my attitude towards that. However, I think that
restricting the discussion to the dynamics involved in this monetary policy and the quote unquote austerity measures and so on, you end up actually kind of having the comparability of the models there, even though and also the viability of the U.S. this particular aspect of the U.S. I mean, there are other countries probably where similar regional redistribution happens, but I don't have as much insight into them.
Right. No, I agree with you, and I think that I think that you can overcome these differences in the EU, but it will take a while, and you can't to think that you can do it overnight. To think that you can do it within 5 years or even 10 years is just ludicrous. You will not erase people's identities without a major fight, people across the board in the EU don't like the fact that certain other countries can affect them. It's just horrendous to them. They've grown up in societies where, in a culture where they were independent from these other countries, and suddenly they're beholden to them, and they are very, very adamant about letting that not happen. So I think that you can do it, but it will take a while. It will take a long time. It will take generations. Maybe 2 or 3 generations before it is across the board, in a sense, in terms of laws and the way people do see this European identity and adhere to it and feel part of it. But right now, it's not the case.
The Fly, Michael, you guys are quiet. Is there any topic you want to talk about?
Sorry, I was just doing 2 things at once and listening, but now I'm pretty interested in what you guys are saying, actually.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta go pretty soon.
I've got plenty of things to say about nationalism and world government and things like that, definitely.
Well,
don't start me.
Well, it's noon here, so I have to go in fairly soon. So you guys pick another topic and go with it. Anyway, I've talked enough. I've shot my mouth off enough as it is, I think.
You're great, man. I love listening to you. Very interesting.
It is interesting.
I
go ahead.
know a lot about France now.
I would have one question for you, Nathaniel. You say that you're a proponent of one world government. Okay. Do you mean like multiple people having power, or just one guy having power?
No. I mean, like, I'm talking. And this is going to sound completely geeky, but I'm talking about like the Star Trek Federation. The idea of, but this was not a unique idea to Roddenberry. This was a futurist idea put forward in the 50s and 60s when the UN was just getting started. A lot of futurists saw that. A democratic world body would be the only way for the human race to survive. The problem is that I don't think, and neither did they, by the way, none of them thought that it could be done within a generation or two. Roddenberry's model, because I know it's a TV show, but he was actually big on philosophy and futurism, which was a philosophy back then. So his model and most other models, including models from Arthur C. Clarke and others, Isaac Asimov, they all assumed a World War III before this happens. And they all put their world government in the future, hundreds of years in the future. They did not actually think that, as we are today, that this could be an achievable goal. So when people call them dreamers, etc., they don't really know what they're talking about. Yes, it's a dreamer sort of thing, but I think it is achievable within enough time, and that was always the key point. Was humanity has to change enough so that the majority, like the majority of Americans agree that democracy is the way to go. The majority of Europeans agree that democracy is the way to go. But you can't include a country where democracy isn't respected, where human rights aren't respected, because that'll ruin the entire enterprise. Look at the UN today. It's an absolute disaster, and it's been for a very long time, because you have dictatorships spouting off in the same place where, you know, democracies are talking. So the ideal was to get everybody to realize eventually that democracy is the way to go. I think that one day the world will realize this, but it will take a very, very long time. You know, Iran's not going to change overnight. North Korea or Somalia, these are going to take generations of time to change. So while I do believe in a world government, I just think it's going to take, you know, generations, hundreds of years, most probably, before it actually comes to pass.
Go for it.
I heard somewhere, I'm not really familiar with the word plutocracy, but apparently we're not living in a democracy, it's a plutocracy, so...
Yeah, you know, there are criticisms you can make about the United States,
Yeah,
and I've made.
I'd say a duopoly.
Yeah, and the United States really has. I mean, you know, to be frank, other Western countries are far more democratic in their philosophy than the United States. What I mean is the democratic ideal. It's not like America isn't a democracy. It is. It's a representational democracy, but it could have a hell of a lot more parties. And there is, you know, the whole issue of money and politics could change. There are a lot of major improvements that could be made. But people do vote. People do make decisions. And you know, it's not impossible to be heard and to make a difference in America. And you don't get taken out by the police and shot in the back of the head in the street in front of your neighbors for making suggestions that go against the government. Okay, that just doesn't happen. I mean, if you think it does, you really don't understand what it's like to live in a place like North Korea or something.
Well, COINTELPRO.
No, it just doesn't happen. I'm sorry. No, I know we disagree on this, but you know, in Saddam's Iraq, they would literally take you in the middle of the night from your family, and then they would bring the bill of the bullet that shot you in the back of the head in the morning to your families. You had to pay the bill for that bullet.
That's
okay?
Right.
That is horrific. I mean, there's no such thing in America, or anywhere in Europe. It's not.
No
even,
one claims the same scale or scope. I mean, but
right. I understand. I understand the criticisms. I'm not anti-reform. I am completely for more openness and democracy, etc. But we don't compare. We have much less grandiose problems on that scale. So when I talk about democracy, I talk, you know, I'm talking in general. America is a democracy for all intents and purposes. So are many countries in Europe. In fact, pretty much all European countries. There's a lot of corruption, and that seriously needs to be addressed. And I absolutely agree. And the bankers who caused the crisis, you know, who thrived on corruption, need to go to jail. Nobody's ever gone to jail for this. I think that they should. And I believe in a whole host of reforms, even some radical ones. But I don't put us in the same category as other dictatorships and the like. But so when I talk about democracy on that level, I'm talking about just the ideals of representational government. And that's important because you don't have that in most of the other world. It doesn't exist outside of the Western world for the most part. You know, so when I talk about a world government, I'm talking about a case in which the majority of the world, I mean, talking about the population, not the governments, not just the government, but the population, agree in a secular government, a government of democracy. There will still be religion a long time from now, but believe at least in a secular government, a government that doesn't impose laws by fiat based on religious values. A government where democratic ideals are at least tried to be upheld. And I do believe that will happen, but I think it will take hundreds of years. I see the evolution of humanity going towards that, but it will take a very, very long time. And people who accuse futurists of being one world government type of people, they don't understand that we're talking about a very, very long time from now. Not in our lifetimes, not even in the lifetimes of our grandchildren, and perhaps not even in their grandchildren's lifetimes. But it will eventually happen a few hundred years, hopefully, from now. And I think that's the only way that the world will survive. And might I add, hopefully, without the prediction of World War III, which was predicted by a lot of futurists, to make this possible. It's not that they were rooting for it; they just didn't see any other way of changing, of people ever coming to their senses across the board. They were very dim about. I mean, they had a very dim view of humanity on that level until they reached some sort of darkest period before the Enlightenment. So I think that to avoid that, it will take a very long time. It will have to go slowly, and diplomacy is the key, and the change of culture has to be gradual. So there. Now I've really shut my mouth off. You guys can.
You
go
just
ahead.
wrote a thesis, man. That was great.
I know. I'm like that. I'm a writer, so that's what I do. So.
No, your stream of consciousness, I envy. That I love you, man. I love listening to you, man.
Thanks. Well, enough about me. I'm curious what you guys want to talk about, and then I gotta go pretty soon. So go ahead, have at it. It's your hangout, Nadia. So you dominate for us.
Okay. I'll ping. I don't know. Maybe Fly and Hazy on the dependency ratio problem with, I guess, population control measures like in China, India, and, well, even where it's not happening by deliberate intent, like first world. Dependency ratios, anyone?
I couldn't hear what you said, Nadia.
Or,
what kind of ratio? A dependency ratio? Is that what you said?
Yeah, dependency, yeah.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Oh, the number of working people.
Oh, I got you.
Relative to those on, like, social
Yeah.
support, whatever.
Right. Well, so for I'm not an expert on that topic, but in the United States, at least, there's still plenty of room. There's still a significant amount of resources, but obviously, there are going to be problems that we're going to be facing within the next 50 years regarding some of those resources, whether it's energy, food, water. They could be mitigated. But then there's the idea for the United States, at least, that, so we have the middle class basically just reproducing itself almost on a 1-to-1 ratio, and that's why we need more immigration. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some kind of massive immigration reform and bring a lot more people into the country in the future, just in order to pay for Social Security and to keep the labor force growing and that kind of thing. The big problem with that is, how long can we expect that labor force to potentially be growing? So if we end up with the situation that we've got a lot of AI and robotics and potentially another economic crisis, then that would be problematic. So
I think technological unemployment won't be a big factor there.
Yeah.
Well,
but even
in a way, though,
1% growth is still growth that's sustainable, potentially. It's just that there's not a lot of profit making. But that doesn't mean that people can't live good lives and make enough to have a roof over their heads and have food and potentially good health care and all those kinds of things.
Well, doesn't that sort of trend in the, I guess, organic composition of capital or technological unemployment or whatever you want to call it, ultimately mean that you can actually tolerate much lower dependency ratios, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
One
this is the question.
person hyper-powered by 20 AI slaves or whatever.
Yeah.
Can go around keeping 50 or 100 aging pensioners afloat.
And I think along with Nathaniel's view of potentially of future world government is this idea that that's not just political agreements, but that's going to be trade and economic policy, right? So
I heard that the pension is not that so much of a higher cost. It's the social security in terms of healthcare costs that is too much, because the pension itself, I heard that each person in the country works 2 days and it covers the cost of the actual pension. It's the healthcare costs that we have to think about, and they can be easily fixed by allowing euthanasia, in my opinion. So it's the prolonging of life that is the problem.
yeah, in general, I agree with you, and that's why the Republicans were all up in arms in the United States with the health care bill about the idea of death panels and that sort of thing. And there's some element of truth to that, in that the costs of medical care are the most significant for end of life costs. And the question becomes, well, how much should we pay for, what are we getting for the money? So we can extend somebody's life, let's say, for another 3 months or 6 months to the tune of $500,000 or $1 million, but maybe their quality of life is atrocious, and in fact that they would rather leave, they would rather die. But our medical system, the way it currently is, will sustain those people and keep them going. I'm sorry, go ahead, Nadia.
But even supposing that, you see technological unemployment essentially means we don't actually need that many people working, right? So all the pensioners retiring, it's essentially to accomplish the same goal, right?
Yep.
All these people retiring, have basically the robotic or whatever servants, or indirectly maybe as tools to empower someone to do the work of 10, 20 people, right? So the point here was there's like an economic resource distribution issue with it, though.
Exactly.
You can actually do that kind of, while sitting in a command economy, just saying, okay, take care of the old people, blah, 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 and direct the machinery to keep them going and whatever. But if you look at the who works how much and the proportionality of the resources you devote to someone, essentially being proportional to their work done, then you're in trouble. You have basically like massacre of the elderly or whatever, by it gets basically siege warfare, denial of resources.
Yeah, that's been dealt with a fair amount in science fiction, and it is interesting. The idea that there wouldn't be any resource scarcity. In fact, that we would have, for example, especially if the technology continues to the point that, this is rather fantastic, but we could have some kind of transporter like a device that would be able to print all kinds of material technology and things. And
actually, I tried to stay in the Hangout without saying much for a while, just to show that I can. But I just wanted to comment quickly. A lot of the futurists back then, like Arthur C. Clarke and others, believed that the technological revolution would actually bring about days of mostly leisure for people and just a few days of work. And like, Arthur C. Clarke, I believe, thought that perhaps we would do like 2 hours of work a day at some point.
Are you familiar with Ian Banks and the Cultures?
Yeah, Yeah,
Oh,
I don't know
feedback.
very much about it, but yeah. It, I just think that, unfortunately, we've shown that the reverse is kind of true right now. With all the technological revolution, people are actually working harder than ever. Many are working 2 jobs. Most are working far harder at their job than people used to back in the day. You're now on call 24 hours a day because of cell phones, emails, etc.
Man, when you get robots and they lose their jobs, that's going to be.
And that's also the problem. But these futurists did rely in their vision of robots helping humanity and giving that leisure. I'm just not sure that's going to come to pass anytime soon.
I mean, I can see
the distribution
robots.
of work. The distribution of work is basically, concentrated with, full-time or heavier hours, or actually maybe even progressively heavier hours, a smaller and smaller pool of people, whereas the larger group are shut out of the job market and frankly
that's why
everything
I
else
believe
entirely.
in full re-education. I believe in a free education across the board in people who have lost their jobs in many areas, to re-educate them to become workers in the technological area, whether it's programmers or people who make robots. You can't just these people trained their entire lives to do one thing, and suddenly that thing is no longer viable in society. Well, what do? You're going to just leave them out in the cold? No, I think
That's what the MOOCs are, right? That's what all the MOOCs, massive online course things.
Yeah.
So,
I'm actually subscribed to a few, and I've actually gone through online courses, and they're wonderful. But I think that government should support this and give degrees. And that it should be part of society to re-educate these people, because if not, what's the alternative? Many of them are going to turn to crime because they have no money, they're starving. What is that what you want in society? Is that what we want as people?
I actually thought that when one group invents like the versatile robot, they would be used to in the farm areas to create large amounts of product, and food would essentially be free, maybe? I don't know.
No, but even so, you can't just let people rot. And I'm completely against that. I believe in a free education.
It's their choice, isn't it? If they don't want to learn, you can't force them.
No, because I think a lot of them do want to change jobs, but they don't know how. I don't. I'm not a proponent of that. They're just being lazy. I agree that some don't want to work, and we do.
I think a lot of them. I think at least the people I've known, if given a choice where they could play video games and watch movies and drink on the weekends for the rest of their life, they would.
Yeah, and perhaps that has to be addressed as well. But I agree. I would be in favor of that too. But you have to start somewhere, and I think that a lot of people who were in in manufacturing jobs, etc., that are now shut out because of robotics, should be given a chance to be re-educated to do something else, and and that chance should be free, and the government should help pay for it, because as a society, we don't want them to just rot. We want them to be productive members.
I think the trouble is more that not that the people are necessarily trained in the wrong areas or merely displaced, but that the entire pool of work to be done at all is shrinking.
Right. I understand, but like if you educate them more, let's say, take some of them and make them into.
But I think it's harder for them, right? At a later age to sort of learn something completely new.
It is, but it can be done, it's worth trying, and maybe there are other areas in which it doesn't have to be that they all become programmers. There are other things that have to be done. But this is, once again, as a society, do we want to have all these people shut out? It's gonna become a dystopian nightmare. And I know people are I was complaining about the tax system in France, but I am actually a proponent of higher taxes in America by far. And I think people really have to come together in America and say we are a society and we don't want to let millions of people simply sit there and either turn to crime because they literally have no other option or to rot.
Actually, as far as I can tell, they don't turn to crime. They kind of roll over and die.
Well, some do.
They will.
And I don't blame them.
The majority, faced with the choice of, stealing the crust of bread or whatever, and
I know they would literally starve to death.
Starve to death.
Vast
majority.
Yeah, I agree, but I don't want that happening either. And I think
usually,
as a society we shouldn't want that to happen.
It's also not usually food. It's usually weather. Just because they're homeless and shut out, they die in the cold.
Yeah, absolutely. Every winter, it's a horrible situation. I mean, I cannot but feel for these people, and I cannot do anything but advocate for their cause. I really, I don't go around like proclaiming myself a social justice warrior. I hate that term. I hate even the term social justice. But in terms of a philosophy, in terms of a principle, I agree with it. I absolutely do. I think that these people do need to be helped by society at large, not just by private individuals.
But don't you think? Oh, go ahead.
So there would have to be a whole reform in the education system, and that goes for high school and primary school. You can't just focus on older people finding new jobs. It's the young ones that are struggling to find work.
Absolutely. I completely agree. There has to be a complete reform in the education system.
That's what STEM is, isn't it?
What?
That's what STEM is supposed to be, right? Like all these schools are now have these STEM programs and a lot of.
Well, I think America could do far more. They could start with kids very young. They could invest a hell of a lot more in technology for learning, technology to get kids interested, technology to teach them on. Why do schools with a lot of money for rich kids give them all iPads, and these kids all turn out to be like inventors and entrepreneurs because they know.
Well, I don't think we've seen what they can do yet with iPads. The
no,
kids.
I know, but I think it's fairly certain. I mean, before that, you had computers. Rich kids in schools had computers, and poor kids didn't. I think that it was a terrible mistake. It should be a societal investment. Because you will end up getting a much better and much more inventive and much more creative society to benefit everyone. I'm not a socialist in terms of what people think a socialist is, but I think that there is a quote unquote social contract in a country, in any country, and if you don't. If you want total anarchy, move to Somalia, where there is no social contract, but unless you dependent on which tribe you happen to be part of, But that's not my idea of a great future, and I think most people would agree.
Don't most schools have computers? I thought it was sort of a.
Yeah, no. In inner cities and stuff, it can be very difficult to get computers for all the kids, and even worse, computer classes. And teach them programming skills, etc. And teach them how to get, it's not only just programming, it's teaching them how to look up information. The net isn't just for social media. I learn so much from reading things on the internet. It's the greatest resource in the entire human endeavor. And we need to give access and teach people how to use it. It's not just for Twitter. It's not just for, Facebook.
Don't most people in the United States know all that stuff already?
No, they use it for social media.
I don't need
stuff up.
Aren't we still starving for doctors in the U.S. that we're
I agree.
Nurse practitioners and not enough nurses either, and so on.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Again, the money's not there.
Yeah, I agree.
I have a question about that.
There's actually a big one, which is that a big part of the trouble with it is that a lot of education systems, etc., get starved. They've done this whole anti-desegregation thing. Does local property taxes to fund education, they're hard to really do there is to federalize education funding. So basically, every school gets equal whatever, and
yeah, I would say
that.
But that's only one half of the equation. You don't only have to federalize it. You have to come up with a organization in the government which is efficient, and that's very difficult. And then what you have to do is pour a hell of a lot more money and technology and resources into that system. If you're gonna do across the board funding for education and give very little resources, then that's going to be a disaster as well. What you need to do is make it across the board, but make it really heavily invested across the board. Then you're going to get positive results.
But there's but the lingering problem of the work not being there to do ends up haunting it all. I mean,
you mean smaller jobs?
Yeah, just less work to be done because the work
it's all automated.
Replaced with automation, yeah. And also you're gonna have to look at getting people to retire earlier, cutting the hours in the week, and so on and so forth to spread the jobs out across a broader set of people, I think.
I think we're heading to what I would call a robo-communist society. Robots doing all the work, and then that being taken up and being distributed by the government to all the people, and they just relax at home.
That sounds about
I think robo-fascist is more likely.
Whoa, 4 people talked. Sorry.
Yeah.
Robo-fascist is a lot more likely.
No, I disagree. I don't because I don't see technology as that monolithic in its timeline. You have now 3D printing, which actually will change a hell of a lot in the manufacturing. 3D printing is another evolution in humanity, and people may not realize it. Okay, but The Economist magazine, for instance, I think in 2011 or 2012 came out and basically proclaimed that 3D printing was going to change the entire face of business within the next 20 years. If you know anything about The Economist magazine, they are an exceedingly conservative magazine. Okay, this is not a magazine given to proclamations of radical change in any sense whatsoever. But they were absolutely adamant in saying this is going to change everything. Everything that you think you know about the world around you is going to change because of this technology.
Well, it'll make a factory a cottage industry, right?
Exactly. Within 30 years, you'll be able to print your phone on your desktop. Okay, perhaps even less time. Who knows? Especially with a combination of nanotechnology.
If you have the license for the circuit.
Right. No, but my point is that.
I saw an article, the first fully printable car last week.
Yes.
The whole thing is printed out, so you can print the car.
Yes, absolutely, and it works. But
just gotta wait 10 years.
It's in its nascency. Okay, we are talking about some. We're talking. No. It's a good point. We're talking about something that is in its nascency. Imagine what it can do in 20 or 30 years. You can't imagine. Factories, in most cases, will become a thing of the past. The only factories that will exist will be 3D, for huge parts like building parts or entire airliners, that kind of thing. In terms of everyday objects, you won't need to buy them at the store. How would that change the economy? That's what the Economist magazine article was. It was an in-depth article. How would it change everything that we know?
The thing is, though, I'm still not, having worked with 3D printers and knowing what materials they can use right now,
right.
I don't see it becoming that universal because so many different things are manufactured in different ways that cannot be done via 3D printing.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree, but remember there are people now looking into 3D printing technology with nanotechnology. So the entire premise changes in 3D printing technology. It's no longer layers of plastic upon layers of plastic. It becomes a self-assembling unit.
But if you move to nanotechnology, then the time to print goes up astronomically, basically.
Well, that's what they're looking into. But what I'm saying is that let's say I have a coffee mug, all right, on my desk right now, Okay, if I want another coffee mug, I don't have to go to the store. There are thousands, hundreds of thousands of people relying on my buying coffee mugs. Everyone buying coffee mugs. I could just print one up on my desktop. Okay, how would that change the economy? I'm not even talking about cars, just coffee mugs.
But the amount of heat needed to create a ceramic crystal would not be. You wouldn't be able to do that using a simple 3D printer. You need a kiln and all that.
Right. Not today, and I'm not saying that the product would be the same material. It might be a completely different material. It might be a new form of carbon, a new carbon-based material. Who knows? But I remember, I'm talking about the future. I'm talking about 20, 30 years. So it's not something that exists today. But I'm saying that how would that essentially change the entire market economy on things that we use every day? Okay, remember, most of us have a car, most of us have a computer, a phone, etc. These things aren't going to be 3D printed anytime soon. But most of us use mundane things every day, mundane objects. Okay, knives, forks, pens, mugs, the things around you, hell, toilet paper, for fuck's sake. These things within 20 years could actually, theoretically, be 3D printed with a combination of nanotechnology and carbon materials. So how would that change the entire economy? If you're talking about people not having jobs now, what's it going to be like in the future? However, the corollary of that is the futuristic notion of the replicator, which again, Roddenberry. But it's the idea that
I don't think like transporter replicator.
No,
I don't see
no,
that
I mean,
happening.
no, I don't. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about like making out of thin air or whatever. But I'm talking about you literally just the companies that own the resource materials are the only companies you really need, apart from the technology companies that put it together. However, with such resource materials being widely distributed, and with being able to even perhaps create food, which people are as well looking into now, some sort of replicated technology. I can't remember I think it was Cadbury, but I'm not sure. Just came out saying that they're looking into creating some sort of 3D printer replicator technology for food, and they're very serious about it. They're investing millions and millions.
If you check the hacker sites, they've already done that for chocolate. They've built 3D chocolate houses and
And in fact, they sell 3D chocolate printers. But this company is a food company. They're talking about actually creating different foods with 3D printers with raw materials. So and they're very serious about it. So how would that change the face of a lot of things, including farming, including distribution networks for food, including refrigeration stations, and the whole rest, trucking companies, shipping companies would all be affected. All of them.
I mean, I really think that it won't become a personal item. I mean, apart from a few small objects, mostly it'll be for large companies to manufacture something that's very hard to manufacture using other processes with a lot of detail and little bumps here and there that that can only be printed. So.
Well, no, that's what we have today, and I was actually part of my research was I worked for a cutting tools company, which makes cutting tools for NASA and ESA, but also regular cutting tools but when I was working for them, I came up with the idea of this research project, and they were floored at what I discovered. And I told them, look, in 20 years, why would anybody need to buy a cutting tool to drill a hole or to ream with a reamer? You can create the piece on your own with the hole already made. Why would you need a cutting tool 20 years from now? And they were floored. I was telling them, your business is defunct in 20 years. That scared them. That really scared them, and they took a look at it. Especially, we went to ESA because we work with ESA. I don't work with these guys anymore. I left the company, but ESA was doing incredible things with 3D printed. They're the ones who did the first 3D printed bike. It's a laser technology with powder instead of instead of plastic, layers, etc. But that's what people are doing today. What you're describing, I'm saying 20 years and 30 years from now, it's going to be changed.
I would say they wouldn't have to have too much to worry about because they still have speed on their side. You know, they can make the hole fast.
I agree, but if you're going to make the entire part, you'd actually make more. You put less stress, and for precision parts, this is very important. You put much less stress on the part by not having to drill a hole into it, and by creating the hole, within the structure itself, you would not have any stress level in terms of creating the hole. And since we created taps and reamers and drill bits, etc. for Airbus and Boeing, and planes were assembled. A plane has literally millions of holes. It's insane. I saw them assembled in China and when I was there.
Yeah, you wouldn't 3D manufacture like plane parts because there's so many of them, right?
No, but you would later. That's my point. You would later.
It wouldn't take a very long time. I don't know.
Well, it takes a very long time now. I mean, you don't assemble
even
more.
Anyway.
No, but it would take less time, and it would cost less money. And it would cost less money. Remember these metals.
Something to say.
Go ahead.
Oh,
I didn't hear.
If you disrupt the whole, if this disrupts the entire sort of, proportionality to work of resource allocation, then why would money actually be the determining factor in cost? Wouldn't it really truly be sort of the materials? Wouldn't it be the energy expended in construction and resource extraction and transportation, I suppose?
I'm trying to find the article for you in The Economist because it's, but they've had.
I didn't get the question, Nadia.
What? What would money mean when you basically have? I'm presuming you're allowing for like not just letting so much of the population die off or whatever because they're shut out of work, right?
No.
And it would be a sort of indefinite process or negative feedback loop or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You just let it go once you have that technology there. So doesn't it fundamentally imply like a change to sort of
to touch on your
system?
It does, but that's my point. It does. It disrupts the current market system that we have so dramatically that the concept of money has to change. And I'm not saying that I have the solution to this problem, but I think somebody will eventually have, once the problem is presented, once the reality of what we could do in the future, in 20 years, in 30 years. I think that somebody will. Yeah.
I guess the same could be said, in hindsight for like I guess the computer revolution or internet. Like the way you thought you did business is going to change.
Well, my father's thesis when he was in Harvard, he went to Harvard Business School. My father's thesis was actually very apt. He wrote about the horse and buggy whips. But there used to be literally hundreds of thousands of people employed in making horse and buggy whips back in the day. Horse and buggy was the way you got around, and these things wore out, and people had to make new ones, and this was the, but with the revolution of the car, all these people got put out of work, okay, pretty much within, a couple of decades.
And yet bicycles survived.
The bicycle survived, but his whole dissertation was about how business changes, revolutionary technology, how business handles revolutionary technology, and how business has to change.
Did they say that it also? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No,
it would also create new. It might take away some jobs, but it would also then create new jobs.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. I mean, the fundamental. Fundamentally, automation essentially, animates the inanimate matter to do work on our behalf, right?
I know, but who has to program and who has to maintain these machines? It's like, for example, like programmers now are so in demand. I mean, you'd know that, Nadia, but I mean, the
I'm
more
not noticing.
computers are.
Well, you think I've succeeded in getting a job over 17 months?
Yeah, chances are that kind of stuff will go away too. So there's no guarantee. So you could have robots repairing robots and artificial intelligence. I don't mean conscious machines, but sophisticated computers programming other computers.
Go ahead,
but
Michael.
People have worried about this since the Luddites, man. I mean, this has always happened, you know.
Yeah, but essentially you're changing the dynamic in such dramatic way with this technology that we have no reference point. It is not something which we can point to in the past and say, look how we handled it with this or that. It is so dramatic in its. It changes everything about distribution networks. It changes everything about market economies and the creation of certain objects. Even as I say, if they're mundane objects at first. Okay.
Well, now you're touching on all of that, and when you're beginning to involve the idea of, as Nadia, I think, started the conversation potentially with the idea of communism.
Mm-hmm.
There's this element of having real-time data and access to like the surpluses in the economy, where huge sectors of the economy could be delivered logistically on the day when they're needed or at the time that they're needed, and production and distribution could be so tightly woven that you wouldn't require a market economy. You could truly have an artificially intelligent, roboticized communist economy that gives you massive surpluses, especially if we're utilizing things like space resources, right? So we just landed on a comet. Maybe in 100 years we'll have endless amounts of metals and rare metals and things like that to utilize for new technologies.
You're going to the moon, my friend.
Well,
not to mention HE3 and other energy sources, sure.
But I agree. I think that's one step in the futurist vision of creating a world economy where you eliminate need more and more, actually. But that's how I think that, in a sense, the communist. I wouldn't have called Clark or Roddenberry or Asimov communists, but in a sense they're eliminating the need for money, and this would help in that sense. I think that will take a long time.
But speaking, that's not communism. Communism.
Right. Exactly. I wouldn't have called it communism. I know some do, because they think that communists just don't like money or something, but that's just not how it works.
But you could have self-organizing societies at that point, where you could have anarcho-capitalists, and they could have a mixed economy where, for example, it's almost like having a guaranteed minimum income, and yet you could pursue your own interests, and yet there's still a market economy available for people who want more.
I don't see it. I see future as like the favelas of Rio de Janeiro and the slums of Mumbai. I see it.
I'm not so
people,
sure.
working the dirt by the sweat of their brow in the midst of rural nowhere that nobody wants to go to.
I know, Nadia. You have a very dystopian and dark vision of the future, but I try to take a more optimistic outlook.
Well, you should shut more and more people out, more and more homeless, more and more troubles, more and more everything.
Right, but I know that the possibility is there, but I think that we will actually overcome that. That's my point. I think that given enough, it's not as if there aren't idealists in technology. I mean, you have people who actually have been doing projects to give kids in Namibia and Congo, etc., computers and teaching them how to use them, and you have people who are inventing solar stills and solar panels for villages in Africa and other places. You do have idealists in these sectors that are trying to make a difference.
And they're dwarfed by the people who just
I agree.
They're all lazy bums and
but you're a small minority.
Gang crack fiends and or
Right,
crack
no, but
whores even.
I agree, but they're a small minority. But I think that with the hopefully the coming technology, there will be less and less of a need. People will still covet unique items, but their daily, everyday items will be so cheap that you don't even think about it anymore. That's at least the plan. I know this is a futuristic vision. Some would say it's an idealistic vision. And once again, I'm not citing that this will happen overnight. I say that time is on my side, but time means that it takes a while. It takes a long time. Even with the new technology coming in 20 or 30 years, it will take a long time before everything changes to a
And the in-group loyalty. Oh, go ahead, Fly.
I'm on your side, Nadia. I don't see all this technology saving us from our need for money, but not from our other needs, and things becoming cheaper. Doesn't look like it. With resource depletion, things are just going to get more expensive, and unless we have a 3D printer that can recycle all our junk, we're still going to produce a lot of junk and trash the planet. So I don't see it. I see a more dystopic future.
Yeah.
We're nearly at the point now where we mine we can mine, planets soon, I believe. We won't have to rape Earth.
Drone strikes on food riots.
Well, it took 10 years for that comet to sorry, there's echo. That space thing to land on the comet took 10 years, so I don't see how we can mine a comet or a planet in no time.
Well,
No,
the moon, I think.
Blink of an eye.
Yeah, it won't take no time. It will take a while. That's why I'm saying these things will take time. I think it will happen eventually, and I'm not saying that the future isn't going to be dystopic for a while. It will. I think we will overcome it. That's my view of it, at least. I may not live to see it, and neither will you, but I think it will eventually come.
Well, what I see is this technological unemployment shutting more and more people out, and but the grand culmination is drones delivering or dropping cluster bombs on food riots. So that's my thought. And of course, surveillance technology used to take out any kind of activist and who so much raises a slightest objection against it.
Nadia, you sound like an end times Bible preacher right there.
I know. I was going to say.
I have a middle view on this thing. I feel that what we're going to see is something like how people moved from the old country to the new country. We're just going to have the new country be in space, and Earth is going to be sort of for the Neo-Luddites. We're not the space people. We're going to stay on Earth, and then you're going to have a new.
No, I think that for that, honestly, space colonization, we were sold on that in the 70s, and it's just going to take so long. I would point to hundreds. I would point to hundreds of years from now. It is not a viable solution right now. I would like it to be. I would like all those pretty colony space pictures with that were produced in the 70s by these artists. I'd like it to be true, but it's not going to happen today.
I'm not talking about colonizing the planet. I'm just maybe colonizing just a space between the Earth and the Moon, sort of thing.
I know. Even so, we were sold mostly on space station, a giant rotating ring around the planet Earth. We were sold on that in the 70s, and that is actually what the International Space Station started out as an idea. It was this giant colony in space. Now look at what it really is. Okay, is it anything near that? No. In fact, I did a meme graphic on it a year ago or something. I had on one side a 70s portrayal of this beautiful, huge ring space colony with families on green, lush grass, with beautiful houses, etc. I was like, this is what they tried to sell us in the 70s. And then on the right-hand side, I put a picture of the ISS. And while it's a remarkable piece of technology, it looks like an ugly robot in space. And I said, this is the reality of what we got. This was the space station we actually got. You know, I mean, the contrast between the two couldn't be starker.
Yeah, but I don't think people realize how quickly technology is going to exponentially just explode because of.
I agree, but
I think so.
I agree, but you still have a fundamental problem of launching into orbit, and that's really costly. I mean, I don't know if you know, but it's really, really costly. There's a reason why. Right, but like, okay,
you're still thinking in the 20th century paradigm. I mean, there's going to be technologies that won't need huge fuel rocket boosters to get us there soon. You know, I mean,
no,
there'll be
I disagree.
technologies that.
No, we're still going
to use lasers to propel.
No, but no, you can't do that from Earth gravity. You can do that in space, but you can't do it. You have to launch something into space. I mean, look at Virgin, right? Their space plane is not a ride on their space plane is going to be what $1 million or something like that. The reason it's $1 million is not because of it's not because of the technology of the plane. It's because of the propellant, because it's so damned expensive, and it's
$10,000.
Huh?
I think it's $10,000 a head or something like that.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot of money. It's more than most people can afford.
Yeah, but $2,000 to go to the United States for me, another $8,000 and I can go into the atmosphere. That's pretty cheap.
Right, and I'm not saying it's not going to go down, but it's going to take a long time. And the fact is that once you're in space, you've got additional problems of the cost of air, and because you have to ship the air, the cost of water because you have to ship the water and food.
No, but they can create that. Can't they create that?
Right, theoretically you can. We've never done it, but theoretically you can on the moon. You could actually create it, but it's not going to be cheap. Not at first. I'm saying I do believe it will happen, but it's going to take a long time. A very long time. And while private business, I believe, will find solutions to many of these problems, as will NASA, it's not going to be overnight. It's going to take a hell of a lot of technology, a hell of a lot of investment, and in fact, a hell of a lot of risk. Because we just saw one of Virgin's planes explode, and these things are not without risk. That goes with the territory. But there's not that many people that want to kind of take that risk right now. There are few people that actually want to take that risk right now and have the training to do it. Because you can't just take any Joe Schmo on the street who wants to say, yeah, I want to be an astronaut, and make them an astronaut. They have to be actually trained for years. They have to understand mathematics. They have to understand Newtonian physics. They have to understand how to pilot. I mean, these things are really, every pilot.
Those are all robots. All robots.
Yeah, every astronaut is an investment of millions and millions and millions of dollars. There's a reason why they're heroes, because not only are they such investments, but they take such risks. Even today.
No, but I'm saying all that stuff would be done by robots, like piloting and all that.
I think it's going to be a while before that too. We have drones, but I don't know if we're going to rely on drones to go into space. There's so many other factors when you're launching into space that you don't want to rely completely on that with people on board. With a satellite, it's one thing, but with people on board, it's another. And I think people will be a little bit reticent about being victims to that.
But I mean, isn't it already mostly automated? I mean, like, doesn't the computer handle a lot of the stuff already? I mean, you're not having.
No, the space shuttle's computers were so antiquated that astronauts were actually taking their laptops with them and cell phones to do calculations, which were far more powerful by orders of magnitude than the computers on board the space shuttle. I mean, think about that.
That was then, not now.
Oh, yeah, that was 2 years ago or 3 years ago. How far back?
Before it got shut down, right?
Yeah, how far back do you actually have to go? It's.
Yeah, but in 3 years we've got. I mean, computer technology, even in just 3 years, is being incredible.
Yeah, that's my point. That's my point. The technology to build a rocket ship takes years. If you integrate the circuits, they're going to be outdated by the time you launch it. That's what happened to the space shuttle. Huh?
My impression of computer technology is it's not really going as fast as it could. And
Sure.
essentially for, well, reasons having to do with, like, quote unquote, the market. I mean, basically considerations that are not pertinent to things like technical merit dominate, you know, what ends up getting actually produced and invested in and so on. And so computer technology is not, I don't think it's really going all that many places fast. I think it's, at least in terms, especially in terms of software, especially in terms of software, it's really stagnant. Especially in terms of software, it's really stagnant.
Let one person talk, please. Sorry.
You know, I gotta go, guys. It was actually really great talking to you guys. And Nadia, I always do enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
See you, man.
Thanks, Antonio.
I gotta run. I gotta have some lunch at some point. So see you guys.
See
you later, bro.
Yeah, I think especially in terms of software, computer technology is pretty stagnant. I mean, operating.
Yeah, I'm more hardware. And in hardware, I see it just exploding.
I work in hardware too, Michael. I work as a sysadmin. I've done network administration, tech support. I've been doing it for 20 years. But I think that the software is developing significantly. At the enterprise level, a lot of the integration that's going on, and then the big thing will be when they come out with some really successful digital assistants. It'll be pretty profound.
Well, what I actually do is interfacing the software to the hardware, right? So I see all the hardware too, and the hardware is, well, it's making progress. You know, say at a steady pace, but the software is, a lot of it is just basically, you know, enabling the hardware and then not really making much progress on its own.
Well, they're at 10 nanometers right now, but you know, we are going to hit a wall when it comes to the physics, right?
Yeah.
Not that far away. I mean, 2020 is when they're talking about.
I guess you can't go below the atom.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, signals start to jump across tracks then too, don't they? Because it's too close together. Like interference between.
Yeah, you start getting electrical interference problems and things like that. Exactly.
Yeah.
But I think Nadia was also trying to say, I think the development mostly in the last 10 years in terms of, at least in computer science, was mostly web-based development, you know, like the HTML and CSS, JavaScript sort of thing. Maybe?
That's not computer science.
Oh, that's not computer science?
Computer science is things like, well, I think most of the development's been in terms of numerical analysis, some algorithms for number theoretic affairs, and
like a computational sort of thing.
Yeah, theory of computation. Yeah, that's what computer science is. There's been some work out of China in terms of it had some like
the supercomputer.
Compositions of Turing machines, and there's been some progress also in terms of parallel computation. I guess not so much. Well, you could call them models, like lockless data structures. I think they made some strides. You must have heard about. Go ahead.
May I quote Yoda? Ready?
Try me.
Okay. Do or do not. There is no try.
But what was the context?
Well, the context is technology. You know, it's going somewhere. There's no doubt about that. So they're either going to do it or they're not. So we'll see where it goes. I don't know where it's going.
Rev, do you sub to Darren Kitchen from Hack 5?
I do not, Hazy.
Oh, because it's just coincidental then, because he's a technologist and he just posted a quote from that same quote from Yoda regarding some of his new business prospects. So he's here in the Bay Area and he's been like an edutainment personality in the IT field online.
Gotcha. Yeah, I just through the only reason I did that is because the entire time that Nathaniel was talking, I was thinking about that quote. You know, it's like that we can do a lot. The question is, is technology leading us down to the Penrose path to hell or heaven? I don't know which one it is. It's my opinion, you know.
That's entirely up to us, I think.
Depends on if you manage to keep your job.
That's true.
Yeah.
As long as you're on the inside, as well, and quote unquote in the workforce, well, there you go. You got your all sort of made. You fall outside of it even once, you get scars in your work history, and you are dead to the world.
Mm-hmm. Is kernel programming quite a niche thing? Like,
yeah, something of one, yes.
Because I was thinking, like, you know, Android apps, like, you know, just thinking about before about how many jobs are getting lost from different things, but then you look at the app market, any 16-year-old kid or even younger could spend 6 months learning Java and potentially become a millionaire selling an app at $1 a piece, and you know, it's like the Wild West on the market out there. So for programmers, in some areas, it's there's more work. I mean, if you've got good ideas, you make a lot of money.
Oh, it's not the Wild West, it's playing the lottery.
What? Google Apps? App Store? Like, I go on there, right?
I know what it is.
Yeah, but what I mean is, like, if I go on there and I look for some guitar apps, you know, to help me, like a tuner or a scale app or something like that, there's only 5 I can choose from that are actually any good. So, I mean, if I wanted to, in other words, there's room for people to, you know, it hasn't been, I'm struggling for the words, there's plenty of opportunity in that area.
Not really. You can pretty much see it's winner take all.
What do you mean?
You look at the statistics on, you know, which apps make how much money, and who produces them. And you already have
most of them
big shops taking all the money, and
well, I find it's the opposite. The big shots like Opera and Firefox and Skype and all and Facebook, they give their apps away for free. It's the small people that charge, you know, the $1 for the app, and they sell 50,000 copies of it in 3 months and get, you know, they're the ones that seem to be making the money, not the biggies on the market.
Well, at least that was the games. You know, the kids just buy games. So.
That's true.
Yeah, and the games. Those games are free half the time.
Oh.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Nadia, do you have any ideas for any apps or, you know, Linux stuff?
Well, in certain ways, yes.
Okay.
I should point out that the games is very much a big part of it. While they don't charge for the game itself, they do charge for, I don't know what you call them, cheats or whatever in the game.
Oh, yeah, in-app purchases. Yeah.
And those games are a big part of what ends up taking the cake. And you know, there you can see the concentration in terms of, you know, the bigger shops can have the graphic design and everything else to make the game prettier, sexier, etc.
Nadia, the reason I asked you that, if you have any ideas about any apps, is because you could start a GoFundMe, and if it's a good enough idea, you could have, you know, I'm sure you've seen the reports of, you know, somebody had an idea, they put a GoFundMe up, and you know, they're like a millionaire in a couple days. So.
Yeah, but Rev, she doesn't even need money because you can get the Eclipse integrated development environment, which is like $1 million piece of software that IBM made and then gave away for free. You can get that for free and then get the Android plugin for it and just start programming. You don't need any startup money to start making apps. Then it's $20 to register an account on Google Play, and then if you charged $1, within 24 hours, every sale you get, that goes straight into your bank account. So for $20, you could get yourself going. if you had an idea for an app.
I think that's the thing. I think the idea, if you don't have an idea, then you're kind of stuck.
But that's what I'm also saying, is because it's relatively new, there's so much room because so many of these ideas haven't been done. And people are still, like, for example, you can do stuff on phones and tablets that you can't even do on a computer. For example, those planetarium type programs where you hold your phone up, because they've got sensors in them, gyro sensors and motion sensors. And you move it across the sky and it can show you where the stars are. So there's apps that you can make for phones and tablets that you can't even get on a computer. So there's a whole new market of software that you could develop that could not have been developed before tablets and phones, for example. I mean, I think it's the Wild West, eh?
True.
Well, odds are a lot of you probably don't have like high-tier data plans or whatever on your phones, but I guess one of the major ideas I had was something like what you might call a Google Maps plus plus or whatever, where a number of different ideas involving, say multi-stop trip planning with potential reordering, things like accounting for weather conditions before in their transfers between different forms of transportation, and so on and so forth. And they, unfortunately, it's not really very applicable, maybe outside of New York, but anyway.
Right, look, Nadia, write up the idea, okay, in a text document. Start a GoFundMe. It's completely free. Okay, give it a name because you're very good at coming up with names. We all know that. All right, write it up. Start a GoFundMe, and you might just get a lot of people donating. $5, $1. Because I know you're in a spot now. You need money. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it might. A lot of people might see it quick. I know you have a ton of people that have seen your Google Plus profile. What, it's like 6 million something? I mean, you have a revenue source and you don't even know it with your Google Plus. Give it a shot.
Why
Yeah,
not?
I reckon you should, Nadia.
Well, it's kind of doubtful, but I mean, a number of the things, I guess, require. How do you test something like that?
No, you don't need to test it, Nadia. All you need is the idea. And you just expressed an idea quite eloquently. Write it up in a text document, pop it on GoFundMe, and see what happens. Try it.
It's not entirely true.
Why don't
You do need more than that too.
Yeah, you're promising a product.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to help you out.
Why don't you just download Eclipse, that IDE, and then which is free?
I already have it.
And just,
I already have it.
Yeah, download the Android plugin and just make a killer app that's simple, but everyone would want it, and it's only $1. Because I mean,
but
who wouldn't pay $1?
Oh, okay. What is a killer app? Can you actually consciously make one? It's not anyone's individual effort that does it. It's others' evaluations or whatever of it, and it's not within your control. So you say killer app, you're asking for the impossible, right?
Why?
No, the thing is, it's very difficult to figure out what is a killer app until it already happens.
It's not even possible at all.
Something everyone wants. It's something that what everyone wants.
Yeah, but what is that?
Well,
that's
email was a killer app.
Email
was
like,
killer app.
It's like you find somebody to get rich. Oh, you want to get all these surgeries? Go get rich.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
It's a label, but yeah, when you actually remove the label and say, okay, what is it? It's very difficult to say. So.
Well, Nadia, my point is you just expressed an idea that you have. Okay? Listen, my buddy on the radio show that I used to do, he had, basically he just started a GoFundMe to try and get his ass to Israel. He wants to go back to Israel, okay? he had, you know, $500 in a couple days without anybody even really knowing about who he was or what was going on. Just because of the little audience that we had on a radio show, he started a GoFundMe and he had money. I'm saying you just expressed an idea. You just expressed an idea that you could clearly put up on a GoFundMe, and maybe 2, 3, 4 people, 5, 6, 7, maybe 1,000 people would see that idea and say, yeah, that's pretty cool. I'll give you 5. Multiply 5 times 1,000 people. Yeah, that's all. I'm just trying to help you out, Nadia.
All anyone's going to do is criticize me for e-begging.
Oh, shit. All right, fine. Whatever.
I hear you, Rev. I hear you.
No, I'm really I'm trying to help her out because I know she's in a very bad place right now, and you know, you need some money.
What do you think help means?
What, Nadia?
What do you think help means?
Well, that's a good question. I'll shut up.
What did she ask? What do you think help means?
Help, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even understand.
It's more difficult than it looks, but yeah, it's, you know, it is.
But yeah, it always is. It always is. It was like an Australian idiot trying to say, "Oh, just go out and get a job." I mean, yeah, okay, man. It's harder than just going out and getting a job. You know, there's a lot to it.
It's not just harder. It's totally out of your hands.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's someone else's decision every time, right?
Yep.
People who think the app is so great. People, I guess the hiring managers, whatever. See, you know, people on GoFundMe that will think it's worthy versus e-begging.
Well, the thing is not to worry about that. If they say you're e-begging, you're like, okay, I am, fine, you know. But the fact is, you would actually maybe start something, you know, maybe try something. Even if it fails, fine. You know,
hey, Nadia, how about a page? A GoFundMe page. Help an aspiring transsexual woman fully fulfill what she wants to be. I bet in a day.
That's a bloody good idea.
It's been sitting at 0 for a year and a half, at least.
Oh.
Actually, no. More than 2 years.
You have
a way to mark.
Back in 2012. It's like mid to late 2012.
So you already tried doing a GoFundMe page for what you want to do, and it didn't work.
Basically, yeah.
Okay. All right. Shit.
Yeah, it's sitting out there. I don't remember offhand where it is, but I can probably Google it or something.
Imagine if you checked it out tonight and there was $500,000 in there. You haven't checked it for 6 months. That'd be cool.
It's been at 0 the entire time and still 0.
Yeah. Is there a way to do it? Like, are there ways to get more exposure on GoFundMe? I mean, there must be ways of doing it and ways of doing it.
Yeah, be a hot chick already.
Oh, really?
Is there a site like, instead of like a GoFundMe, which is, I guess, a lot of topics, is there something that's specifically for medical, like a MedFundMe kind of thing? A website?
Yeah, there are. I've signed up for them too. There's one, I think, dedicated to breast augmentation I signed up for.
Ah, I never knew about that.
Again, it's 0.
I thought you had to work them though, you know, really work it and network it, and you know, I didn't think you could just put one up and it would just start making money. I thought you had to actually network and share through social media and connect with people and build it.
That's what I was saying, Michael. That's what I was saying, Michael. She has, 6 million plus views on her Google Plus. I mean, that's some hardcore networking there. So
that's over the course of almost 3 years.
That's pretty good numbers for 3 years, Nadia. That's pretty good.
Yeah, random hot chick who's been on less than 90 days gets like 25, 30,000 subs or followers, and
wow.
But that's because she's a random
many
hot chick.
Yeah.
Random
Why
don't you just call yourself random hot chick or something like that too?
Well, that's not what they're called. They have names or whatever, but yeah.
Put up an old picture of yourself, Nadia. I mean, I think you're beautiful now. You know, that's just me, but you know, put up an old picture of yourself and say, "Hey, I'm a hot chick. Fund my full transition."
Yeah.
Well, I fall off the net in basically 30 days from now.
Well, but you still have 30 days. Do it. Come on, Nadia. Get motivated. Come on. Come on.
It takes longer than 30 days usually, but anyway.
All right.
Are you losing your internet in a month?
Nadia, I really care about you, but it seems to me at this point you've given up. Is that true?
No.
Good.
I legitimately dismiss like things that essentially have no potential, whatever. But there's the usual sort of, hey, get me a leg up for a job kind of thing. Somebody pulled a string for me back in June or July. Got an interview, got turned down. So basically, can't really do much more than just wait for the next leg up or inside connection to pop up. And the trouble is, though, it's waiting too long. Right?
Yeah,
I'm getting starved out, right? Getting starved off the net, starved out of the street.
Hey, I don't know, what's your neighbourhood like where you live? Because, like, where I live in New Zealand, like, I could go around, like, my suburb and, like, just go to old people's or any people's house and say, hey, do you want me to clean your eaves, wash windows, mow your lawns or whatever? And they pay you, like, $20 an hour or something like that. And you could get, I mean, I know people that have maybe 10 regular jobs a week and, you know, just doing odd jobs for people, and you just knock on their door, and you just, and a lot of people will just give people work like that.
Yeah, we don't do that here.
That would not be culturally acceptable here.
Really?
You probably get the police called on you.
You do that here, you
know
get
what?
shot.
My neighbour.
There's
my neighbour
another problem.
Didn't even know me.
20, 30 years ago, that was acceptable in the U.S., but these days, you know, maybe in some more rural areas, but...
Yeah, here, I was just, Hazy, here in PA, I was just let me comment on this. You know, here in PA, last winter, there was this guy that was completely, you know, destitute. And, you know, this is Pennsylvania, so I can't speak for the rest of the nation, but he was down and out in Beverly Hills, and, you know, he said to me, he saw that my sidewalk wasn't shoveled yet. It was pretty early in the morning, and he's like, could I shovel your sidewalk for $20? And I'm like, no, it's all right. I'm going to get out there and do it myself. But I said, hey, I gave him some money anyway, you know, because I could tell that he was in a very tough spot. So here in my state, you know, it's not illegal. I would encourage it. You know, if people need money, they should be able to do it. But I can't speak for the rest of the nation. Here in PA, it was allowed. So. Go ahead, Nani.
There's another problem, which is you have these ideas of, like, you know, going out, you know, I guess, like, walking into places, going face to face with, you know, broad varieties of people and so on. That is not something an impassable trans woman like myself can really do. Anyone could, I guess, try anything, but the result will be essentially assault or having cops called on me, and absolutely certainly rejection. Right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I tried walking into places of business that have like storefronts and stuff, and you know, it's instant, just, you know, no way in hell.
I thought in California it'd be a bit different because they're more
Yeah.
relaxed.
I was just going to say that, yeah.
They are. And it doesn't impact the, it does impact the unemployment rate. It's only, amongst trans women, it's only 70% here. I say only with good cause. It's much higher elsewhere in the country where, well, you don't pass and your ass is grass.
Well, manual labor would be tough for you as well, Nadia, right? Because you have a knee injury, so.
And the other health problems.
Yeah, there are other health problems too, but.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that, but.
Well, the question is, what do you mean by manual labor? And really, the brutal part for hiring discrimination is the kind of customer contact. I mean, big part of it is the hiring managers. The hiring managers for kind of low end customer-facing stuff get skittish about, someone who might freak out their right-wing Christian customers and so on. So there's there's I guess some maybe lingering oddness when you think about like, okay, we got to put this thing in our office environment and so on.
I mean, you're living in the most liberal place that you could possibly live, Nadia. I mean, how many right-wing Christians would be walking into a business or like just an everyday, like a Taco Bell or a McDonald's or a Starbucks or whatever, where you're at. I mean, I don't.
Their concerns are not necessarily valid. Yeah. I mean, but my guess as to what the thought process of a hiring manager for some kind of Taco Bell or drugstore or whatever works.
It just blows my mind that there's not something out there, Nadia, somewhere where you're at that you could get a foot in, You're brilliant. I mean, you could be a manager.
Have a good night, Lyra.
See you later, man.
Not me. Oh, hi, John May.
Hello.
One Australian leaves, another one enters.
Oh God, is Rand Scam here?
Oh, I thought that was
no. That's just his eye, bloodshot though.
It's John May.
No, it's not Rand Scam. Okay.
Thank God. I was going to leave otherwise.
There are enough reasons to expect it to be unproductive, and I've put in the quote-unquote old college try enough times. I don't really see a point in repeating the process. There's the manual labor thing is a little bit interesting. It's kind of like there isn't much of that. In things like construction or manufacturing are pretty much wiped out, even warehouse type stuff.
Nadia.
I've seen listings, but they're like, they're very few and they have to be swamped. Go ahead.
Yeah, Nadia, how about temp agencies? Kelly Services. Have you ever heard of Kelly Services?
No, but there was a Manpower thing nearby. I tried signing up with them or whatever.
All right, when my buddy, my co-host on my radio show was down and out, he had a contract from Apple to do tech support for Apple computers through Kelly Services. Perhaps there might be something there for you. I'll get you a link and maybe you could apply. I'll get you a link. 1 second, all right?
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Nadia, have you tried, what's that called? Freelancer.com or something? They usually
have accounts on there. Very little of it is within my skill set. Actually, none of it is within my skill set. But
oh, the kernel programming, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of like weird PHP and who knows what, and they have deadlines, so
Yeah,
like,
that's
well,
a
okay, I
difficulty.
can learn whatever, but I can't meet the deadline if I'm already in the process of signing up for it.
Nadia, listen to me. I posted the link in the chat. Please bookmark it and you know, put your resume in. I'm sure that they would have something for you. I'm sure they would. Try it. Come on, Nadia, try it. I'm trying to help you here, you know.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Manpower did nothing.
Cool. All right.
This did nothing too, but
All right.
I mean, really, you need an inside connection. Somebody has to pull strings for you to get a job.
Not there, Nadia. Listen to me. Kelly Services is actually the second largest employer in the United States, second to Walmart. So
Walmart, yeah.
give it a try. Give it a try, Nadia. I'm telling you, they'll have something. You're brilliant. You know, they'll have something for you.
You know, there are other possibilities, but they're more seedy, I should say. You know, like the more, how should I say this, pornographic cam.
God, yeah, August. You know, you brought it up. Yeah, are you talking?
I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there.
Yeah, you know.
I have an account on Camp 4. I don't attract a significant number of viewers and essentially no monetary donations. The viewers I do attract are generally other trans women who basically go, "Oh yeah, I'm having a rough time too."
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, that's my experience on Camp 4. For the actually, might as well say it, just prostitution outright. I pretty much got turned away.
What?
Yeah, they said you aren't hot enough, or in not so many words, and go home.
Is prostitution legal in
Not
California?
kidding. What? Yeah, it is. But
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. I thought it was only in like what was that place? Las Vegas, Nevada, someplace.
that's where it's legal. Yeah. But the illegal option is not available either.
Yeah. But yeah, don't go down that road.
Yeah, I was gonna say, August, absolutely. I wasn't. It came to my mind, but I would never recommend it. You know, that's bad shit. I mean, you would just get abused, Nadia. So.
Yeah, I thought about it. Tried in New York. Out here, the passability standards are even higher. I mean, I could get around at a club because basically it's like who puts himself out for free. Right, it's a whole like hierarchy, right? You know, kind of the more passable, however chick you are, you have whatever kind of thing feeds into people's fetishes. You know, you can actually get things like steady boyfriends and
I got you.
People just like throw money at you because you're hot. Now, someone who's a little bit lower down the scale, different story.
Well, I would think
go to the club. Basically, like the broke guys, you know, getting what they can for free. You know, basically like I didn't see a literal instance of it happening, but you know, random dude bro shaved his legs in a 5 o'clock shadow. You know, wearing skirt and heels could you know, get as far as I did, and frankly, that's pretty much how they saw me. So, I mean, 10, 15 guys will line up for that in the clubs. They're drunk. They don't give a shit.
Wow. Yeah,
it's not something I can sell.
Don't do it anyway, even if you could.
Yeah, so if that's what the standard is there, porn is much higher standard, right?
Mm. Oh, is it? I don't know. Yeah.
Well, I would think the BDSM crowd would be, you know, open to whatever, Nadia. You know, I know that's what you're
yeah.
into, so.
Yeah, yeah, they are, and well, without the looks, they won't pay for it.
Ah, shit. All right, I got you. All right.
But you do have the looks.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, but they want somebody that I think it comes down to probably your overall body structure, right, Nadia?
Yeah, a lot of it.
Yeah.
Hips, shoulders, breasts, and even the face. It's like, actually, I just lean back like this. See how my eyebrows light up like that? Those are
Yeah, I don't think that
masculine eyebrow. Those are masculine eyebrow ridges.
Yeah, I got you, but your face, like I said before, Nadia, you know, coming from a totally heterosexual male standpoint, I thought you were a woman, just looking at your face. Now I understand when you stand up, yeah, you do sort of have that.
Tallness.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much, yeah. But your face, I mean, you look like a woman to me. Seriously, you still do. I know what you are, and you still look like a woman to me. So.
Yeah, that's what I see.
I can't bear to look because, well, she's, I guess, achieved or born into something that I can never have. But yeah, you want to see what people's expectations are? Go look for Bailey J, porn star.
Bailey J.
Bailey J. I'll spell it.
Bailey, gotta check this out. Let me see. Bailey J.
I remember David bringing up that woman that was in that Bond film, you know, and but that comes from lots and lots of money. So, like you said in the Hangout, you know, you need lots of money to get there, and
or lots of luck.
Right.
You know, basically be born like having the bone structure or getting puberty blocked or whatever.
Yeah, I got you. You got screwed out of it now. That pisses me off. You know, you should just be able to live your life the way you want to, and pisses me off. I wish this shit didn't happen to you. I really do.
I do too.
Okay, Bailey J.
Yeah, that's what the expectations are.
Is it Bailey Jane, as in Jane? Or?
No, I spelled it in the text chat.
Oh, sorry, didn't see that. Oh, Jay. Okay.
Yeah, that's what their expectations are. Someone like me, they just use a guy.
Let's have a look.
Wow, she looks like the girl I fell in love with, the witch chick. I fell in love with. Wow, that's That's a dude.
No, she's not a dude.
Okay, I'm sorry. Wow, oh my lord, I ain't going there. Wow. Yeah, she's hot.
Yeah, that's what they expect. And actually, in a lot of cases, they expect more. They expect, she's, at least down below, yeah, not...
I'm sorry, but
as,
Nadia.
Not as, maybe, well, big. And they actually, you know, for the whole fetish thing, they want, like, well, big. So, there are ones that have that, and, you know, they take the entire cake. They're...
Sorry, but you're way more pretty than her. I'm not just trying to pee in your pocket, but she looks like a guy.
Well, you could say that, but I have eyes.
So do I. And I'm a guy.
And mirrors.
I think you're just a bit hard on yourself, Nadia.
It's not on myself. It really is coming from all around me. Yeah, I go a little bit lower class part of town where they're basically trying to bring anybody down they can to feel like they're above them. They
But that
just
doesn't
scream
mean
it
it's
out.
true.
They scream female
Doesn't
and
mean it's
tranny and
true.
everything else at me from every block, whatever.
Doesn't mean it's true though.
It means they can spot me from over a block away. Or rather, clock is what they usually say.
People are mean.
Yeah, and it's gotten a lot worse since I packed on all the weight, too. I mean,
Nadia, I
I
have
was
no.
getting, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'll just say I have no idea what you're going through. I never will, and I just feel it for you so much. And I wish there was something, that I could do. And I mean, you meet so many people on here. I wish there was somebody that could help you out. I just feel for you. Go ahead. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I forgot what I was going to say, too, but yeah, leg up for the job is the main thing. And, well, my connections and so on, aren't making connections, so, it took a couple years last time, and it was a pretty weird indirect or whatever connection that got me it, so I guess I don't have a whole lot of people I actually spent my career with vouching for me, which is rather disappointing. I thought I did a better job than that. I thought I made and had more friends than that.
Maybe they're just scared.
I don't think they are. I think you're pretty far to the left and so on. I mean, even in the last interview, turn me down. Maybe it tilted the field just far enough further to dump me out of it entirely. But I actually saw two like myself and just randomly getting shuffled through the hallways of the building. And I guess in the cafeteria too. So it was when I was so optimistic. Basically, because I saw those two, I was like, yeah, they've got people like me. I just fit right in, and yeah, it didn't happen.
Well, Nadia, for my lack of temporal or physical hope to give you, you know where I come from, being a Christian, a believer. The only thing that I can do for you is say that trust in God when the shit hits the fan, when it really does. And something might happen. That's the only thing I can say to you, It's the only thing I could say.
I've been close enough to the end or whatever to have a pretty concrete idea. Yeah, and the kidney failure thing really, just cut out a lot of the pain. I just kind of went under, had no idea, woke up I don't know how many days later, and I don't think it'll hurt me when it happens. I think my kidneys will go down again when it does, and I'll go quietly into that good night.
Well, you might wake up in a place that you you never expected, Nadia.
The only place I'll wake up is in a hospital.
Well, okay, maybe, but I'm saying if you do truly cross over, if David has a point, you might wake up in a place that you didn't think it would be, but you'll get there and you'll be like, holy shit. You'll look down at your privates and you'll be like, wow, I have what I've always wanted to have. How about that? It's a pretty cool idea, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You never know, Nadia. You never know. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Raw had that idea too. I don't know if you're hearing me, but
I think he left for a minute.
it varies whether when people step away, whether they can hear. Or they had headphones on, aren't hearing it, or headphones on they had to take off because they're wired to the system or whatever. Oh well, I had the whole hope for the afterlife, or versus hope for this life hangout last night.
Oh.
And
How'd that turn out? What was the topic of discussion? Was that the whole thing? Oh.
I was basically saying that atheism did have hope to offer in this life, or the atheist, materialist, I guess whatever kind of other things need to go in to make it a worldview, actually had hope to offer in this life of greater substance than the religious post-mortem paradise worldview or so on. But I basically had, he's like, well, if you're cursed in this life or whatever, there's at least an end to it promised. Where the reprobate, suffer for eternity. There's the I guess aspect of the fallen world affair, essentially making it all kind of grim and hopeless in this life, and we can see the sort of human progress. Well, it's not directly materialist, and at least sort of humanist aspect of the worldview is reduced. How having a sort of purpose we decide ourselves gives us something better tailored and essentially exactly what we want our purpose to be because we decided ourselves as opposed to it being assigned by some deity and so on. And I don't know, I thought it was it's pretty mundane or whatever, kind of like not exciting. Oh, I'm going to debunk Christianity, finally gun down God. Whatever the other atheists in the world are trying to do. And but it just at the very end I kind of say that it's sort of defense of my own beliefs that they're not some kind of grim or hopeless or whatever. They actually have something to promise. They do have some direction. They have purpose. They do have actual substance to the promises when they're made. And I guess also the false promises are kind of made it pretty lightly because I didn't want to really turn it into a gun down the opposition thing. There was kind of a lightly touched upon, the false promises are damaging
Hmm.
You know,
True.
people waste their lives, people misallocate resources, and so on.
That's true. You look a little bit sleepy there.
Yeah, I am, but
Wow, it's 5 a.m. for me here. I'm guessing it's 3, well, almost 6 a.m. here. So it's almost 4.
Almost 7 here, August.
3:51 here.
Uh,
Well, I'm not worried. I'll just if everybody leaves, I'll just go to sleep and leave it on here. Watch people watch me sleep. Although I have had full houses where I was the only one asleep or something, and they had some kind of riotous conversation. Everybody appreciated.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
It's always entertaining, right?
You can watch it later on. Once you wake up, you're like, oh, what are they talking about?
Well, I mean, it happened a few times back in, I think, before May, but yeah, it led people to say that I had better hangouts in my sleep than a number of people did while they were awake.
Bullshit. I don't agree with that, Nadia. If you're not here, I don't want to see it.
I was there. I was asleep, though.
Yeah, if you're not talking, I don't want to be there.
Okay.
No, seriously, Nadia, click Kelly Services US, and
I did.
Okay, cool. Bookmark it and try it. Listen. I wouldn't be here if I didn't give a shit about you. The fact of the matter is, if I could help you in any way, I would. The only thing I can give you is spiritual. To never give up hope, ever. I know you're in a dark spot, and it grieves my spirit. It really hurts me that you're in this position because of the reasons that you believe that you are there. But I mean, don't give up. I have this feeling that you're kind of giving up, and I don't want you to.
What does giving up even mean?
Well, that you don't think that there's any way that you're going to be able to find something to be able to support yourself. There's lots of stuff. All right, how about in the state of health?
Well, if that's the case, I guess the question is can that be a rational assessment? Is it so in my case? Is it, maybe even a correct assessment? It actually can be the case, can't it? How would just discerning that or knowing it, when it is the case, be a wrong thing to do?
The wrong thing to do what, Nadia? I could barely hear you there when you said that.
How would just knowing that, well, there's nothing you can do or whatever, be the wrong thing to do, or saying it, or believing it, or whatever.
Okay, I understand.
If it is the case, why is it wrong to believe it, know it, say it, and all that?
Okay, gotcha. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. I guess my role here is trying to do everything I can to, I guess, encourage you, maybe give you some ideas. But if you feel that's the case, then maybe it is, Nadia.
Yeah, I can. I mean, there's only a limited range of things you can do. It's not like it's a range of real numbers where there's an infinity of them in between.
Right. Well, I got you. The reason I gave you that link is because my co-host on the radio show, basically he was just really smart in electronics, which you definitely are. He was a home tech support, you know, like you call up for tech support for your iPhone or your iMac or whatever. And I mean, maybe they might have something for people that are dealing with Linux systems and they don't understand it. You know, like online tech support or phone tech support for Linux systems. That's how he didn't have any credentials basically to do what he was doing, but he was getting a very good paycheck at the temp service, and he was so good at it they kept renewing his contract. So that's the only reason that I gave you that link, Nadia. I think it's something you should file for. You know, give them your resume, and you might get something from it. You know, you got 30 days. Try it.
Yeah, Linux support systems and so on are, well, I have a good idea how they work, and they're kind of unlikely for that, but they might be able to use, I don't know, some kind of general knowledge. Yeah,
That's
throw it at the wall, see if it happens.
Try it. Yeah.
I throw it at every other wall.
Right? Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I really care about you, Nadia. I do. You know, I care about you. You have a good heart. I know you do. You're brilliant. Regardless, I mean, even if you don't think that you've done anything on here, I want you to know that you have made an impact on the world through what you've done with these Hangouts. You really have. Remember that, always.
Oh. Well, yeah, there's like Marquis de Sade said, you know, so what is it? All memories of me will be erased from the memories of men.
Bullshit.
I think we still remember Marquis de Sade.
What's that?
I think we still remember Marquis de Sade, right?
Oh,
that's right, August. Yep. David's here. God bless David. Yeah, August, you're 100% right. You're 1,000,000,000% right. That Nadia, you have the ability to quote him. He's not forgotten. So, and neither will you be.
All these moments that we lost in time, like tears and rain.
Not with Google around.
How long do you think Google will be around?
Forever. As long as we're here, I think they'll be here. I think.
How long does it take for a random false flag to take down a channel?
That's true.
You conspiracy theorist, Nadia. I never knew that you were a conspiracy theorist. Come on.
But they will have all this data recorded in petabytes, backups, and all that good stuff.
In the cloud. That's right, August. In the cloud. You'll be in the clouds, Nadia.
100 years from now, people will be, like historians, will be scrounging around this data to figure out what people were like back in the good old days of 21, where are we now? 2010, 2014. Yeah.
In the year 2525.
If there's an argument that I've achieved some kind of legacy, it's probably not Godless. It's probably my work in Linux. Unfortunately, all under my former name. But anyway.
Well, they'll be able to figure out that, you know, who you were and who you are now, and so on.
I don't think they'll care.
Yes, they will, Nadia. What did you do when you were a programmer? Give us sort of the rundown. What did you do?
In general terms or specific accomplishments?
Well, from my standpoint, given the fact that I have no fucking clue what is entailed in being a Linux kernel programmer, I would say in general first. And if you want to go into specifics, cool too.
Okay, well, I did essentially some platform enablement and I guess what is it? Early boot bring up and so on for IBM. Some later I guess enterprise scalability work And then, at least for the system and kernel and so on. And in the at Oracle, I worked on, I guess you'd call it, workload enablement to make sure the database or the system ran better when it was running the database. Basically, went from like getting the system to boot at all to getting the system to run better when it was a bigger system to getting the system to run better when it was running Oracle.
How does Ubuntu hire people, or I mean, do they hire people, or do you volunteer?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
They hire?
They don't even respond to me when I apply.
Well, screw them. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
Nadia,
they're just really interested.
that sounded pretty amazing to me. You just told me there. I mean, in terms of property rights as to what you did program, it wasn't under your name, so you can't get any money out of it. In other words, right?
It's open source, so I'm not getting any like royalty type things anyway. It was just the paycheck to do it, get it in mainline.
I got you.
Yeah. Yeah, there was some work getting it into distros too, but anyway, it was I don't know, it's becoming a distant time now. In 6 years. No good news.
Oh, I thought you was talking like you got like some kind of a job or something.
No, I was talking about jobs I did in the past.
Oh.
And maybe it's time to join a commune. I don't know. They're pretty big in California, right?
They also can't handle the medical.
Oh, yeah.
Do you guys hear my fan?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. We're used to
it. Yeah, David, don't worry about it. Just if you're not talking, maybe mute. But
I need to get a new computer.
It's all good, man.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah.
I thought I seen Rand in there, but I guess that's just somebody.
Yeah.
I would love both of them to be in the same chat and see what happens after that.
Oh my God, August, if you get Randcam, the real Randcam and Randscam in one room, that would be the greatest comedic thing ever.
Oh, I would love that.
Man, that would be good.
I can't believe the hate emails I'm getting of my last video, well, the second last video.
What was that, David? I haven't.
Coming out of the woodwork. Pretty much I said what I said in the Hangout, that I just think that the atheists have pushed me too far. And
right.
Wait, you're not atheist, David?
Why is everyone surprised to hear that?
I don't know. I just assumed that you were.
He's a Universalist Christian, and I'm a Universalist believer in Christ. And David, I'm getting there myself. I pray for it, man.
Well, oh Lord.
Hey Seth, what's up, man?
It's I mean I pray that you get there too, but I don't want you to believe anything. Well, I don't even know what I'm saying. I don't want to be the cause of it.
No, David, listen. As I've given my opinion on what I believe God is in Nadia's Hangouts. Okay, I believe that God is love, 100% love. At the end of the day, you know what I mean. So your view of it is very appealing, and
I don't have all the answers. I haven't been able to fill in all the holes.
none of us do, David. None of us. But
Yeah, that's what I pretty much alluded to in the last video, is that we're all in this life, we all got pieces of the puzzle. We all got pieces of it, and the devil is just having a field day with it. He's got us looking at the trivia, pointing our fingers at each other, and you know, like I completely misunderstood Rand Campbell all the time. It's easy to do because, you know, he comes at you, you know, fast and hard.
yeah, he's a double-barrel shotgun.
And for the longest time, I took him seriously. I thought all the stuff he was like really, like, you know, wanting to smack people around and stuff. And really, it's just an act. It's just for show. I get that.
Pretty much, yeah. David,
That makes it okay.
David,
What's that?
David, could you post your YouTube link in the chat? I'd love to sub to you.
Oh, okay. My YouTube link.
Yeah, do you?
Seth, I couldn't hear you.
No, I was just they were saying how Rand
What
Campbell's
you mean by a YouTube link?
Rand Campbell is all talk. He, you know, implying that he's not actually going to hurt anyone. Yet he says he will a lot of the times, or implies that he will. And they said it as if, you know, well, it's just an act, as if it's okay. So then I kind of put a button on the point by saying, and that makes it all okay.
Well, no. Well, see, look, this is how I'm seeing it now. It's that when he says he's going to do a Rand slap and all that, that's just a metaphor for he's just going to like just talk at you. He's going to like talk, you know, be a little gruff and stern in his speech.
I don't know. Isn't he an ex-con?
Yep.
Well, see, that's because, okay, I understand now that that's the lingo that he knows.
Mm.
You know, that's, I mean, we all are comfortable with our upbringing and our past, and we use that because that's what we know. We use that to communicate with, you know, and until we, you know, figure out something better.
I'm just worried that he might lose his temper and be an ex-con.
I don't think that's likely to happen. For, you know, because I've listened to him a few times, and you know, if you listen to him every now and then, you know, little pieces of information will come out. I think that if he actually did flip out and hurt someone, he might be looking at some serious time. I don't think he wants to do it.
Yeah. Well, Muskoka Man and Rand Camp have met, and Muskoka Man appears to be in one piece.
Not only that, I get a vibe from him that, like, he really sincerely believes in Jesus, and I don't think he really wants to hurt anybody.
You're right, David.
I get the feeling from him that he actually thinks he's some kind of bodyguard for Jesus, and that if anyone speaks ill of God or Christianity, then he feels that it's perfectly reasonable and accepting of Jesus and God for him to put the smackdown on them.
Verbally.
I get the feeling that he probably kind of like vaguely believes
It's not
entertaining. Put on a fundamentalist act.
I'm sorry, Nadia. It's not a physical smackdown. It's a verbal. I mean, he's like playing with it, you know. He's like I didn't understand it. I didn't understand it until recently. I
mean, I knew I would think of him as the Rush Limbaugh of the channels, you know, of the Google Hangout, kind of. Hello. Sorry.
Yeah.
As far as you know, as the atheist community goes, like I said in my response to Eve, is she seemed concerned that I was going over to, I guess, what the atheists consider to be the dark side, the fundy side. You know, I have more in common with people who believe in Jesus than with people who don't. I mean, if I had to choose between which side of the fence to fall on, I'm probably going to fall on their side of the fence.
Mm. Well, that's not surprising.
Well, Jesus said, remember, David, Jesus said, think not that I've come to bring peace, I have come to bring a sword. And in the Greek, the word sword means division. It comes down to his name. If you are saying that you believe in him, no matter what fucking doctrine you have, if you hold to the fact that you believe in Christ, you are going to be hated. That's just the bottom line.
I am not of your world, even if I am in it.
Well, like when he was being put on trial, he said that my kingdom is not of this world. He said if my kingdom was of this world, that he'd have his father would send, like what 186,000, our whole legion was what 100,000 or something like that, 11,000. I don't know how much a legion is, but a legion of angels to rescue him. If this world was his kingdom, he wouldn't have went through what he went through.
That's right, man. You got it.
Well, even if I'm not of your world, I am in it.
And I almost
trick is there's a
go ahead. I'm laughing now, but anyway, Seth was trying to explain, I guess, to someone. I think it was Seth, that my view of heaven, once we get all into eternity, is that some people will be living in slums.
No.
Yeah, I haven't seen very many slums with streets of gold. Have you?
No, that's a straw man. It's a total straw man.
What, the slum?
I don't say that often. I'm usually more charitable than to just throw out the names of logical fallacies like straw man, but that's exactly what that is a straw man. Well, my argument against your idea of an afterlife wasn't that some people are living in slums, that it was that some people are only partial citizens. People are mistreated.
That's another straw man. There's no such thing as a partial citizen.
Okay, there certainly is.
Okay, it's like when you have a kingdom, and in the king's family, there's some that his kids, there's his wife, there's nephews, there's nieces, you're not going to treat your second cousin as well as you would your son.
You're right. So God's a nepotist. Okay.
What? A what?
A nepotist? He engages in nepotism?
Nepotism.
Oh, nepotism.
Oh yeah, when you hire your relatives. Well, of course. It's his kingdom.
Okay, well, if you think that's just, then I think we're going to disagree, and I don't think that I really need to defend why nepotism is a bad thing.
How many kingdoms have you ever heard of that would treat the average citizen as well as he would his royal family?
But God is not like a human person. God is supposed to be different.
I addressed this the last time you brought this up, David. What did I tell you then? Do you remember?
No.
It was short and very biting. God
having all the resources to give.
A king who has to give when he dies has to give up parts of his kingdom to his children is limited in his resources. God isn't.
No, that's not the point. Even if the king has, let's say the King of England, let's say the King of England had all the resources on earth. Okay. And he's still going to treat his son better than he is his second cousin.
Okay,
but why would God have to behave the same way a human would? Is what I'm getting at.
So you're.
I would point out that you're I don't understand why you think that this is somehow gets God out of this accusation I'm lobbying against him being petty and cruel. Hold on, because when we see when your idea of your analogy is presented in movies and in fiction, that guy's looked as the bad guy. There's no benevolent king that mistreats his subjects and doesn't do the most he can for everyone.
Okay, just because a movie betrays that particular aspect as the bad guy doesn't make them a bad guy.
It's always the bad guy.
Just that you're talking about a movie.
Yes.
You're talking about a man-made movie. Man is always going to see God as the bad guy.
Right. It's just an example of this kind of universal idea that people that mistreat other people when they could treat them better is a bad thing. That's just kind of a universal thing that I'm putting out there. That is pretty universal. Humans see that
That is
as
not a universal
detestable.
thing. That is a human thing.
It's detestable.
That is
For the, for,
there are other beings in the universe besides humans.
for the record, I don't think God is a bad guy. I just don't think God is.
I would agree, but David's characterization of God is a bad God.
I would
No,
agree.
your interpretation of my characteristic is based on.
If I misrepresented your interpretation of God?
Well, you're looking at through the lens of humanity. Humanity is flawed.
Yeah, because I'm a human. Are you a human?
Yes, but I have more
So
information.
are you.
I have more information about this subject than you do.
Great. So if there's information that fixes this to make God not detestable, then I would like to hear it instead of talking about why
Okay,
you have
the
more. You have
information I
special. Hold
have is
on. Otherwise, I don't need to hear about why you have special information that I don't have access to. Because I mean, we could both play that game.
well, then I don't know what your issue is.
My issue is the God that you're portraying is detestable.
According to you.
According to humanity in general, what we understand about justice and
According to
equality.
who in general?
Hmm?
According to whom in general?
Basic universal human values.
That's not acceptable to God.
Okay, then God is detestable to the values of
Then
humans.
God,
If
then
you're
God,
okay with accepting that, then
God is
okay.
acceptable in your eyes. That's your problem.
No, it's not just my eyes. The God that you're portraying is pretty much universally detestable.
Then universally, God isn't going to care.
Okay, well he could do that, but I find that to be a problem with theism. I mean,
See,
if you're going
God,
to
you
propose
are
that.
not God's judge. You don't get to tell God he's detestable. That was my whole point. You are in no position, ethically, spiritually, or physically, or mentally, in any capacity,
I,
that's judgment upon God.
Right, but I'm not talking to God. I'm talking to you. Why
Wow.
do you think that this isn't
Then pass
detestable?
judgment on me all you want. You can do that.
I don't remember if it was Dachau, Birkenau, or Auschwitz, but
Auschwitz.
on one of the cell walls, yeah,
Auschwitz exists, therefore
someone.
God does not.
Well, okay, yeah, is that one? And also, if there is a God, you will have to beg for my forgiveness.
wow. Yeah, that's deep.
If there is a God, he'll have to beg for who's what?
The
Who's begging?
Jews' forgiveness. The people who were there in the camp.
In Auschwitz, yeah.
Okay, then
Meaning
that's fine.
they won't forgive God for this. That's what they're saying.
Okay, well, it wasn't God that did it.
Doesn't matter. He's powerful enough to stop it.
Are you
And
really
didn't.
not? Are you really this unfamiliar with the problem of evil?
I'm not unfamiliar with the problem of evil at all. You are the one that's unfamiliar with the problem of evil.
Okay. Well, it's just that you seem to be, because I mean that's the fact that humans do evil and it's not God's responsibility then is really just really easy to get around on both angles. I mean, we could talk about the free will angle or natural evil. Either one of those gets totally
Only
around that.
information you have is your human limited scope.
Right. But
I
if
do
you could
not
just stop.
have such a limited scope. You're the one that can't see these things, not me.
I got that, granted, but if you're just going to just start proposing that special knowledge that we don't have access to, then the debate's over. You're just claiming, I know more than you do, la la la, and shutting your ears. There's no debate there.
You're the one that
Now,
popped in
if
here
you,
and started in.
hold on, if you actually want to have a conversation and actually present the information that makes this okay, then we could have a conversation. Otherwise, you're just claiming that you know things we don't know.
There's an argument that not only is, well, if there were a deity, that it's not omnibenevolent, but that's even perhaps omni-malevolent. And yeah, you can look at injustice itself as a form of evil. the
Okay, who was it?
inequality and disparity. And, well, look at the world now. 85 people own half the world's wealth. 1/6 of the world is starving. 1 billion have parasites that rack them on a daily basis till they die. Never mind the genocides and so on. Well, I suppose humans is some kind of agent. Also have, ultimately, they were Psalms 139:13 or 1 Jeremiah 4 or 5. They were formed in the womb to do what they did to carry out that genocide. There were those genocides. So,
Nadia.
yeah.
God didn't do genocide.
Well, no human being carried out a drone strike.
Right, because they had little hearts.
Well, I said no human being carried out a drone strike. The drone theory did.
The drone had human people running the drones, right?
That's her
exactly.
point.
And behind
point.
Yeah, behind the committers of the genocides, those humans are your DD's drones, right?
Besides which, I mean, this whole humans do bad things, not God, doesn't really work for the problem of evil. It's not only that, that God causing evil. The problem of evil doesn't blame God for evil things happening, at least not all versions of the problem of evil, but blames God for not doing anything when he could easily do things. When I would do something if I had the power and my neighbor was being raped, I would run in and stop the rape if I could, and God doesn't. He stands idly by while people beg him for help. That seems a little problematic, to say the least.
I agree, Seth, and the reason that he does that is to prove our fallen nature.
I was going to answer it a little bit differently, but that's
I don't understand that. What do you mean by prove the fallen nature?
Genesis 3.
Right, but that's absolutely fucking ridiculous and disgusting. I mean, if somebody...
It's ridiculous and disgusting for an atheist.
Right, I'm going to finish, because I didn't get to explain why it's fucking disgusting. I don't want to keep muting you. But...
Hey, Seth.
You're being
Stop muting David, bro. All right, that's not cool, man.
If you guys aren't going to let me speak, then I'm going to try to mute him. I'm sorry. I said it's disgusting, and then he wanted to stop me before I continued to explain why. And I haven't been speaking much. I say something real quick, I'm done. So, the reason I find it to be disgusting is nobody has to be raped to prove that anyone's fallen nature. An attempted rape would be just as persuasive.
Yeah. Let's not get into like mute or block wars.
I haven't blocked it.
Well, the important thing is, could potentially provoke it.
Because he wants to do all the talking.
If you think I've done all the talking, then you're fucking insane.
Set that. Well, see, there you go. And this is the issue. The issue is you don't have all the information.
Right, you keep saying that, but if you say that again, I mean, you forfeited the debate. You have nothing to say on this topic if you're just going to say that we don't have all the information and leave it at that.
You don't run nothing.
I don't.
You run your own little life. You don't run nothing else.
Okay, what's your point?
Your point is you don't know shit. And you especially don't know nothing about God or what He does.
Well, that has absolutely nothing to do. Well, David, that doesn't actually attack what I said. That doesn't address anything. You're just saying you don't know what I know. And I'm sorry, once you do that, you've forfeited the argument.
Why are you talking?
So just for my edification, a person getting raped, that person, the fallen nature is for that person, like saying, "Oh, you're being raped because you're fallen." Is that the idea or the logic?
No.
Oh.
Evil exists. Hence, rapes happen. That's the point.
Okay. I don't fully get it. Okay.
I think the point is that the fact that you were raped proves that humanity is fallen. Not that you're a bad person, but humanity's so bad that you ended up getting raped.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
And that's why I said I think that's fucking disgusting, because, I mean, if God was truly out there watching out for us and wanted us to be safe, then he could allow somebody, he could allow you to know that you would have been raped if he didn't stop it, and we would still know that we're fallen without having you getting raped. But that doesn't work.
That's an interesting concept. Ugh. Not for me, though.
Yeah, it didn't seem to be much of a demonstration of that one.
I don't have all the answers. I'm not God, but I do have more information than an atheist does.
No, you don't, because there is no God. You're deluded.
Seth, what you're...
Seth, I have seen things and heard things that will blow your mind.
Adorable, David.
That will blow.
Revelation wanted to say something, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I just want to get this out there really quick, Seth. It's the problem of duality within humanity. And even Christians, people that believe, cannot explain that. It's fucked up. We can't explain it. That's what I was going to say. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I wanted to hear what you had to say. Yeah, I would. If you can't explain it, that's fine. But I wouldn't. I mean, if I was a Christian and I had no theodicy, no way to explain why bad things happen to good people, I think that'd be a huge problem for my belief in God. Because as a Christian, I would be a Christian theist who believed that God is the best possible being that could ever exist with all great making properties, and therefore he couldn't allow for things like this to happen without a good reason. So without a good reason, I would not be able to believe. I mean, that's
I hear you, and listen, Seth, yeah, I hear you, brother. I totally hear you, and that's why I love the Book of Job, because it explains it.
I don't think it does, and I think there's a bigger problem with the Book of Job, which is incredibly sexist, incredibly misogynistic, and the fact that all of Job's things, his children and his wife, like they're just objects to be taken away from him, as if they have no autonomy or consciousness of their own. They're just tools for God to punish, not really punish, but I guess use in this kind of Faustian battle with Satan. It's absolutely terrible.
Well, it's the oldest book in the Bible, and the reason I brought it up is because it perfectly explains why tests come with people. It's because it's about proving the mettle of a true believer. That's the only reason I brought it up.
Yeah, I understand that. I just the thing that strikes me most about the Book of Job is how Job is the only one that matters in the entire story. Everybody around him are just tools to be used for this point that God's trying to make.
Yeah, well, the point in the end is to prove that Job would never curse God to his face, regardless of all the heavy shit that took place. And Job was at the end of his fucking rope, but did he curse God? Nope.
So wait, is it okay to curse God not to his face? Or for Job, I guess? Or so
the point is. Go ahead, David. I'm sorry.
All blasphemies are forgiven, man, except for blasphemy of the Holy Ghost.
That's right.
That's the other thing I don't understand. I don't know what the Holy Ghost means, or.
Okay, that's when you attribute evil to the Holy Ghost. When you attribute acts of evil to the Holy Ghost.
Oh, the acts of evil is to the Holy Ghost. So that's like Satan. Holy Ghost is like Satan.
No. So hold on, you guys have kind of talked past each other. August was asking you, David, what the Holy Ghost is, not what blasphemy of the Holy Ghost is.
The Holy Ghost is God.
Oh, okay.
The Spirit of God.
Then, so there's the Spirit of God, there's God, and then there's the Son of God?
Right, they're all the same entity, but different aspects of the same entity.
That's right. Deuteronomy 6:4.
different aspects of the same entity.
It's like the same man can both be a cook, a father.
So it would make sense to me if Jesus is a physical aspect and the Holy Spirit is a spiritual aspect, and they're all different aspects. If there was two, Jesus and the Holy Spirit, but does God have physical manifestation of His own? The Father, that is. Does the Father have physical manifestation? Because I figured that He would also be of spirit.
The Father is the Holy Spirit.
That's right.
So that's just two.
Well,
Not a Trinitarian God.
right,
That's
right. If you do a hardcore, okay, Seth, have you ever heard of Dr. Michael Heiser?
No.
I'm going to get you a channel. I'll be right back.
But you made a comment when we were talking earlier that bad things happen to good people. Nobody's good.
I disagree.
Of course you'll disagree, but because you don't believe in sin.
Well, it's not surprising that you wanted to attack a quip that I made in response that it's not actually the problem of evil, instead of actually tackling the problem of evil,
The
David.
problem of evil is everyone's evil.
No. You don't know what the problem of evil is.
Yes, we are.
You really don't.
We all.
I would suggest that before you try to tackle the problem with evil, maybe you read William Rowe's version, his evidential problem of evil. That's not even the best one, but it's certainly will get you up to scale, up to speed with where I might be.
You probably don't even know what evil is.
Well, I have a definition of evil that's according to the argument that works. I have a working definition of evil.
Evil is rebellion against God.
Cool,
Yeah.
thanks, Rev.
That's cute, but according to there's a secular use that actually describes the things that is called evil in the Bible and other places, and the problem of evil is not bound by your religious definitions. The problem of evil uses a definition of evil that's useful for it, which is usually something like gratuitous suffering.
Evil is simply rebellion against God.
Yeah, well, not according to the argument.
I don't care what the argument said. That's what evil is.
I can tell. You have absolutely no patience or fortitude to actually take the argument on and as it is.
I don't need to take the argument on. It's not my
idea opposed to the evil.
Showing you can.
Definition of evil.
I wish you would, but you're just not going to.
My argument. None of this is my concern.
Let's think about this. The word evil, if you spell it backwards, is lived. Kind of interesting. Think about this. All right, let's contemplate this, guys, all of us, okay? If there was only good in the world, in this physical world, like the Matrix, okay? If there were only good and no evil, we could never appreciate good.
I'm not sure that's the case. I don't accept that.
Okay.
Look,
I've heard that a lot. People tend to just kind of accept that as a given, but I'm not sure that's true. It might be true. I mean, I'm kind of agnostic on that fact, but I'm not convinced that it is the case that without bad we wouldn't be able to recognize good.
Differential or differences between intensities of good is unusual.
Evil is permitted to exist so that grace can exist. Grace needs to exist so that the bride can become the bride.
Agreed, David.
It's all very simple if God gave you the belief to become one of the blessed ones.
It's very simple when you ignore any dissenting arguments.
I believe that, and David, David, let me say this. I think there's a lot more in the bride than they may not even know that they're part of the bride. They may be speaking against God and blaspheming God, but as a matter of fact, through their actions, perhaps they are part of that bride and they don't even know it.
You mean they haven't become part of the bride yet, but they will in the future?
Yes.
Are you saying pride or bride?
Bride.
Bride. The bride of Christ.
Jesus is the groom, the believers are the bride.
The church is the bride of Christ, is what it says in.
Believers.
Oh, there's like a. Wow, that's a weird analogy or metaphor. Eek.
That analogy metaphor has been around for the last 2,000 years.
Man, that's I don't know. Okay.
Well, don't August.
The problem of evil in on infidels.org in the sidebar text chat.
Yeah, I'm reading that right now.
Yeah, David could help if you would look at that.
What would help what? I don't know what you mean.
You're right.
I pasted a link in the sidebar text chat. Describes kind of what Seth's talking about.
Hey, Nadia, what is your definition of evil, if you have any?
Suffering and harm.
Same here.
I just read the first sentence and I already don't like this.
Well, no, duh, because it proves God doesn't exist.
No, it don't.
Absolutely, it does. But here's the point: is that
Wow.
even if you want to call evil something else and insist that in everyday life evil means something else, you don't get to say that evil means something else. Therefore, the argument doesn't work because
I don't get to say.
the form of the argument is valid, whether or not you think you like the way they define words. You could look at the words as variables and substitute other things in and see that the logical form is still valid, and you've done absolutely nothing to defeat the argument by just whining about you think evil means something else.
You are so completely full of yourself. It is amazing to me.
No, I am not full of myself. I'm not that smart. I'm just know just a slight bit about this topic, which is a ton more than you.
Besides your tactic that you're using right here to like mute and talk over me and keep me from speaking, how are you going to control what I say and think?
I'm not trying to talk over you. I'm trying to finish my sentences. You stopped talking. Yeah, I'm going to mute you again. You stopped talking, then I started, and then you wouldn't shut up.
Dude.
Wow.
I'm really trying to let you talk, David, but as soon as I open my mouth, you start talking again.
I say like a couple of words. You say like a whole freaking paragraph, man.
Right. Well, I'm sorry that when you're silent for 2 seconds, I think that you're done. If you're not, maybe we could work something out. Maybe you could explain that you pause for 2 seconds.
What's the sound of your own voice?
No.
You should go.
Actually,
did you even listen to what I'm saying, David? I said that if you like to pause for... David, let me finish, would you? David, listen, please. I'm trying to help us have a communication here. If you pause in the middle of your sentences for like 2 or 3 seconds, I'm going to think you're done. So if we could work something out to where I know you're not done, so I don't step over you, that would be great. Or is that not the issue?
Go right ahead.
There's kind of a question implied there. Are you stopping because that's something you do and you're not done talking? Or are you done and you're just complaining that I start talking? I don't understand.
I have stopped because it's pointless to say anymore.
Right, so you're done, which means somebody else could start talking. So why are you complaining?
You're the expert on all things great and small. Go for it.
David, that's a character assassination, and not anything that I've implied. When you said that, when you implied earlier that I know so much about this stuff, even before that, when I was talking about how much I know about this, I said that I know very little.
Okay, Ref, isn't it great that Jesus walked on the water? Don't you think that's an awesome thing? I do. Wouldn't that be awesome to have seen that?
Hallelujah.
Okay, you talking to Rev?
Yeah. And what's some of the greatest miracles you think
Raising the dead.
Raising the dead, that's cool.
Healing the blind. Healing the deaf.
Fed 5,000 people, I think that's pretty awesome.
That's pretty cool, yeah.
I think when I saw that angel all those years ago, that was pretty freaking awesome.
Amen, bro. Amen.
All the intimate conversations I've had with Jesus, you know, of the visions and the dreams I've had, of prophecies in my life that have come true. Man, that really proves God does exist. Awesome.
I feel you. I feel you.
That's why I love atheists telling me that God don't exist when I know He does.
Amen.
Well,
Same here, man.
I know that he doesn't. One of us they're certainly wrong.
Whoa, Seth, how do you know it?
Are you kidding me? You've never heard me say the words that I know God doesn't exist?
Okay, Seth.
So Rev asked me a question, David. You don't mind. So I know it because there are a handful of arguments that seem to conclude with conclude with the proposition that God probably doesn't exist. And I don't know of any argument on the theistic side that ends in God probably does exist that is as convincing.
I got you. I can say that myself, and David say that God probably does exist, but from your experience, you say God probably doesn't exist. So it's kind of a dead-end road.
I don't think so. I think we could talk about it and come to, and I can convince you guys, or you guys can convince me. Well, actually, I don't know if I can convince you guys, but you could definitely convince me. I'm primarily concerned with the truth. So if it turns out that there's a really good argument that proves that God doesn't exist, and my arguments fail, then I should believe in God, and I'm willing to do that. I just need a good reason.
Brother. Yeah, listen, Seth, you are intellectually honest. I know that. I totally got that. For prior Hangouts, I've seen you in them. You're very honest, okay? I think science is quickly going to acknowledge God pretty soon. That's just my view. I think science is leading there. Quantum physics, you're going to get proof there.
I strongly doubt it. I've studied quantum physics, and it's going away. It's going away from God, the idea of God.
Rev, I'm firmly convinced that if God showed up, that they would not believe it was God.
I pray that's not the case, brother.
God doesn't have to show up to convince me. I mean, that would be nice, I guess, but it wouldn't be what would convince me. I mean, if it was God, then he can.
That is a. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say he can give me an immediate experience of his existence, so that I couldn't deny it, and I'd be fine with that as long as he actually exists. I'm open to that. God, do it if you exist. He hasn't.
What would constitute as proof for you?
That's exactly my question. I'm like, how would I know? What would convince me, if anything?
No, so yeah, I have a stump speech for this.
You
So
guys
it's real
want,
simple.
yeah, you guys want empirical evidence of the non. No.
They
No.
would define evidence.
Are you guys gonna guess, or can I just tell you?
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Great. So there's three things that would convince me. Three very simple things. Number one, you can give me you can give me an argument, it's even just a probabilistic, silly old little argument that proves that God probably exists, while showing me that the handful of arguments that seem to disprove God's existence are false. That's one way you can show me that God exists. Number two, you can give me an argument that is so convincing for God's existence that I have to abandon my atheistic arguments. Number three, God can give me an immediate experience of his existence, of which I couldn't deny.
Of which you could not deny.
Right.
You can deny every visitation.
Well, I mean, the one that he couldn't deny.
There isn't one you couldn't deny.
Well, don't know. At least I don't know.
That's certainly not true. I can't deny my inner convictions. God can give me something like an inner conviction that I'm hungry. I can't deny that I'm hungry.
Right. So what you're saying, Seth, is basically you want a face-to-face encounter with God. That's what you're saying.
No, face-to-face implies physicality. It doesn't have to be physical at all.
Wow. Okay. You're in a good spot then. You could just throw out all the presuppositions that you have in your heart about what you believe, and say right now, you know, just throw up a prayer to whatever power might be out there to say, hey, God, if you're out there, show me. And, you know, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But from my experience, if you do that with a humble heart and truly mean it, he's going to show up, man.
Or it could be luck.
Nah, I don't believe in luck, August.
I doubt it would be luck that I suddenly have an inner revelation that God exists just after praying to him. I don't think that would be luck, especially considering that I would have to be pretty certain of it. I mean, I would be expecting something pretty undeniable.
No, I meant your prayer would come true. It wouldn't be. It could be God, or it could be just luck. just happenstance.
This is what I'm talking about. Yeah. If Seth or someone like Seth had the same kind of experience that I had, he would immediately assume that he had a mental problem and go try to get some sort of help from a psychiatrist or something.
God could easily just get around that by giving me an inner conviction that I couldn't deny. Like I said, okay, if you have it, then you don't deny it. That's fine. But don't turn around and say that God can give me an inner conviction that I couldn't deny, and then I would deny it, because you're just contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not you. I'm not an atheist.
It doesn't matter. You're contradicting yourself when you say that God can give me an inner conviction that I couldn't deny, and that I would deny it. There's a direct contradiction there.
He could, but I don't think that you would accept it.
Again, you're saying that God could give me an inner conviction that I couldn't deny, and I would deny it. That's you're just contradicting yourself.
No, you are so dead sure. You are so dead sure of your position that I personally believe.
No, David, I don't think he is.
Excuse me. Seth is intellectually honest. He's just said he would be prepared to believe it, bro. And I'm a Christian. He said he'd give you 3 reasons that were all really fair enough, and you're telling him that he wouldn't accept that? And he is right.
Yeah, Michael, I thought you were asleep.
Right when he says you are making a contradiction, dude.
I'm going by my experience.
I'm a Christian trying to defend this guy here because he's speaking sense.
I'm going by my experience in previous hangouts with this man. He is so convinced. He is so convinced himself that there's nothing possible that other than his own intellect to explain anything in reality.
No, David, you're not right about that. Listen, I've been in prior hangouts with him. Okay, he is just seeking the truth. I know that about him. He's gotten very passionate, but he is seeking the truth, brother. Trust me. Okay.
Yeah, I second that too.
Oh, thanks, guys.
So this is because he was so sure that I am the one that is in the wrong.
Just on that one note thing, the one sentence.
Yeah, it's not that point, bro.
But one thing that always I'm purely like a science guy, and one thing that would sort of halfway convince me about God is the idea of a violation of a natural law. And for example, like law of conservation of energy, I'm saying what could be a violation of that? And the only one I can think of is the Big Bang. Matter suddenly came into existence, a violation of a conservation law. So I don't know how that would equate to a proof in God, but that would be one path.
Have you ever read Hume's section from I can't remember the name of his book. He had some really long titled books. I can't remember the name of the one that he has this in, or his main one. But his section on miracles.
I'm afraid to admit, or sad to admit, that I haven't really read anything in philosophy. And Seth, if you could create a reading list for me, man, I want to know what you know, because what you say is awesome. The way you phrase things, man, I wish I could talk like that.
Well, we talk about the Big Bang, all right? That's a cool thing to bring up. But once again, science cannot explain the before the Big Bang. They can't. So, kind of a non sequitur.
Well, not the Big Bang itself, or why or what it is, but just that matter exists, but supposedly came from nothing. Supposedly. I don't know.
Supposedly, exactly. Right. So, nothing coming from something is. It's just ridiculous.
It's a violation of conservation of energy. So, that's the only thing, that's the violation of the main laws of science, one of the main laws of science.
Exactly.
How do you explain that? And so at that point I go, don't know.
Exactly. Yep. That's why I'm saying, man, I don't want to get passionate in terms of what I believe. I'm not going to do that because I'll just start screaming. All right. We have a science book that's better than any mainstream science book. Okay. We have a thing that says to us, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That explains what you guys are trying to chase down.
Not for me, though.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'll shut up. I'm sorry.
David was with you on what that means. David seems to think that the Earth was pre-existing material and was and even had pre-existing life on it, and God voided it or destroyed it and then recreated the Earth.
Oh, don't know about that, but yeah.
Well, I hear what you're saying, Seth, and what David was talking about is a Genesis 1:1, Genesis 1:2 gap theory, that perhaps when in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, period, okay, and then Genesis 1:2 says, and it became void, okay. In other words, in the Hebrew, it's like tohu va bohu. I don't speak Hebrew, but basically the concept is that first sentence in Genesis was perfection, okay, the creation of heaven and earth, period. And then between verses 1 and 2, there was some kind of catastrophic event. Who knows how many millions of years between those two time periods, and then something commenced after that. That's what David was talking about. It's an interesting theory, but yeah, that's what he was talking about.
That's not the idea that I got the last time I talked to him, and we were talking about that. But it may be I could have misunderstood what he was saying.
So one of the things that I noticed when I was kind of reading online, there's like a Psalm 93:1 that says, "Thou have fixed the earth immovable and firm." How does that compare with knowing that now, today, we know that the earth is actually moving?
No, it actually is fixed in space, bro. Not that it's not moving.
Oh, you're fading in and out. Sorry. I'm sorry, you're fading in and out. I can't hear you.
Really hard to hear you.
Sorry. I said I don't think the passage says that it fixes the planet so it can't move. I think it says that it fixes them in space.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Not that they don't move.
But it says immovable. How do you interpret that then?
Can you just quote the scripture, bro, so I know which one you mean?
Psalm 93:1. Thou hast fixed the earth immovable and firm. And then there's actually 3 or 4 more, like Chronicles 16:30. He has fixed the earth firm, immovable. And then Psalm 96:10. He has fixed.
But what's the context around it as well?
As in, well, the article that I'm reading is like the Flat Earth Bible, where people were believing the flat Earth. But
I was just going to say, sort of sounds like geocentricity, doesn't it?
Yeah, something like that. But I was just thinking about the immovable part, like it's not moving. The sun is, yeah, like you said, not geocentric, yeah, geocentric, an instead of heliocentric sort of thing. But I was wondering if Christians, how they sort of, dealt with that knowing that the Earth was actually moving, but in the Bible it says it's immovable.
Do we really know it's moving around the sun?
Immovable in the sense that we have gravity.
Wait, did someone really say that?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Yep.
Because we know that it is actually moving around the sun. Didn't we figure that out?
All right.
Copernicus?
Got you. Okay.
You don't think so? Or
Well, what do you really know?
Maybe it's talking about the foundations of it. You know, it's immovable. As you know, I mean, what? How do you interpret it? Are you interpreting it literally, or
the way I interpret it was that people back then who wrote the lines really thought that the Earth was fixed and the sun was moving around the Earth, and so they wrote that line. But later on, we know better.
Maybe they meant that it's fixed in its orbit.
That's right. Good point.
But but immovable. Immovable.
Immovable from its orbit.
But obviously it can be movable, right?
Who said that?
I mean, if something comes and hits it, it's going to move. Right? If a comet comes and hits it, it's going to move or get distorted or pushed into...
Yeah, but that's not what it's talking about. Whoever said that other comment, man, just blew me away.
What other
Hey,
comment?
can you just... Well, someone just said fixed in its orbit.
Fixed in its orbit.
Well, someone said something
So you
about...
mean immovable means...
Seth said that.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, sorry, is it August? Can you give me the verse again so I can just have a look?
Psalm 93:1 or 96:10 or 104:5.
Psalm 93:1.
Yes, 93:1.
Okay, thank you. I'll just have a look.
Oh, sorry, I stopped the conversation. Wow, I really stopped the conversation.
Well, there are theories of geocentricity, and there are certain people that still believe in it. I'm not saying I do. I'm just saying it's still out there. So
I don't know what you mean by geocentricity.
that the Earth is the center of the universe, basically.
Oh, there are people that actually still think that.
Well,
yeah, you want me to get Ryan in here?
It's a theory. It's a theory. I'm saying it's a theory still.
Well, you know,
Technically, it is a
when
theory,
you have
Well,
when you have a law that disproves a previous theory, that the theory is no longer valid, right?
yes, yes.
Sorry, August.
Yes.
I'm going to piss everyone off and say that Einstein, I mean, according to relativity, neither one could really be looked at as quote-unquote correct. It's just one's more usable than the other. Because relativity states that there is no preferred or preferential frame of reference, and when you say that the universe is, you know, Earth-centered or the solar system is sun-centered, you're taking a frame of reference for.
Oh, true. True.
Is that a philosophical position?
It's I guess it sort of is. I mean,
I think it's a physical, natural science position, right? It's
Sure.
what physicists would take. So.
Physicists don't accept that there's any preferred frame of reference in space or for not space, but in well, I can't think right now.
Yeah, it's relativistic. Yeah. So it's not geocentric and it's not heliocentric, and there is no centric.
But doing the math, heliocentric is certainly more elegant and simple, and you get better results.
Only for a limited amount of space. If you go outside of the solar system, if you include stuff outside of the solar system, then suddenly the sun is no longer the center.
Right, it gets all wonky again.
Yeah, what do you call that? What's the galactic center? Galactocentric or something? Maybe.
Yeah, that seems about right. Except there's other galaxies, so I guess it would be kind of Milky Way galaxy.
something. Clusterocentric, yeah.
August, sorry to be a pain again, dude.
No
what
problem.
Was that verse? What was that verse?
Psalm 93:1. Thou
Sorry,
hast... Yeah, okay.
93:1.
And so, speaking about the Milky Way, that's the other thing. They say that the center of the Milky Way is like, what, 23,000 light years? And if they can say that, then at least the early young Earth creationists would have to admit there's something weird about that, right? Like if light can only travel to the center of the... If you can say stars exist at the center of the Milky Way that the light has come to us and it has taken 26,000 years, then you can't at least say, 5,000 years.
You haven't ever heard of the made with age or made in transit theory of creation.
Oh, no, I have not.
God made the universe and the heavens, and he made light mid-transit so it can get here on time.
Wow, that is creative. I have to say that. So right in the middle of space, he said, I'm going to create an image of the stars.
On their way to Earth, yeah, as if they've been there for billions of years.
Man, they think of everything.
Though, of course, that there's a consequence to that, and that's that they worship a god that's malevolent in a way, to be dishonest. I mean, it would be kind of dishonest for God to make... I mean, there's no reason other than just pure dishonesty
yeah.
Willing to, people think something is true about the universe that isn't true to make light mid-transit like that.
Hey, Seth, I want to ask you a very honest question. How do you think the beginning happened?
I don't know. When we're talking about origins, we're talking about universal origins, right?
Yes.
Yeah, then I don't know.
Good answer. Me neither.
I happen to think that there are serious metaphysical causality problems with naturalistic and theistic explanations.
Totally agree. And there, right there, Seth, is the game changer. It goes silent. We can't explain it, either of us.
Well, I believe what science has to say up to the Big Bang, and including the Big Bang. I just don't know if it makes sense to say the Big Bang came from nothing or that something even preceded it. I think that there's more. It's easier to actually demonstrate if you talk about contingent cosmological arguments. That there's a list of contingent things, and contingent things need other things to explain them, and so when you get to the whole physical universe, is there a necessary thing that is responsible for the contingent universe? And even if that's the case, it doesn't follow that whatever necessary thing pre-exists the universe doesn't mean that it was a conscious God.
I got you. Yeah, what I would say is I believe that the study of quantum physics is going to come to a certain conclusion, be it one way or the other. Either way, it's going to be very convincing. I think the study of quantum physics is going to give us a lot of very interesting stuff.
Hey, Rev, you ever read any of Einstein's stuff? I did read some of it a long time ago. How many dimensions did Einstein discover? I think it was 8. Was it 8?
I'm not sure.
Or 18?
He didn't do that. He just worked in the normal space-time for space.
Oh, he had a paper or something where he said that he had figured out at least, I think there was at least 8 dimensions that he was able to conceive of.
Yeah, 8 or 10, I think, David.
Was that Einstein? I thought that was somebody else. I thought that was like...
I read it back in the 90s. But anyway, like I said, I'm just a high school dropout with a GED. But if you look at how the dimensions are set up, I mean, our numbering system pretty much proves that that dimensions are infinite. All you gotta do is keep changing the integer to a higher integer, at least in theory. And so if you look at, we have 4 dimensions, but if you look at each of the 4 dimensions, that the 3 dimensions beneath it is manipulated by the one above it.
I didn't understand that part. What do you mean by manipulated?
Okay, it's like, well, or at least very represented by it, but it's like an area, a flat plane.
Mm-hmm.
A flat plane, I mean, a 3-dimensional object, as long as you keep folding the flat plane over and over again, all of the area that's possible into infinity can fit into a 3-dimensional object, no matter how small it is, because you just keep folding it over. And so the next dimension up from volume is time, space and time. So whatever is above space and time, it has to be able to control all of time.
I don't think time is actually considered like equivalent to a spatial dimension. It's treated as a spatial dimension in mathematics when you draw it out.
Einstein treated space and time as one single dimension, space-time.
Well, there's space without time. It's called volume, and then you got.
I mean, time is treated as a dimension in mathematics, but really, when you look at it, it's just a series of events, right?
Well, whatever is above the 4th dimension has to be able to manipulate time.
When you say above, what do you mean by above? Like greater than, or like mathematically greater than?
Area is greater. Area is greater than distance.
What he means is if imagine a flat world, right? You have a piece of paper that's actually 2 dimensions. There's no actual thickness to the paper, right? You have little 2-dimensional beings on it, right? And now, if the fastest way from one point to the other in that 2-dimensional space is a straight line, but if you folded it, you can go straight across. But if you're folding, it implies another dimension, a 3rd dimension that it folds into. So when he means above, that's what he means. What does it fold into? 2 dimensions folds into 3 dimensions. 3 dimensions folds into 4.
Okay.
But that's where I think David is
more or less. I just don't think
time seems like acts kind of like a first spatial dimension, but it's separate. It doesn't act like that. It's not like we're in 4 spatial dimensions. We're in 3 spatial dimensions and then a dimension of space-time. It's different.
But if it wasn't for time, we would just be one spot. We can move through space because of time.
Well, I mean, that's the whole concept of space-time.
So whatever is a 5th dimension, we have to be able to. If we could live in a 5th dimension, we'd be able to move through time just as easily as we move through space because of time.
That's the one thing I would disagree with. I would say that you'd have like a 4 space, but you'd still have time as just a series of events in 4 space.
No, you'd be able to just go to any point in time.
Nah.
Just like
there's stuff called like irreversibilities.
No, just like you could go, just like I can go from my chair to my across the living room in a matter of like a minute. I can do that because there's time. If there wasn't time, I would have to just stay where I'm at.
But you do recognize that there are certain things that are irreversible processes, right? Like breaking, like when things shatter, you don't expect them to unshatter. There are permanent changes.
Well,
like the law of entropy sort of thing.
I mean, I've looked at other videos and documentaries and stuff where somebody had a model of like 5 dimension. I think one was even higher than 5 dimension, where they showed that if you could live in a dimension that's higher than the ones that we have now, or we are aware of now, then you'd be able to do things that would be like magic.
I wouldn't put that much trust on those videos. I think they're just having some fun, maybe.
I mean, when I think about like I can move across my living room in a minute because time is allowing me to do it. If I go to the next, what I think Einstein called hyper time. because there's time, there's hyper time, and hyper time.
I don't think he ever used a term called hyper time.
Those are the terms I do distinctly remember in the paper I was reading.
I would like to see that paper.
You'd be able to move through points in time just as easily as you can move through, through space because of time.
I mean, I've taken, courses in special relativity and general relativity and cosmology, but I don't remember Einstein ever talking about hypertime.
With the first 10 results in hypertime is a fictional concept presented in 1999 DC comic book series The Kingdom.
Really?
Wow.
DC comic book, eh?
I read an encyclopedia. I remember picking up an encyclopedia and reading hypertime. Einstein hypertime or something.
Excuse me. August, just going back to your about the world and that being moved.
Yes.
The literal translation actually says the world also is established so that it cannot be shaken.
So what does that mean? That it cannot move or cannot be shaken?
Well, no, it doesn't seem to fit the. Well, you were saying move. I'm saying shaken.
Movable, okay. So it cannot be shaken, but obviously the Earth does shake, right?
Yeah, but this depends on how you interpret it. Like Seth mentioned about the orbit, and then maybe he's talking it can't be shaken out of its orbit.
But it can, right? I mean, if something hits it, yeah. Okay, what? What about Psalm 96:10 and Psalm 104:5?
96:10.
Oh yeah, in Psalm 104:5 it says, "Thou didst fix the earth on its foundation, so that it can never be shaken." And
See, I can interpret that many ways.
So what is the foundation that the earth is fixed on?
The laws of physics, I guess.
The what now?
The laws of physics, probably.
Sorry, David. The background noise is kind of loud.
Perhaps it's the laws of physics that it's built on, the foundation.
Laws of physics. Oh, okay. Laws of physics.
The thing is, just because you interpret it one way doesn't mean it's not true. And just because I interpret it another way doesn't mean it is true. But
well, I'm just trying to understand the interpretation. That
same.
I haven't even made an official interpretation. It's just immovable means cannot be moved, at least from what I'm reading here. And shake never can be shaken.
Got to look at. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Carry on.
Yeah, just shaken cannot be shaken. So, to me, that's sort of very clear words, I guess, and what can't happen.
Well, shaken and moved are two very different. Can be interpreted differently, eh?
I think one is sort of a subset of the other. Like shaken is a type of immovability. Never can be shaken. Yeah.
Sure, but it's not the same type, is it? It's not like.
Well, I mean, it's one's a general term and one's a specific term.
I know, but you were giving originally an example of we know that it does move around an orbit. I was trying to say, well, Seth brought it up that maybe it's not going to be moved out of that orbit rather than it doesn't move at all.
But it does slowly move out of the orbit over time, right? Over time, its orbit is getting. Its orbit is getting bigger slightly over the centuries.
Yeah, but it's still fixed in an orbit, isn't it? Are you saying one day it will break free from it?
It'll one day break free from it. It'll one day, the dip, what do you call that? The pull from the sun will be equal to the pull by all the other, stars in the sky, and so it'll be a free object in space. Billions of years from now, maybe, or trillions, I don't know. But It's not fixed in that one orbit.
Maybe he means in the time of creation, he fixed all the things in its orbits in their place at that time. You know what I mean?
But then why would he say immovable? I mean, I can understand he fixed it there, but then why call it immovable and firm and never be shaken, even though, at least from our point of view, the Earth would be shaken every time there's an earthquake. So
Yeah, but
I
that's
don't
the
know.
way you're interpreting it. You know,
Okay, how would you interpret it?
well, you could say it could be shaken out of its orbit.
It could. It could be hit by something.
And
just
we know
because
Walking Dead.
just because an earth, sorry.
Go ahead.
Just because an earthquake shakes it doesn't mean it would move it out of its orbit, would it?
Well, no. It would just be shaken, but it says Tao did fix the earth on its foundation so it never be shaken.
Yeah,
Psalm
it's a good question.
104:5.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
I'm going to look into it because
Yeah.
you've got me. Yeah.
I was just reading the flat Earth thing, and I was like, oh, I didn't realize that. But yeah, it was an interesting.
Yeah.
I just wondered what other Christians sort of thought about it. So.
Yeah. I tell you what, man, since I've been listening to the atheists and the Christians debate, I've had to ask, as a Christian, I've had to reassess a lot of my beliefs because they bring up some blooming good arguments.
Mm-hmm. True.
So, you know, I'm struggling at the moment, to be honest.
Remember this, Michael. The wisdom of the wise is made foolishness to God, because God is greater than the ways of the world. Remember that.
I appreciate that, Rev.
No problem, Michael. Just backing you up, man.
Cheers, bro.
I have to say this, okay? I just came up with this in my head. The study of reality, okay? To try and prove things or understand things from a creator that is far beyond our understanding is a futile effort. We can do our best. We can do our best to learn about creation, which is cool, or reality. That's cool. But to deny the origin of what's happening here, I think that's the road that they're going down. They want to deny that there's something greater happening here, and that's what I'm seeing, and it troubles me. Hey,
We wouldn't deny it if there was some actual, proof sort of thing.
If I can say something real quick about
sure,
what
go
Michael
ahead.
said. I just want to say that it's courageous for you to admit that you're struggling. A lot of people don't like to admit, especially when they're going through a possible worldview change that they're going through it, because admitting that you're wrong or what were wrong before kind of sucks. I'm not saying that's where you're going to go, but it takes a lot of courage to do that. And the only advice I would give is that Aristotle said is the mark of a wise man who can entertain an idea without accepting it as true. You should take that and always be as charitable as you can with what your opponents have to say, whichever side you're on.
Thank you. This is why I think that I came to the conclusion there's no point trying to convince anyone of your belief. It's about a personal relationship with Jesus, from a Christian's point of view. And all I could say to an unbeliever was to treat it like a science experiment and put it to the test.
I agree with that.
Yeah. But yeah, I am finding it hard because, like you, Seth, I've been looking at the character of God lately and just thinking, man, is that the character of a loving God? I have the same problem with that one.
Well, I would agree with the Rev saying that if God exists, then there's no way I can fathom the mind of such a vast entity. So I won't prejudge by saying good or bad. I'll just say I just don't understand enough.
Cool, man. I like that one.
Well, it's also written down that you can't believe unless God puts it in you to believe.
That is true. That is true.
If God doesn't decide that you're going to believe, you're not going to.
I would accept that.
Is that like predestination though?
Yeah, God is He knows all things before it even happens.
What about natural revelation?
Excuse me?
What about natural revelation?
What do you mean by natural revelation?
I mean the philosophical concept of natural revelation, the idea that you can get to the conclusion that theism is true, if not Christianity, by looking at the world we live in.
Oh, like creation.
Well, however you come to the belief, you wouldn't have it unless God allowed it.
Looking at life and concluding that it's too complex to come about via random processes or natural processes, therefore there must be some celestial creator that created everything, would be an example of natural theism.
Okay, yeah, that's how I feel about it.
You would only come to that belief if God put it in you to believe it.
That's one
Well,
premise, though.
Once again, Seth, I mean, you don't have one science book that can explain to you that moment before the Big Bang. You got me?
I would also say that I don't have any religious text that could say the same thing.
Actually, if you could believe it, you do. The Bible, Genesis 1:1, in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth. That explains it. If you believe it.
I don't
That's
think
just a statement, though. That doesn't prove anything, Rev.
Just a statement, right?
Doesn't?
Yeah.
Well, even if it is just a statement, I mean, you're kind of implying that before time and space means anything, and that's one of the metaphysical problems with assuming that there could be nothing than something, which I think is a bigger problem for theism, by the way, than atheism, because atheists aren't held to the Big Bang means there was nothing and then there was something, but Christians are held to that. There was nothing except for God, and then there was something.
Okay, so explain to me how science can explain something from nothing, Seth.
Like I said, it's not the atheist position. It's not something atheists.
All right, I'm sorry. I obviously misrepresented what you believe. Okay, explain to me what you believe, Seth. I want to know this.
I believe that something exists.
Wow.
And that
what do you believe then?
I believe something exists, and I guess if I were to try to expand on that further, it would only be to say that it seems likely that a necessary being probably always existed. Now, when I say being, that seems loaded.
Seth, yes.
It seems loaded, but being just means something that exists, not a conscious being, not a conscious entity, not a god, but like
a spirit, perhaps.
No.
No. A force,
perhaps, sure. Just like a triangle, perhaps, or the idea of a triangle, perhaps.
Or a force.
A force.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Hawking seems to think that gravity, quantum gravity, is all that needs to exist for the Big Bang to happen. So gravity is a force.
Quantum gravity. Seth? What is that? Quantum gravity.
I don't know. I've read a lot of Stephen Hawking's work. When I say a lot, I mean A Brief History of Time and The Grand Design. But it's certainly over my head. I don't really know. I think the idea behind quantum gravity is this kind of problem in physics when you approach things at a quantum level. Gravity quickly reaches infinity because of the equations, and there needs to be a theory that explains that.
Right. Quantum gravity doesn't really exist. It's something sort of like a holy grail where you try to get quantum mechanics and gravity to be expressed by the same equations at the quantum level, but they haven't figured that out yet. So.
Okay. Now we all are aware of the scientific principle that the greater mass or gravity that something has, that the slower or faster rather, the faster time is perceived by that position.
No, that's when you increase speed.
Faster if you're heavier.
Yeah, if you travel closer to the speed of light, then time slows down for you. Yeah.
Okay, so the lighter you are, for lack of a better.
Sorry, I said that wrong.
So the lighter you are, the slower time is.
Say that again. The what now?
The lighter you are, that means the less mass you have.
No. Well, no, your rest mass will be the same. It's how your mass is perceived by people observing you. So as you increase speed, your velocity, your kinetic energy increases, and that translates, quote unquote, to extra mass. And when that happens, you're dilating, you're warping space, and that creates a time dilation. So when people observe you moving at a very high speed, all the chemical processes that are happening within your body, if someone were to observe those processes would be occurring at a slower time rate than say.
That's what I said.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so see, I'm not like I say I just got a GED, but so if you had tons and tons and tons and tons of mass.
Mm-hmm.
Time would appear to be going much faster to you.
No, you have to be going at the higher speeds.
Well, time never seems to be going faster for you. Time is completely consistent to you.
Oh yeah, to your personal observation, it's completely different.
So it's like if it were possible to be near a black hole where there's lots of mass, time would be really zipping by for you.
No.
Yeah.
No, it would slow.
That's what they say.
If you observed the universe would seem to be slowing down. You'd see the processes of the universe slowing down. But you yourself would be going...
If you're near a black hole, if you could survive near a black hole, if a day goes by from your perception, it could have been 100 years for everyone else.
Yes.
Possibly.
Okay, that's what I was saying. So if you have a being that's greater than all the mass in the universe or equal to it, then that means that time would go by much, much faster for that being. I mean, all of time would be like in an instant to that being.
Oh no, you don't want to go there.
Why wouldn't I want to go there?
Because now you're explaining physical laws are governing God, and therefore God's a physical being, and I don't think you think that's true.
No, I'm just saying that okay, if God is the greatest, most if you just want to look at it in the sense of mass, has all the mass of the universe, then he also has all the time in an instant.
I don't know why you would think that. God isn't physical. He would mass.
Of course he's physical.
God's physical, really.
He can be
exists
anything he
within the
wants.
universe, and he's physical.
He can be anything he wants to be. Why couldn't he be physical if he wants to?
But why would he be subject to the laws of physics?
Right.
I'm not saying, okay, you're not, you can decide to be subject to whatever law you want to be subject to as long as you can control them.
Except for the laws of logic.
Yeah. That's the trouble.
There isn't a law.
Sorry, what?
There is no laws of logic.
If there are.
Yeah, there are laws.
It's not a law. There's not a law like a science.
Yeah.
Not a law like in science.
Science is
Similar
just
to
the rules. Okay, they're rules of logic. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
And God would certainly be held to the laws of logic.
God isn't held to any laws.
Right. So you're saying that God can exist while not existing at the same time?
Logic,
Your
logic strictly defined by our human.
Not to my perception. You're skirting the problem. Things are. I mean, that's what the laws of logic are. They're always held in the same context. In God's to himself, as in his own context, God could exist while not existing.
Okay, you could also say, can God create an object so heavy you can't move it?
Yeah.
If he can do it, well then that would mean that he can't do anything.
That's why
Or can't do everything.
I mean, saying you're creating an impossible concept. That's why we say it cannot exist. So.
But God,
there's something going on here.
couldn't do that. If he could do that,
Oh, I
he
need to
wouldn't
mute
do
this
that.
guy. Sorry, Mr. Elite Flea.
I'll mute myself.
Dude.
I would say that God.
That's what happens when you take God and you try to confine him to human perception.
Exactly, David. Totally agreed.
Could you say he could make a rock he couldn't lift, and then he did that, and then he could then go, right, now because I can do anything, now I'm going to lift that rock that I couldn't lift.
Right. Then it.
It's because if he would unravel reality. It would if he did create a situation like that, it would unravel reality. It would create a causality, for lack of a better word.
Can I say one more thing about the Psalms thing, and then I'll.
Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
Could it mean that the world also is established so that it cannot be shaken or moved? Could that mean that like he's established the laws of physics so that the world will not be, everything will follow that, so it's firm and unmovable?
What would represent the word physics in that sentence, I guess?
Well, you were talking about establishing the foundation, and the world was established such can't be shaken. I mean, that sort of implies, physics to me.
Well, that's a question. Does it say Earth or does it say world?
God created physics.
World. It says world.
Right. So the world can. I mean, it's kind of vague. What you would have to speak to somebody who's which book is this in?
Psalms.
Psalms. So this is in the Old Testament then?
Yep.
Yeah. So you ask a rabbi what is meant by world in that context, in that translation, and what the Jews might have meant by that. If they could have literally meant the earth, but they could have meant all of existence, which is what world sometimes means.
Is it world or earth, I thought? Or is earth and world the same thing?
I guess this point. It says world in the version I'm looking at, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then that might change things, because when I read Earth, I was thinking, well, once again, my point of view is always like somebody wrote this back in the day, so they didn't know that the Earth was a ball revolving around the sun. Orbiting around the sun. So.
But the Bible does say it's a sphere. It never said it was flat. It was the Roman Catholic Church that said that, and then when they got it wrong,
I'm not saying flat. I'm just saying that they thought that the Earth was the center and the sun move around the Earth.
Oh, yeah. Is that in the Bible though?
Can we possibly keep in mind that these words were written for people to understand that didn't have modern science and understandings that we do today? They didn't have telescopes.
But why? Not really. Why is that a good? But I mean, he could have easily said the Earth moves around the sun, in a semi-ellipse.
Somebody living back then would have thought you were crazy.
Doesn't matter. It's in the Bible. There are a lot of crazy things in the Bible.
But they were acceptable to the people of the day. It was written so that it's acceptable to them.
No, once again, God doesn't write something just because it's acceptable. I'm hoping you think. Right?
Would you try to explain nuclear physics to a 2-year-old?
Doesn't matter. God could have still written it. Doesn't matter if it's acceptable or not, or understandable or not. God could have written it.
I'm not trying to say that it wasn't inspired by God. What I'm saying is that God knew that most of the people living in the world throughout most of the history of mankind would have a Bronze Age mentality. So they're not going to understand. They're not going to understand electricity.
They don't have to understand it. I mean, you think back then they understood what Earth really meant, or the sun, or whatever?
It was written for them. It was written for those people.
Nah.
So it's like when you're trying to explain something to a kid. If you're going to give them children's books and stuff.
I'm pretty sure people could have understood one thing goes around the other.
We're sitting here in the 21st century, looking at basically what's written for children, and trying to understand the universe through that lens.
I'm trying
what
to.
Are you looking about? What does Seth think about that? I'd like to know what he thinks about that.
I think that there wasn't much advancement made from the time Psalms was made till Copernicus, and Copernicus didn't seem to have too much of a problem with it. So if God did explain it to the people at the time, they probably could explain it or understand it. It seems sensible to me.
Yep. Thank you. I understand what you're saying, though. I don't understand what you're saying, though, David.
The fact is, just studying the creation, which is I'm sorry, I said creation. Okay, studying reality to try and truly 100% explain reality is a futile effort. It's never going to happen. It's just not.
I think we've made good progress over the last 1,000 years.
Yes, I agree, August. Totally agree. But and I think like I said before, I think quantum physics is going to get you somewhere very soon, and you might be surprised what the intellectually honest scientists will tell you about it.
I've studied a lot of quantum mechanics, and I'm pretty sure it's not going the way you think it might be going.
Okay, so when quantum physicists study at the very lowest level, the very smallest level, that at the subatomic particle level, that particle doesn't exist in one place. It's everywhere at the same time. What do you think that means?
No, it's the mathematics that uses probability distribution functions. It doesn't mean that the actual particle exists everywhere. It's just the only way we can understand a large number of events, events that can happen, can be represented by a set of probabilities, and that's the best way to kind of present quantum mechanics. Is that you can't predict the event. You can just take the probabilities of all the events and then find out what the best probability is. So. And then if you actually interact with the system, then you start getting the wave function collapse and all that good stuff. So.
All right, gotcha.
I mean, to be honest, there's no way anyone can understand quantum mechanics without understanding the mathematics first. You know, where this Schrodinger equation actually comes from, you know, how they actually solve, like, you know, the one-dimensional problem, the three-dimensional, you know, hydrogen model problems, all those sort of things. When you understand that it in that way, you understand that it's just a mathematical tool for something that is very hard to describe. Just like you would say a simple analytical solution, like, oh, a ball is falling, you know, in a parabolic arc or whatever it is, and you have to use many solutions, and the only way to do that is to represent a particle by a series of waves, and so that's why you get like you know, a wave-like solutions. Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to go on to a big.
No, I have a very serious question for you. Where do you believe the logic comes from behind mathematics?
The logic behind mathematics? I would say through experience, through personal everyday experience.
Okay. All right.
Like, we first learn about counting objects, and then we create, you know, more and more complex laws based on numbers, and on from there.
Okay, so there's information behind the understanding of mathematics, right?
Has anyone here read or heard of Bertrand Russell's Principia Mathematica?
Yes, dude, I do not want to read that book.
I just want to read chapter 1. I love the end of chapter 1.
Okay.
Which it's summarized. He goes through this whole chapter. It's like, I don't know how many pages, like hundreds of pages probably.
Oh my God, yeah.
That gets us to 1 + 1 = 2, which is sometimes useful.
Yes. This guy used logic to prove 1 + 1 = 2 in a oh my god.
His idea was to use logic to as a basis to prove all of mathematics, or at least get a basis started so somebody else can finish the work. And it turns out that that might not be possible. That total seemed to prove that it's not possible.
Seth, do you believe there's an origin to logic?
I don't know. It seems that to propose that there's an origin to logic kind of seems to self-contradict itself in a way.
Why couldn't it be
I don't know
experience?
the answer.
Why can't experience be the origin of logic?
That seems to be begging the
Well,
question.
because we're talking about beginnings here, okay?
Right, a baby doesn't know logic. Then it learns a little bit, Somebody had to learn how to say 1 and 2, and probably you need a language first.
Right, I hear you. But what I'm talking about is like a genesis, a very, very beginning to logic, without anybody or anything. Does logic have an origin?
Does logic have an origin? Yeah.
Yes, it does. And I would say it's information. And my follow-up would be...
No, I don't understand that, though. What do you mean it is information?
Well, it's intelligence.
And that intelligence is...
Intelligence presupposes logic. I think that if anything is primary to the other, it's logic is primary to intelligence, or even
Exactly.
information.
Exactly. Seth, you're right. And what is the origin of information and understanding? That would be consciousness. And now we're getting deep.
Yeah. Again, logic is primary to all of these, which means that it can't be the origin for logic. You can't have consciousness without logic. You have intelligence without logic. You can't have information without logic. It means logic is primary to all of these, which means none of them could be the origin for it.
Consciousness is the core of all of it.
No, I think
I
logic
think
is primary to consciousness.
So is the question like, does intelligence comes first, then logic, or logic comes first, then intelligence? Is that the question, or maybe I'm missing the point?
I think the point is that consciousness is the core of all of thought forms. So where does consciousness come from?
Oh, synaptic synapses between neurons.
Right, chemicals.
Right.
Okay, so we have a tangible thing, chemicals, producing the amazing things that happen with thought forms, but they are just physical things within our own reality. So consciousness, how does that exactly explain a supernatural ability to be able to just go on Google or whatever? And
but it's not a supernatural ability. It's just a natural ability.
I disagree with that.
I mean, the stuff that I'm doing now is natural. I can sort of I can explain it through physical processes. Why my muscle moves, and why the electrons flow. Once I hit the keyboard, and so on, and why the light from the screen goes into my eye, and how the sensors in my eye, react chemically to the light and send a signal down the neurons to my brain, and how the brain processes that electrical signal, and a bunch of neurons fire off, and it pulls in memories that I've recorded over the last few decades, and then sort of interprets that based on my memories.
A miracle of science, I guess.
I wouldn't call it a miracle, but I would say a product of nature.
As a matter of fact, through my understanding of what a miracle is, it couldn't be a miracle if it's through science.
Right.
A
miracle means it's impossible kind of thing, right?
Right. A miracle is a disruption in the natural order or the laws of physics.
Yeah. So the Big Bang, the creation of whatever, the existence of the universe is the only miracle I know of in science.
There you go. That is good, August. I like that.
Yep, that's the only one, the only true violation of the laws of physics that I know of.
There you go.
And once that's explained, then I'll be. Well,
Yeah, no, listen. We are all, the theists are done. If they can explain it without God, we're done.
Oh, I'm not so sure about that. My friend, one of my best friends, who's a devout Christian, he says that even if there is definitive proof that he would have to accept, he would say that would be a challenge by God to have him have more faith. You know?
Sounds like a personal experience person right there, August.
Possibly.
Robert Copeland have decided that his
something's going on. There's like 4 or 5 voices.
Chocolate atheist. That's funny.
I can't hear. What?
So.
Chocolatey?
I said chocolate atheist. That's.
I think somebody's trolling.
Yeah, absolutely they are.
You know, now I'm not a big fan of G-Man, but come on, this is
Yeah, I hear you, David.
Childish, man.
And you know, I was on my knees praying yesterday, and I was like,
all right, yeah, somebody.
I think I actually believe God is hearing me. I mean, I've been around people that are smarter than me for a while now. You know, and now
Yeah, Chocolate, are you like 10 years old?
I don't think God exists. I think I'm an atheist because of it.
I don't know how to operate this thing.
So yeah, I kind of came to the conclusion that.
Thank you, Seth.
Oh, he's gonna mute himself in a second.
I don't believe that.
You guys want to actually all hit the ignore button, select his thing, and then ignore? He'll get kicked out.
Videos, and I've been comparing it to the Bible.
What the hell is?
The scientific community is actually correct. You know,
it sounds like G-Man.
Real scientific evidence.
It's a
recording. Flood.
It's from his chocolate atheist video where he
to
pretended to be an atheist so he could show that
I'm not gonna let nobody in here
inclusive and all the atheists accepted him, and then he said he was lying to show that atheists are mean and no one was mean to him.
And let you know what kind of me think about these things.
Wow, that's kind of desperate, actually.
I was really excited. I just said to my wife, like, G-Man.
Actually, so he was tired of the no true Scotsman fallacy because he kept claiming that certain people weren't Christians, and that's what he said he would do. All the atheists would say you're not really an atheist, and therefore fail their own logical fallacy. That wouldn't be failing their own logical fallacy. Number one. Number two, the funniest thing about this, in his video where he explains why he was doing it, he calls a known Scottish apologist on Google Plus that most people dislike. I tend to kind of like him. Matthew Bell. He calls him Irish, which is so delicious.
And chocolate.
Hey guys, I just want to say hey, it's Shamos here. I've been listening to the conversation and typing in chat. I just want to say hey to everyone, especially Jason. And I don't see Nadia there anymore, but to all of you that I haven't met before, hey, what's up? I'm a Christian.
Hey,
welcome.
Bless you, bro.
Hey.
I love the pocket.
Introduction needed, or?
Is there something in your background?
You got the TV on or something?
Yeah, I'll mute it when I'm not talking because there's telly. Sorry, guys.
All right, much better. Thank you.
I think for me, the one thing that I'm most interested in is what brings people to faith in Christ, and it's so different and it's so widespread, and not everything brings. What brings me to Christ will not do it for somebody else. Like somebody could look at like my testimony and just look at it and be like, okay, that it doesn't strike me in that manner. And I think that's what's the most profound thing about faith to me. If you guys ever are interested in looking up stuff like that, you could look up the life of this guy named John Wesley. He had this like 3 or 4 really profound experiences after he had been evangelizing for multiple years. And I'll just tell it really quickly. He was evangelizing out there in America, and they sent him back to wherever he was. And his father he was shaky in his faith. And I mean, and this guy was a preacher, and he was real shaky in his faith. And his father was on his deathbed, and he rushes over to the house where his father's right about to die, and his father whispers in his ear. He says, "The biggest testament to Christianity is the inward witness." And I guess saying that faith comes from within. And John Wesley listened to those words that his father told him on his deathbed, and it had no effect on him whatsoever. He was still completely shaky in his faith. The next experience was a guy was about to be hung. I can't remember what he had done, but he was about to be hung. And John Wesley was trying to bring him to Christ before his death. And he managed to do so. And he literally turned the guy and brought him to Christ right before his death, and that still did not change John Wesley. He still was shaky in his faith. Okay, so the last thing, and this is the last thing I'll say, he was sitting at a Bible study with like a group of like 20 people, and one of the guys who was reading, he was reading a preface to Romans written by Martin Luther, and it was probably about a 3-paragraph preface. And you could read it if you're ever interested. You could just look it up, Preface to Romans by Martin Luther, and it was like 3 paragraphs, and it utterly changed his faith, and he was completely like 100% in his faith, all because of that. You would think, well, man, what your dad said to you on your deathbed must have been really profound, and that must have boosted your faith, or, you know, turning that guy right before he was hung, or no, it wasn't. It was three paragraphs written by Martin Luther. So what brings someone to Christ, someone else would scoff at. So I think that, to me, the most interesting thing within Christianity is that facet. And maybe it's possible that the atheists, because I used to be a diehard atheist, maybe it's possible some of the atheists here haven't found that right selection of things they need to hit them in that sense. Possibly. I just wanted to say that.
Cool. Amen. Amazing. You got it, bro.
I don't know what religion it is that said it, but all paths lead to God, just some paths take longer.
Yeah, exactly, August, and I pray that's the case. You know, that would be the universalist view. You know, everybody makes it, and I pray that's the case. I say that as a Christian, as a believer in Christ. I pray for that.
I was actually having a conversation with a Calvinist a week ago, and they were talking. I'm a non-Calvinist, just to get that out there. And he was talking about how the election is done solely through God's mercy. It's not, the elect are not chosen for any future events or anything that they do. It's grounded completely out of God's mercy, and it's basically random, they would say. They're saying this is the Calvinist says this is one of the best ways that God can reveal his grace and mercy, is just to randomly elect certain people out of no reason whatsoever and to save them. And I was thinking on the lines of what Jason was just talking about universal salvation. And I talked to the Calvinists. I'm not saying that I hold to this, but I just said, wouldn't universal salvation be the biggest demonstrations of God's grace and mercy? But, I mean, I understand there's some arguments against that, too.
You got it, man. At Shamos, you absolutely got it. That would be the ultimate grace. And what did Jesus do on the cross? He prayed. He prayed for those that were killing him. I mean, it makes perfect sense to me. I mean, there's certain doctrines out there, if you follow men, that they would tell you that's an absolute heresy. But you know, if you're thinking about the example given by Christ himself, I believe that's perfectly logical. But that's all I'll say. David, go ahead. If you wanted to talk, David. I don't know. August, you want to go?
Oh, no, nothing to say here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was only kind of half paying attention, you guys. I was going to try to look up a Bible verse on Bible Gateway, and I couldn't quite get it to work right. Yeah, if you look at the last chapter of the book of Revelation, it has all the bad people standing outside the city. which makes no sense if they're burning forever in the lake of fire.
If you're saying that in regards to universal salvation, like I said, I was just saying, I didn't say that I held to universal salvation. I was just bringing that to an Calvinist attention about how the best way to display God's mercy. So I'm not most Christians, the vast majority do not believe in universal salvation doctrine, because of the reason you just listed and many others.
Okay, what did you say? The vast majority don't believe or do believe?
Don't believe. The vast majority of Christians do not believe in universal salvation. If you look at all of the Protestant denominations, the vast majority of them do not hold to universal salvation doctrine, and Roman Catholics obviously don't. So that would be
because of the verse I just cited.
Sorry, say that again.
I said I think it's well, I have to find out for sure just by looking it up, but it's the very last chapter of Revelation, the very last place it mentions the bad people. It's got them outside the city of the new city of Jerusalem. It's got them outside the city instead of in the lake of fire.
Right, David. Exactly, and it depends on your depends on your reading of it. If you believe that's the millennial kingdom, it's not eternity. You know what I mean? I mean, no,
this is the new city. The new city doesn't come down from heaven until the new heavens and the new earth, which is after the millennial kingdom.
Right, I got you, and that's why I really love your ideas on that last book, because what's better? Let's think about this, and I want to throw this out there to Seth. I mean, what's better? That your relatives that didn't believe are burning in hell, or that they're on the outskirts of the city, and you can go and just visit them and bless them. I mean, I think that's a lot better than the traditional, conventional view, as Shamos was talking about. I love the idea that nobody's going to be damned, burning in hell, that they're just outside the city, and we can visit them and bless them from what we believe. I think that's a lot better than conventional Christianity.
Sure, I think it's better, but I think it still fails in being ultimately just in a way that I would expect God to be.
Okay, well,
First thing you can't put expectations on God, and that'll be one of the main Christian focal points. When you try to put like some people say Calvinism is evil, well, because of X, Y, and Z. Well, you cannot put a humanistic approach onto God. You can't say, well, I don't like the way that makes God look or anything like that, because if He's God, He's sovereign. So
yeah,
I mean,
but the problem with that is you believe in a God that I think that you believe that God is perfect in every way and is concerned with His creation and is loving and caring and all powerful and all knowing. And if that's the case, then the consequence to that is that there are certain things we'd expect, like He would be just.
Who else was there?
Oh, not again.
Kick Lush.
Or Copeland.
Anybody that has the ability to kick them.
There is observable evidence for macroevolution, and that
I think just block
that there is factual information to actually be an atheist. So, I don't know. I was laying in my bed.
So, one of the consequences of believing those stuff about God is to expect certain things, like perfect justice. If perfect justice is possible and God is capable and motivated to do so, we would expect perfect justice, at least in the afterlife. And what David seems to be describing isn't that.
Well, it is that, because the only place they can go into is the city. But they can go everywhere else. They've got an entire universe to explore.
I didn't hear that.
With me for a
I
while
said they
now.
can go anywhere else.
And now I've come to the conclusion
they're not allowed to enter.
I don't think God exists.
That is the penalty for being unbelievers. That they just can't go into the most holy of holies.
Yeah.
So to speak.
Okay, I don't think that's just, and I think that's a problem.
A lot of the stuff in the Bible is.
I mean, that's just one.
That's the problem I was raising.
I don't believe that the flood
They
is
could have ate
accurate.
anything they wanted except that.
I've been watching
That
some
wasn't good
videos,
enough.
and
They had to have that too.
the scientific community is
Now, that's not a reasonable expectation.
there is no
all of the
real
universe
scientific
except this one
evidence
little piece.
for a biblical flood.
All right, David, let Lush go.
And it was kind of hard to come to that conclusion.
Who?
Let this.
I'm not going to let nobody in here because I don't feel like dealing with the wrath of the theists.
Can you ignore
but I
Lush?
do want to talk to those of you
Are
out
you
there who
able
are
to
my
ignore
atheist
Lush?
subscribers.
Oh, okay.
And let
Then
you
I
know
guess
what kind of
somebody
made
else
me
is
think
not
about these
ignoring
things.
Lush.
Rev has him. He's muting him. If he's muting him, he can't. He couldn't
I
have ignored him.
understood why the how
done it
big
like
the
7
ark
times.
actually was and everything, and
Eh,
how many
well,
animals could
I
actually
don't see
fit.
him.
But
I
it
don't
wasn't
hear him,
until
so.
I see him with a little line.
I watched a couple of videos on
Yeah,
YouTube
me too.
that really pointed out that
a
us
silhouette
Christians we
of a
believe in
person
some
with a
we
line
believe in
through
some
it in a circle.
stupid stuff.
Yeah.
There's no scientific evidence for any talking donkeys. There's no scientific evidence that Jesus Christ even existed. There's no scientific evidence that he walked on water. But there's a lot of scientific evidence that would suggest that he could have put something on his feet to cause them to float to trick people.
But you just are not allowed to go into this city because that's
a lot of that.
The people
I forget what the material is called, but you can actually walk on the water if you put that material on your feet.
Okay, and you seem to think
So,
that's just that people who couldn't
hanging
come to the
around Brett
understanding
Keane, I've been hanging
that
around
God existed and
G-Dubs,
He
I've been
loves
hanging
them
around so many people
are
for
somehow
so long
blamed
that-
and punished for
and
this.
just listening
it is
to
a
the
punishment
atheist
because
community,
these
you
other
know,
because these other people
and
are
a lot of the
privileged
things that the atheist
where you are not.
community,
It doesn't matter
was
how
saying
small the
was making
privilege is. A
sense.
single grain of rice.
And I think they get a raw deal
perfect justice
out of what they
from a
say on
perfect
YouTube.
God.
Okay, look, it's just like the parable Jesus was talking about, with the people who were laborers.
When I went to the
that
Drunken
hired
Peasant
laborers.
show, and I really
Some
started
worked-
listening to Ben
some
and
worked
TJ.
the entire day long.
Is this
And,
like grand scam for G-Man's side?
What
Paul's ego, and some of these guys are making some pretty good points. I mean, all my arguments at best, the only thing they did was prove that,
you should be able
that
to
Christians
block
had a reason to
him.
believe.
I don't hear him.
But I couldn't even.
I know.
couldn't really show
we
any
may
real
not be able to kick him
scientific
out, but
evidence
just block him.
that
We
God
can
existed.
kick him out if Rev and
Again, I'm not going to invite nobody in here
choose
today
his
because
profile.
I really don't want to
click
deal with the wrath of
ignore
theists.
there. He will be kicked out.
Okay.
Hey, Lush, can you hear me?
I was playing for the losing team. You know, a lot of the stuff
I
in
think
Bible
you need
prophecy.
to ignore him because that's not a real person. It's just a video.
You know that stuff's really vague, and I
So
watched
instead
a
of
couple
mute,
of King
click
Heathen's
ignore.
videos. I watched
Alright,
I watched a couple of things the Amazing
I was
Atheist had
trying
to
to work
say.
with him there for a second, but it was just so difficult.
Suzuki Dawes made me
Yeah, I would like
want
to
to
work with
ignore
Lush, you sound a lot like G-Man, but what you're doing right now is really not cool, man.
videos. Jacqueline Lynn, I think her name is. And a lot of the things that the atheist community was making, I mean, a lot of things that
Seth
they were
about
saying
saying
wasn't
that
making sense.
you don't think that
So-
view of God is just, and that's what I was
I really
talking
don't
about.
got no reason
You
to believe that
can't
the Bible is a valid
put
source of
human
information.
view of
Because
justice
every
on
time I
God,
get into a
especially if
conversation
you're
with
trying
an
to-
atheist
if you're trying
regarding
to
the
use
Bible,
that
I end up getting
unjustness
embarrassed
to
on
define
YouTube.
God. So if you're
So I don't see this as
because I
believing
used to have
any of
I
this
used to
stuff
raise
anymore.
the same
So I
problems
guess
with
by that
Calvinists. I'm like a
definition, that would make
diehard
me an atheist.
non-Calvinist, and
Because
I would
I don't
always say
really
stuff
believe
like,
that God
I think that
can do the things that He said He was
paints
that he
God
could do in the Bible. Nor do I see any scientific evidence
my friend who's a
that
diehard
He actually
Calvinist
exists.
theologian, he always
I'm
tells
not
me,
going to answer my
you
Skype
cannot
calls, so don't try to call me on
encapsulate
Skype and try
God,
to talk to me.
with
I don't
what
want
you
to
think
hear
is
it.
good or within your own
You know,
morality.
so please don't try to call me
The problem with that is you would have to
and tell me
then-
that I'm wrong.
All I have to do is
know,
ask
but,
you to defend why
yesterday I did
privileging
a
other
Google
people
Hangout
and
with the
not
Boom
privileging somebody over
and
another is
and Robert
job.
Copeland, and we was
is
talking
when they
about
don't
whether or not
deserve
there was any observable evidence for evolution.
And if you can't defend that,
And I realized they actually had good observable evidence of things that they were talking about. I think Phil
David's
Fox didn't know what he was talking
interpretation
about.
of
I think Phil Fox
Revelation,
was a moron.
the fact that people who didn't come to believe that
You know,
God
when I was
existed in
listening
their
to Boom,
lifetime
and I
and
was
were
listening
faithful
to,
to Him through no fault of their own are punished because of it.
To Robert's evidence. I mean, their evidence was stronger than the evidence that I have. That they have stronger evidence
You
the
know,
argument of
I
evolution
kind
that I
of
do for
see
my guy.
myself as kind of an unorthodox Christian. I'm
Well,
not
which
the
was my guy. He's
typical
not my guy
Christian
no
that you
more.
find.
So
Some of the things that
don't laugh at
views
me,
that I might
guys. I
hold are
got a
not
new
going to be
name.
within
You will
typical
no longer have to call me
Christianity.
G-Man no more. I would
But there
prefer,
is
and
something
don't
that I
laugh at me
wanted to
when I tell
touch
you
on,
this.
but
You can
it
call me the
just
chocolate
slipped my
atheist.
mind. It's something about what you just left said.
You have atheist chef that was taken already. You got
I wish I could find
the quiet atheist, the careful atheist. I think they even got the
wait, we
religious
get the
atheist. I think.
entire universe. If you're not accepted into the land, we get the entire universe except that little piece of land.
Yep.
Deal.
But see, look, there was a parable. I can't think of it. But there was a parable Jesus talking about how he went out and hired laborers, and each person he'd go out each hour and hire more laborers, and each person would receive like a penny, which was I guess a lot of money back then, a penny for working the entire day. And so the ones that got hired in the last hour got the same amount of money as the ones who got hired in the first hour. So the ones who had worked the longest complained that that they should get more because they worked the longest. And Jesus was saying, like, why is your eyes evil? Can I be generous with my own money if I want to be? Why are you evil against my generosity? So if Jesus wants to be more generous with someone, he will.
He can, but that would be unjust.
No, it wouldn't.
Sure.
Because it's his.
Sure.
It's not yours. It's not yours to decide.
He's not operating under the principle.
If I have a ton of money and I decide to give you $1,000, but I give somebody else $100,000, are you going to be mad at me for that?
No, that would be a gift. That's different. These people worked for Jesus. Hold on. Would you really just fucking let me finish talking for once? It's quite a bit different to receive a gift from somebody and complain that somebody else got more money. That's something entirely different. When somebody's working for it, yeah, we probably should expect equal pay for equal work. And if Jesus doesn't want to do that, that's certainly his prerogative. And in certain governmental systems or in an anarchy, he's certainly allowed to do so. But it's not just. You wouldn't be working under the principle of equality and fairness unless you think it's fair to pay people disproportionately.
Hey, Seth, I just wanted to interject something real quick about what I had forgotten earlier. I don't remember your exact quote, but you said something about how people are punished through no real fault of their own. Did you say that earlier?
Yeah, I did. That was because that's relating. I don't know how you feel about people who don't come to the realization that God exists and they go to worship Him and therefore don't make it into heaven. But through my conversation with David earlier, it seemed that his interpretation is these people did nothing wrong. They're just not going to get the full good treatment in heaven. They're not going to be allowed in the city.
Well, from the Bible, I don't like to use the common Christian arguments because I'm really unorthodox, but I can't help myself here. So in the Bible, they said that, everyone is a sinner, so no one is at zero fault of their own. So, everyone's a sinner. Everyone deserves to be condemned. That would be the classical Christian response, that all are sinners, all deserve to be condemned, and only the ones that accept Jesus Christ are the ones that are going to be afforded grace and mercy.
But that doesn't help. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say that doesn't help you. That just exacerbates the problem because now you have this problem where nobody deserves the special treatment, yet some people do deserve it. That's also unequal, and you have the principle that mercy is a suspension of justice, and therefore, even though these people deserve to be punished, and He's not going to punish them, that is also unjust. You've just exacerbated the problem.
It's unjust because He's trying to show His mercy and His grace.
Mercy is a suspension of justice.
Yeah, but you could frame it in that way.
It is.
It's a gift. Nobody deserves any of this. Everybody deserves to be condemned. What you get as a gift is what you get as a gift. The life in eternity is a gift. It's not something that's deserved or worked for. God decides who gets what because it's a gift. Now, do you understand?
I understand what you're saying. I just think you're wrong. It's not just for somebody to be so unfair with who he privileges. Yeah.
It's never justice to get a gift. It's mercy.
No, I think it is.
Do you think it's injustice to give people mercy?
Oh yeah, I think mercy is a suspension of justice specifically. That's what mercy is. It's exactly what mercy is.
That's wickedness.
No, mercy is a suspension of justice. If you deserved something and you're kept from the punishment, the just punishment that everyone else gets for that, that's a suspension of justice. You've not carried out justice. Justice is paying what you owe to society, and say going to jail is suspended. That's mercy.
Justice in this case is everybody stays dead. You live your life, you die, that's it. That's justice.
Okay.
That's what we all deserve.
Okay, and if therefore God privileges some people even though they deserve to die, that's not just.
And I think you're talking more of like a Calvinistic argument when you're saying God privileges certain people, because, I mean, a non-Calvinist probably would prefer a different wording. So I as a non-Calvinist myself, I really can't respond to that.
Right, well, I'm not talking, I can't argue with both of you. Right now I'm tackling David's perception of Christianity. David's perception of Christianity has some people being the bride of Christ, being in the city of Jerusalem, some people being their slaves, and other people living outside of the city.
Nobody's a slave. Seth.
Yes.
Justice is, as you described it, and from an atheist point of view, you live your life, you do what you do, then you die, there's no more. That's what we all deserve.
No.
That's what we all deserve, because we're here, that's what happened.
You said from an atheist point of view, and there's no atheist point of view of what we're owed. I mean, justice, you could look at justice secularly if that's what you mean, but you can't look.
There's no afterlife, right? From an atheist point of view, there's nothing after this life.
No, that's not true. Some atheists believe in an afterlife.
That's not atheism.
Sure it is.
How is that atheism?
Atheism is a rejection of theism, or that a God exists. You could reject theism or that a God exists and believe that there is some kind of afterlife, including reincarnation.
That's the first I ever heard.
What would be the mechanism for which, like, reincarnation or this afterlife would be? Like, what would be the mechanism? Would it just be a universal?
Could be natural, could be supernatural, but I don't know, because I don't believe in an afterlife. I'm just saying that atheism doesn't preclude one.
What's that? That's what you are looking forward to, right? Just you die and then nothing.
Am I looking forward to dying? No.
But that's what you're going to get, right?
Do I think that death is the extinguishment of consciousness?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
I'm asking you if that's your question.
I'm asking you that this is what you're expecting. You die and then whatever.
I expect that death is the extinguishment of consciousness.
Okay, then that's what you think you deserve.
No.
No.
Then why? Then what do you deserve?
I think that the things that happen to be true are things that we think that we deserve. There are inconvenient truths.
Right. Like, I feel like I should be mortal, but and I'm gonna die.
What would be justice for you, Seth?
A rapist going to jail.
No, you're not a rapist.
Examples of justice? I mean, what are you asking me exactly?
What is justice for you, for your life?
Justice for my life?
Yeah, what would you
perfect justice for my life? It would be if I died and got to experience every moment of my life, every pain and pleasure I inflicted on other people, experienced back onto me in one instant, and I get to go on and continue. Well, actually, it would be a privilege, I think. It would be really good to. I would want this to happen, but I don't understand. I don't know if it makes any sense to say that I deserve it or if it's just. But I would like to go on contemplating the big questions in life.
Okay, I'm not understanding. What I mean is, for yourself, for you to be justified, what would you expect?
Again, I think perfect justice for dead conscious beings, moral free agents, is for them to instantly experience the totality of all of the pain and pleasure they inflicted on others.
Okay, and I don't understand how that could be accomplished without some sort of entity making it happen.
I don't see why you would need to posit an entity to do that. There are certainly mechanisms to do that wouldn't necessarily be...
Some sort of chemical release in the brain at the moment of death, but...
Sure. I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, I don't know why you're asking me for a mechanism of that. You just asked me what I think is just, and I think that would be just.
Now,
Talking hypotheticals, right?
Now, wouldn't it be a good gift if you opened your eyes after death and then you're in this wonderful, blissful afterlife? Wouldn't that be a good gift?
A blissful afterlife?
Yeah, wouldn't it, a wonderful, happy, joyful afterlife where you can do anything you could possibly imagine?
This would assume that I also have my loved ones with me, and they're treated the same way that I'm treated.
If that's what you would imagine, yeah.
Yeah, then that would be nice, at least for a while.
What do you mean, at least for a while?
There are certain serious problems with eternal life when it comes to theology and philosophy. I mean, it could end up being absolutely torturous at some point. But let's say, for the sake of argument, that yeah, it'd be good. I'd be appreciative if I woke up after I got hit by a car and I was in peace, floating on a cloud.
Now, would you be upset that some other person got a better gift than you?
Not if they deserved it.
You don't deserve a gift. Nobody deserves a gift.
That would be unjust. I don't know how irate I would be. I probably wouldn't be too irate, but because I happen to be pretty easygoing, I probably wouldn't be irate. But my argument about this isn't that I would be irate and that sucks. My argument is I expect God to be perfectly just, and that would be some suspension of that justice.
But we're not talking about justice anymore. Justice was met out when you died. Justice was taken care of. Justice was we're talking about gifts now.
Well, no, because justice continues on. If you die and yes, because I mean, if conscious beings, hold on, if conscious beings are floating around communicating to themselves, then justice is still in play.
So if
they're still moral agents.
Somebody else, say some other person happens to be there, gives you a present. That then you no longer just anymore? You're no longer justified because if I walk up to you and give you $1, that you no longer feel that you have justice now?
Well, you're not God, so I wouldn't expect you to be perfectly just.
Well, what would it matter if it were me or God?
Because I would assume that God would be perfectly just.
If some person in this new life walked up to you and gave you some wonderful little gift, you no longer feel justified in your life?
If it was a stranger and somebody just gave me $1, yeah, I would try to give it back. I don't need it. It would be unethical for me to take it. Yeah. You don't think that would be unethical for you to take it if somebody just walked up and handed you money?
Unethical is probably not the best use of the word.
Seems unethical.
You got gifts, Seth. You got gifts from family members all your life.
Yeah, family members, not strangers.
Well, who's more family than God?
Okay, what point are you getting at? I mean, I could agree with
fault. You keep trying to find
things you're saying, but it doesn't add up to ultimately proving your case.
Trying to find fault with someone who's trying to bless you.
Right, except here's the thing: that if me and my sister are twins, right, and let's say I have a twin brother, okay, let's make this totally equal, right, and we have the same grades, and we're both really good kids, and on our 16th birthday, my dad buys my brother a Z06 Corvette and he buys me a Volkswagen Beetle. I'm appreciative that I have a car, but it's certainly unfair and not just for him to play favorites with the other twin for assumingly no reason. And I might expect people to do that, and I can forgive people for not being perfectly just and making mistakes and doing the best that they can, but I would expect more from God. God would be perfectly just. I would not expect the same shady deal from God.
Shady deal. I love how you word this. Okay, what would you do if you were God?
In respect to this scenario?
In respect to, okay, the earthly lives are over. You're in eternity now. Justice has been met out for sin and all that stuff. How would you do things? How would you bless people, or would you not?
I would allow everyone who wanted to continue existing for as long as they want to exist, and communicate with the great thinkers of the world and contemplate the big questions in life. And those that wanted the easy way out, I would tell them.
Who would be a greater thinker than Jesus Christ?
Socrates.
Really?
I think so.
Seth, are you a nihilist? A nihilist?
A nihilist, no.
All right. Cool.
You think Socrates was a greater thinker than Jesus?
This is subjective, and if we could talk subjectivity all night, you know, I think I like NSYNC better than Backstreet Boys, you know, we could have that conversation too, but
You're right, NSYNC is better than Backstreet Boys.
speaking on subjectivities and then trying to persuade somebody is like, yeah, you're walking down a dead-end road there.
Yeah, I would agree. It's kind of silly to ask me why I think Socrates is a better thinker than Jesus. He may or may not be. I don't even know. I mean, there's
no unbiased way to tell or to judge.
But look, this is my point. And no matter what I say, no matter how I try to paint it to you, you're always going to have a problem with God.
No, that's not true.
Yes.
Well, no, because I just presented you a case where I think what God would do would be just. So apparently not.
What do you want God to do? What would make you happy?
Did I not tell you already?
No.
Did anyone else hear me explain it?
I heard you. I could repeat it. What would make him happy? I mean, I heard you definitely.
To just live with your loved ones, whoever they happen to be, just live with your loved ones
for eternity and living in the graceful presence of God. Sure, that sounds fine.
You'll get that.
Wouldn't that be a gift?
Yes, because in my scenario, no one's treated better than anybody else. They're all given equal justice.
What about Jesus?
What about him?
Would he have a better afterlife than you?
Well, I mean, that's kind of hard to determine since we're talking about a triune God. Jesus is God.
Jesus was also a human being.
He would conceivably have more powers than anyone else, right? He would be able to. He'd be omnipotent and omniscient where we wouldn't be.
But that wouldn't be fair.
Sure, it would.
No, it wouldn't.
He's a necessary being.
A human being, just like you.
If he's God, that would be fair.
Yeah, I think that would be fair.
Exactly, Shameless.
So, no, it wouldn't be fair. He's God. Because he's God. So it's not fair.
See, one thing I want to frame out before we get too deep. You can't put...
Seamus, break up. Stop talking for anyone else.
Yeah, he cut out.
Sorry, my mic, I have a on and off button. It just helps me so that I don't feedback. I have a lot of fans going. But what I was trying to say is that I have a lot of problems when people try to put a humanistic view of morality on God, and that cannot be done. I don't know if just on principle it bothers me. I think, but I think when we're examining religion and scripture, we need to ask these questions. But ultimately, most Christians are going to say, it's with God's sovereign. He's able to do with his creation as he pleases, and you cannot look at one action and tell that, oh, that's unjust, because when you look at the grand scheme of things all the way through to heaven or whatnot, you can't say that. Then everything's going to be revealed, and then you'll know if it was unjust or not. You can't say, halfway through, this is unjust. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the problem is we're not talking about whether or not any individual thing on Earth is evil or unjust, and God wouldn't allow for that. We're talking about ultimately at the end of the universe, when everyone's living for eternity with God, what would be just? And I don't think there's anything you could really put on there that explains that skeptical. The idea that you're proposing is called skeptical theism, and I don't think it works in this scenario.
You don't have an argument here, Seth, about that. It's not just. We're not talking about justice anymore.
Okay.
Justice was met out. The sin was dealt with. That's what justice is about. Justice is about paying for sin.
Well, even if I were to grant you that, there's still this thing called interactions with humans and people being paid what they're owed in all scenarios. And in that context, when there's moral beings interacting, that still needs to be levied out. That's still an action. I would call that justice, even if you don't want to call it that.
No, it's not, because everything is perfect now. There's no unjust act anymore.
We've already had this discussion. You could say that my word doesn't mean what you want it to mean, but I'm using it in this context, and in this context, that's still an issue.
It's only an issue for you because you refuse to admit that we're no longer talking about a reality and where you have people.
Yes, we are, David. Fine. Let's look at it this way. Instead of calling people being paid what they're owed and because of the way they treat other people, instead of calling that justice, let's call it
perfection.
Let's call it Jubilee, okay? So now we have this concept of Jubilee, and I would expect perfect Jubilee from God in the afterlife, yet, according to you, there isn't perfect Jubilee. Since you want to be childish and say that's not what justice is.
Justice has to deal...
I'm not talking about justice, I'm talking about Jubilee now. Since you want to be childish and try to take that word away from me, I'm calling it Jubilee now.
The word, still making it mean what you want it to mean.
Let me see if I can get Seth's argument right. So you're saying the Calvinistic view of election to you seems unjust, right? That's the whole crux of this conversation, right?
Sure, yeah. Close.
Okay, and I would agree with you. As a Christian and a non-Calvinist, I would agree with you. But I've looked into Calvinist theology, and I have some Calvinist friends, and they could, they could explain around these arguments and say, how God could still elect people and still be just, and it's because everyone is a sinner, which means that everyone should be damned in their sins. So the fact that he's electing any is a show of his grace and his mercy. So I'm not saying this is my argument, because obviously I'm a non-Calvinist, and I'm very opposed to Calvinism, but I'm just telling you that even as a non-Calvinist, I still understand the Calvinistic arguments and defenses.
And so do I. I don't have any Calvinist friends because I think they're fucking aggravating. But I've spoken to many Calvinists, and I understand that position. I think the problem with this is that, I mean, you've only exacerbated the problem. I think you still have this problem that God is treating some people better than others, and that is unjust. Even if you want to say that nobody deserves it, some people are still getting it. Number two, mercy is always a suspension of justice. Mercy means to not give people what they're owed as punishment. That's what it means.
But there's no more punishment. There's no more need for it.
Right. It also amounts to not privileging others when they don't deserve it.
Everybody's privileged. Just some a little more than others.
Right, exactly. And that's unequal and unjust. That's my point.
That you're bringing law and sin back into it.
I have a quick question, and you don't have to answer this in any more than one word. Do you hold communistic views, Seth?
I'm a left libertarian.
But I mean, do you or don't you hold communistic views? Because it sounds to me like...
I think everyone holds some degree of communistic views, just like everyone holds some degree of libertarian views. It's a matter of degrees. My political position is best described as left libertarian, which is more on the libertarian side than conservative. Than communist.
Disagree with capitalism.
I don't disagree with capitalism. I'm a big fan of capitalism. I just think it needs to be regulated strongly.
All right, Seth, let me ask you a question, bro. If it were absolute 100% all universalism, we're saying that everybody that dies, they're all in the inside of the city, okay? They all have equal rights. But there's one presupposition here, that you have to believe that Jesus Christ died and paid for your sins. Would you still resist it?
No, as long as God made it known to anybody who wanted to know it and sincerely wanted to know the truth, then no, that seems to be... Well, I'd have to think about that. That seems, at least on the surface, more fair.
Gotcha. All right.
It seems to me that in this afterlife that we're painting here, you have this idea that there's going to be like some sort of economy, at least in exchange of blessings or something. That's you keep saying owed or paid. I mean, those concepts don't apply anymore.
Okay.
Wow.
Shit. I think I killed the conversation.
I think this is just a good time. Maybe we should just move on to another topic. It seems like we pretty much talked this one out.
Yeah, we're going around in circles. That's why I responded with simply okay.
I've learned all I can. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but.
August, are you still there? I guess not.
I have a question for David really quick. David, have you always been Christian, or have you have you ever had a period in your life, David, where you were an atheist?
I have never had a period in my life where I was an atheist.
Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking too. I kind of thought that you were never been atheist at any point in your life, because I actually had been an atheist for a long point in my life before I come to Christ, and I can see a lot of the same questions Seth is raising that I had myself.
Well, I was raised Catholic until I was around 9 or 10, and then my school friends, we used to go to a Methodist church, but I never really paid that much attention to it. But I believed in God and Jesus. I believed they were real. I didn't really think much on it. I just thought it was, something that happened in the past, that Jesus is up there doing stuff and looking out for the world and all that. I never really thought about it, and when I was about 16, I became born again. And got real into it most of my life. I started having dreams and visions. I had an angelic visitation. I've actually seen Jesus. I've had so many spiritual experiences and a few actual real life experiences that there's just no way in the world anyone's telling me that God doesn't exist and have to be accepted. I'll just laugh at him. Where I am.
Do you believe that there are non-resistant non-believers, David?
What's that?
Do you believe that there exists any non-resistant non-believers?
What do you mean? I don't even know what you mean.
I mean non-believers who aren't resistant to the idea that God exists.
Aren't resistant?
Believe.
Non-believers who aren't resistant?
Yeah.
Yeah, like me.
To the truth that God exists.
you are not resistant to the truth
I
that
think what
God.
he's trying to convey is that there's certain types of atheists. Some are going to be the hardened, embattled atheists that just are, even when you get them into a logical fallacy, they're still going to argue their point. Or then there's going to be the atheist that's more willing to accept certain things, that points that you make, and so on and so
I
forth.
used to call them sincere atheists. What I mean is an atheist that is genuinely concerned with the truth and does not believe in God, and not somebody who's just trying to make a point.
I've never really thought about it. I just take each person on a case-by-case basis. I don't really like putting labels on things.
So I guess I can conclude that you think that that non-resistant non-believers could exist.
I don't even know what you mean.
I totally agree with what Seth is saying. You know what I see happening, guys? I see a blending of the definition of atheist and agnostic. I think the majority I think we're all agnostic. All of us don't know that God exists. It's just simply that some of us have had experiences that we cannot explain in the physical, and that proves to us that there is something beyond, you know. The physical reality that we see around us cannot explain to us what has happened to us. I think we're all agnostic. Atheist, that term, I don't think, and I'm going to sound like G-Man, but I don't think that that term even exists. Nobody knows that there is no God. Even the greatest scientists cannot prove that there is no God. We're all agnostic.
Brad, I don't know where you're going with this, but I can assure you, I know that there's a God.
And so do I, David, but I'm saying that what I'm saying is that science can't prove that there is no God. So that word atheist, without theos, without God, to me, it's kind of a non-existent term. They can't prove there is no God. So I think we're all agnostic. Well, those of us that have experienced God can say that we believe in God.
So how do you know atheism